Gosh, I just started the YouTube, and now you gotta spit your gum out because you've been sitting here for like an hour with your gum.
No, I had to freshen my bread. I had garlic. Ooh, we had pizza at that new pizza place.
What new pizza place?
There's a new pizza place on the boulevard there.
Where?
Right by the just right by down by the library, kind of a couple of buildings down by the police station.
What was it called?
I think it's Fast Five Pizza.
Fast Five.
Does that make sense? Because that's the name of the
Like
movie,
Fast
right?
and
Now that I'm
Furious?
saying that sounds wrong.
It could work. It could be.
I think that's what it is, though.
Is it good?
It's pretty good, yeah.
Is it cheap?
It's very, yeah. It was like we got 2 pizzas and
Did you eat there?
No, Janelle brought it home.
So is it like a takeout place? Is it a delivery place?
I think it is.
Do they deliver? Do they have a website?
Because I was at
If they
home.
don't have a website, it's not delivery.
Well, Janelle couldn't find the website yet, but they just opened.
If they don't have online ordering like that, I don't want to talk to
They're gonna
anybody.
call
I can't
someone.
imagine ordering a pizza on the phone now. Like that
That's how
must
you
take.
used to do it all the time.
Yeah, and I don't like it.
I
I don't think I even started ordering pizza until like
really. I can't
'cause-
tell you how many times I've called up. Hey, what specials do you guys have?
I guess I remember doing that.
Yeah, that's how you used to do it.
I guess I couldn't really afford. I never could afford pizza.
Well, we always would order like Papa John's or Little Caesars, and we get coupons.
Papa John's has had a website for a really long time.
Yeah,
Like
but
I've ordered online Papa John's
but
forever.
even into our marriage, I know for sure Janelle and I called.
Yeah, I guess I remember calling.
This is the problem.
You ask for the specials.
Yeah.
But then, like, when you have to give all your toppings, then you got to ask them what toppings they have,
Yeah.
and then they forget, and then I don't know. It just seems like
It's easier online. I'm not saying it's not.
so much better because I don't have to interact with people. I feel like I think that's why Kaiser's awesome. You were talking about like
All
Kaiser
right.
because like you can like reorder, you can order your medicine by mail. You don't ever have to eat.
mail?
Yeah.
You write them a letter?
No, like you on the web, and then they send it to you in the mail.
I thought you meant like,
For
dear
most stuff.
doctor, please
No,
send
please send me
me
drugs. Send drugs.
Sincerely, Brendo.
But no, and like so, there's a lot of stuff that you can do without having to talk to somebody. Isn't that everything nowadays? It's just we don't want to talk to anybody. What is? But like that's good, so we can talk to people we want to talk to.
Well, and it's more efficient. It's easier for people who are working.
Because going to the pharmacy like blows so hard, and it makes it's like an exercise in frustration because like I'm sure there's a method to what they do, but when you're there, it makes no freaking sense. I don't understand what they're doing, and I'm sure there is a reason for what they do if I actually bothered. But like the fact that you like have to put in the thing and then like come back, it takes them an hour to put pills in a bottle. I don't understand.
Are they forming those pills?
What are they doing?
Are they like pouring a little dust into the pills?
Like I don't understand what's happening.
I do wonder that. Do they just have pills laying around?
I don't know how
Are they
pharmacies
mixing
work.
The chemicals there?
And I don't know why it takes so long, and I don't know why some people go ahead and like if you're sitting there, it's infuriating because like there's no rhyme or reason.
And they don't seem like they're doing anything if you watch them.
I don't understand what's happening in a pharmacy.
They just have a block
so that's
of
where
and they
I
scrape off something to a little
prefer.
pill thing.
That's why I prefer the online stuff, but I still like because like Adderall, you couldn't get that in the mail.
Yeah,
because that would probably be a problem.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some things they won't
like
mail.
Subclass, like whatever they're called,
Yeah.
like the controlled substance.
Yeah.
Drugs. So when I had to go in that was always just like, like if it was busy or if like I don't know, like sometimes Kaiser would be stupid. We're like, oh, you can't get that here. You got to go to this one because it's only in stock here. And then that one would be freaking like it would be like since it was, like the one that I had to go to sometimes because they would be out of stock somewhere. Like I'd have to go there and it was like in a hospital, so it was just like crazy town. And that's where I would just like be like, none of this makes any sense. Like I know the pills are sitting there. Like I'm looking right there.
Take those pills and put it in that bottle and then give it to me.
Like I don't get it. I don't get it. And then like they're just what are they doing? What are all those people? There's like 10 of them.
Don't we have a listener I feel like we have a listener that's a pharmacist. Am I
like,
crazy?
I know they have to have multiple. Okay, here's what I do know.
Okay.
Because I did start kind of looking it up. I know that multiple people have to count out the pills.
Well, that's probably so people aren't like.
But that still doesn't explain why it takes it.
So that's an hour right there. 1, 2, 3.
But they have to do it multiple times. Like multiple people have to check. Like, and I watched them. Like multiple people are signing off everything, and then they have to explain to you the things. But there's still like huge chunks of time where I'm like, what is happening right now?
It's sort of like the university money. Like, yeah, there's things.
Because okay, so here's what I'm
big-
pretty sure is they have big giant bottles of stuff, and then they just put it into small bottles. They're not making the pills.
They're not like, I don't think they are.
No, they get those from the companies. So they have big bottles. They're putting them into small bottles, and that takes an.
Why don't they just pre-put them in small?
No,
bottles?
because everybody's doses are different doses, different sizes, different like this. Some prescriptions are for 15 days, some days are for 30, some days are for this, and like, but also like I don't think legally they can put them in the separate little bottles until I don't know. It seems like there's all kinds of crazy things. I don't know. But I know they're not making the pills. So why is it you would think with that amount of time they're like manufacturing the pills?
Yeah, they're taking the little halves of it. They gotta fit them together.
I don't understand, but I feel like there's got to be a reason.
I guess.
I don't know.
Do we have? Am I crazy? Is someone that listens to our show married to someone that's a pharmacist? Maybe.
I don't know, man. Who knows?
I feel like that. Or
there's like pharmacy technician jobs that show up, and I'm like. I don't like it. It's like they pay pretty well, and it's like, and they're like, I think they're the people that just take the like when
so
do the thing. But like that sounds horrible. But then I thought because at first I'm like that doesn't seem so bad. And I'm like those are the people in the front line getting yelled at.
That's when someone wants their pain meds.
That would be me getting yelled at all day. I could probably do that for 2 hours, and then I'll punch some old lady or like.
I've seen people go nuts on.
Oh yeah. That's the other thing. Well, that was the other thing in that hour. So while you're waiting for your meds, you're just watching people flip out all over the place.
I need my pain meds.
Like just people flipping out. So it's like so, and I'm as a very empathetic person or like a very like just like I absorb all of it. I'm just like sitting there like God, get me out of here.
You should not take that job. That would be bad. I mean. Because that's not even people yelling at you on the phone. That's people yelling you in your face.
Oh, and I like you watch that, like, so that's where I'm just, I don't know. We got all that out of like people not wanting to talk. I don't want to talk to the pizza guy.
Yeah, because I didn't know if it was delivery or not.
So Fast Five pizza.
It's similar to like a Little Caesars. They have like crazy bread type things that are really like crazy bread.
Is it cheap?
It's really cheap, yeah.
So like Little Caesars.
We got 2 large pizzas
like
and
hot and ready
crazy bread for. I think Janelle said with tax it was $15.
Wow.
So it's right along the same lines as, and that was a pepperoni one and an onion one.
Last night it was too cold and I didn't want to go outside and I was really hungry and I wanted that brownie thing from Domino's.
Did you get it?
So I got a pasta bowl and a brownie thing, and it was like $20.
We'll see this. This is way less.
But I was just like, it was the best $20 I've ever spent. Because you get that brownie. Super hot like brownie thing, and I was like, ah.
Did you eat that first?
I may have had one first, and then I had the pasta, and then I ate the brownies. And then I was like, I probably shouldn't do this because I'm supposed to be saving money, but I didn't want. It was cold, and
brownie.
And sometimes, darn it, deserve it.
So on the way back, as you saw, we stopped in Apple Valley and met my brother for dinner at Steak and Shake.
Yeah.
Which is really good. You've been there before, right? Like
they're everywhere in Missouri and mostly Missouri.
It's super cheap, though, too.
I'm telling you, my theory behind why Steak and Shake is so cheap is because they're doing some stuff that's like some cheap meat. Yeah, exactly. Like it's good, but like there's no way. Like I don't know what's in that meat, but it's not normal meat.
It's Soylent Green.
It's something.
Yeah. Okay. So we got 2 kid meals with drinks and sides and everything. I got a meal.
I went there in college during lunch.
Janelle got a meal. Cheap. Matthew got a meal. Plus we got 2 malts.
Yeah.
And with tax, it was $33.
It's a lot of food.
It's a lot of food and that was like table service. They refilled our drinks. So there's more food than I should have had, but they had the malt I got. It's called. It just said all it said. They had like a placemat there, and it just said cookie butter. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I don't know what that is, but I gotta have it.
It tastes like cookie butter.
Oh my gosh, it was sort of like a well done sugar cookie.
Yeah,
had been blended up and put in a malt. It was fantastic. or maybe a little bit of like a snickerdoodle, but without cinnamon.
Did it have the powder?
And it had powder, like cookie powder on top, and then it had
the malt powder.
Oh, yeah, malt powder like crazy, and then they have like a separate like cookie powder that they put on it, and whipped cream, of course.
Dang,
so good. I should not have had it, but it was so good. That was my,
That was your what?
That was my end of vacation treat.
Vacation treat. Your treat. Treats.
It's treat time.
Treat yourself.
I shared it with the kids though. I gave them bites.
Did you get a tin? Did you get the thing?
No, they didn't do a tin.
They don't do that. Well, I mean, was it sit down?
Yeah.
I don't think they do tin that there. That's why it's cheap.
Yeah. Well, again, for all of that, it was a large cup. I mean, I didn't feel that they shorted me at all. But yeah,
those steak burgers. I don't know what's in that because it's
good though.
It's some addictive thing and it's cheap.
Oh, and we did the upgrade on the fries. And they have like Parmesan cheese fries. Oh my gosh!
How was that? Okay. So I do have to ask, how was a sriracha burger worth the wait?
It was really good. I wonder if they have them at the regular Denny's here. Is that just a Laughlin thing?
I don't know. Who knows?
It was really good.
That was like the best Denny's.
Yeah.
In the menu. Like, I don't know about the
yeah, service was like medium, but the food was good and the menu. When we went back, because we went back the next day, because the kids, I really wanted the sriracha burger and the kids really wanted to go. And we got seated pretty quickly, but I would put it at like a 6 out of 10 as far as
Janelle said somebody cut in front of you. And
that almost was the end of it right there.
With the cutting.
Yeah. Well, it was like we were walking here like towards the door and they like speed walked and like ran to the door in front of us to get there first. So like technically they got in there before us, but like rude, right? Yeah. Because that big lobby, so we were coming from this side and they were here and they're and like got in front of us. I'm like, oh, this is it. Chanel's gonna throw down.
Can you imagine what the kids would have done if you had denied him a second time?
No.
A second Denny's denial.
That would have been just bad.
Because you probably would have dragged him out of there kicking and screaming.
Oh gosh, again.
Well, the first one, they both kind of, it was like a gradual thing.
And
at a certain point, though, they were both just like,
Daddy.
Well, because then you had to take both of their devices away, and that was the last straw.
But I had to. But oh my gosh.
Because first I'm like, okay, we're just gonna go someplace, and then I look down and they're both just like, and I'm like, what's happening right now?
And Luke wasn't like crying at first, but he's like, I'm just not gonna eat then. I'm like, oh my gosh. So then he lost his thing, and then
he was doing the thing where he thought he could like dictate.
Yeah, he like outsmarted
what we were gonna do.
Like,
and I was like, man, if I did that, like I would be in for so much right now.
Well, it's a good thing.
That would have ended with me at home with absolutely nothing, like bread and water, maybe.
The problem is that I like to eat. I'm not like, what am I gonna do? Like, I want to get the In-N-Out burger. That's hard, but they're good kids, so it makes it easy most of the time.
And my mom was pretty ruthless. She would like take me out of restaurants and stuff. Like if I was, she would not. She had no tolerance.
I mean, I've done the like take them outside and let them like cool off.
She'd take me home. Like that's
hard for me because then I'm like being punished too.
Yeah, it's true, but at least but then it got to the point where if I knew that if like she was not bluffing at all, like zero bluff.
Yeah.
Like there was no.
Our kids are probably aware of a little bit of bluff on my part.
Yeah, with my mom, like there was no bluff, zero.
Yeah. So
like I mean like. I know for a fact my mom returned Christmas presents a couple times. That's extreme. It was an extreme case where like my brother and I like discovered things like very maliciously. Yeah. It was like when we were older, and she was like, I'm taking these back, and I'm not replacing them. Like you don't get it.
See, my parents always threatened that, and my mom. I never did it because I was pretty sure they would do that, and I didn't want to risk it.
Yeah, my mom full on did it.
You tested the water.
Tested, and she again.
Yeah,
she does not mess around.
I don't know if my parents actually would have, but I never wanted to find out.
She also returned a gift that I still don't know what it was. I think it was like some really good GI Joes.
What if you could have gotten the
no, it wasn't that.
What if that was it though?
Dude, I know we were well off, but that would have been like, I even asked her once. I'm like, why didn't she? Because like I was really mad about like at Fireball Island, and I was mad about I don't think I ever asked for the flag because that just seemed like a very ballsy move.
Right.
But I did ask for the spaceship, and like I knew they probably could have gotten it for me, but they're like, that just seemed like a step too far, and you would have ended up because I had like those super spoiled friends, so they saw firsthand. They're like, we thought that would have been it. That would have been the thing that pushed you over the edge.
Spaceship.
Because like I did have some Christmases where like I remember one Christmas in particular where we got all the Nintendo games we asked for, and then some we didn't ask for, and it was just like crazy. Like I remember my friends come over like, "How did you what?" They're like we didn't even ask for these. Like they just like I don't know what was going on in like life, but I don't know if it was like a we're sorry because like we're gone all the time or like some kind of apology thing. But like we got everything we asked for, and then like another set of presents on top of it, and it was crazy. But like, so my parents like they really.
Did your dad play games with you, like video games ever?
Yeah, sometimes. I mean, like, he was more of a computer games guy. Like, I remember specifically, like, because he loved Tom Clancy. So like, there was I remember one of the first computer games that we like played together was Red Storm Rising, the computer game. Which for me was not super exciting because it's like how to navigate a submarine and like all this stuff. But I was like, I'm like, oh, as soon as we got to like shoot the torpedo, I was like, yes, we're blowing something up. But that was like 30 minutes into the game. He's like, all right, we're gonna attack this guy. And I'm just like, oh my gosh, this is because at first I'm like, yes, computer game, yes. But like I don't know, like he would play. Like I remember I have a vague memory of him getting frustrated on the side-scrolling levels of Zelda 2 because he's like, what? Like, because you would watch us play Zelda 1, so then Zelda 2, and it was like, he's like, what the heck is this? Sports games, like, I played Baseball Stars and Tecmo Super Bowl and that stuff. But that was kind of sports games were like our big thing to play together.
The reason I ask is because, see, for me, the hard part is I like to play all the stuff the kids do, so I want to just buy it all because I want it.
See, my dad, that was not a thing for my dad. Only with computer games, like role-playing games, and then like board games. Like he would be like, "Oh, look what I bought for you," and it'd be some board like Avalon Hill board game that I had like little to no interest in. So he did that with like board games and with computer games, and just with like computer stuff, like. He would like he got my mom to buy a lot of like expensive computer equipment in the guise of it's for the kids, which I did use, but he also used. In fact, the first joystick he bought for me somehow magically ended up at his office and never came back.
Should have tried it out for you.
It was a Flight Stick Pro.
That's pretty cool.
And and it disappeared. It ended up in my dad's office.
I understand. Because there's a lot of stuff. I'm like, yeah, the kids totally want this stuff. Speaking of which, so yesterday on the way home, Janelle wanted to stop, believe it or not, at Toys R Us real quick. Because they don't have any Toys R Us.
Yeah, well, I remember she was talking about it. Did you guys do it?
She ran in real quick. I stayed in the car with the kids.
Did you get some Lego Dimensions?
I don't know. She bought stuff. That's I think so, but she didn't like reveal those things to me. But what I do know that she got is she was like in the video game section and she was looking around at the amiibos and she's like, she like started to call me and the guy came over. She's like, oh, can I help you? And she's like, yeah, I'm going to call my husband. I don't know if he has these. And he's like, grab those amiibos now. You will never see them again.
What were they?
She got Captain Falcon.
Holy crap.
Which I've never seen in
Captain
store.
Falcon that's like a wave one. Like it was gone.
There was two of them. I said, grab one for me and I will sell the other one.
So like, you're going to be an evil amiibo flipper.
No, I'm going to be a nice amiibo flipper.
No.
Whatever.
You're the person you despise.
I'm not.
You're supporting the behavior. Saying. Somebody could have bought that for normal price.
You're going to sell normal price.
What? Why?
Because I can make money because she got
How
it
can you
on
make
sale.
money? Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
If you sell that for more than normal price, you're an evil person.
That's what I do. I buy stuff and resell it.
Yeah, but you're all mad about people doing that for amiibos and now you're doing it.
I'm just mad Nintendo's that keep making more. Oh my gosh. But you want to know the other one that she got is even more rare and I only got one of them?
She get a Villager?
No.
Little Mac?
No.
I'm trying to think of what else. What?
Any more?
I don't know.
No? Shulk.
Wow.
Yeah. There was a Shulk sitting
Isn't
on
that
the
a
shelf.
Toys R Us exclusive?
I believe so.
Those
And
were
I've
gone
never
like
seen
forever
them.
ago.
Yeah. Just sitting there. And the guy's like, don't let go of this. If your husband's even remotely interested, don't put this down.
What were they doing there?
I don't know. He's like, if I had known these were here, they wouldn't have been out here. Like,
that's what's happening.
Well,
is all
yeah.
these freaking Toys R Us guys.
Who knows where they're
that's
going
where
to.
who they're
Yeah.
going. They're feeding them to.
Yeah.
I'm telling you,
Yeah.
this is a freaking evil world.
Yep. See, so at least I'm not like.
But you're also evil.
But no, I'm not. I'm not behind the enemy
You're gonna
lines.
flip one. Any flippers can go to hell.
No, I'm sad.
You've been victim of the flippers, and now you're flipping.
But I'm not.
You're flipping.
I am just trying to get my piece of the pie.
See, exactly. That's everybody. That's where it starts.
Yeah, but there's a difference.
No, you're doing exactly what.
Because if I didn't get it, then the guy would have just gotten it.
Nor some kid who wanted it might have bought it.
Might have. But let's be real.
Now you're going to sell it to that kid for twice the price.
No, I'm going to start it at regular price and see what people bid it up to.
Oh my God, that's evil.
What?
You're the worst.
That's how my whole entire like all the Legos I buy and sell, I buy Legos and sell them for much more later on.
Yeah, but later on. But this is like,
I'm not going to sell it now. I'm holding on to it.
Yeah, you're horrible.
How is that different from what I always do?
That's also whatever. I don't know about the Lego market. I just know Amiibos. There are plenty of people, including you.
Yes.
Because you won't pay that inflated price.
No.
Oh my gosh, you're such a freaking. You have no principles.
Not when it comes to making a little money on a little thing here and there. Plus, maybe I'll give it as a gift to someone. Maybe.
I don't want to shulk him. I don't want your evil.
Well, I only got one. There was only one shulk. I still can't. She's like, I'm like, get it now. Should we record?
I don't know if I want to record with a
flipper. That's what that's what I do.
I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't know. I'm not attached to the Lego market, but the Amiibo market.
It's
that's
the
just,
same thing.
But you can buy you have an opportunity to buy Lego sets. I feel like with the Amiibos, there isn't even an opportunity to buy them because again, there's this whole network of flippers.
But not all of there's plenty of Lego sets that like never see the light of a shelf because they get bought up right away.
Everybody is horrible. This whole system. People, I don't like it.
I know.
Because it's artificial. I feel like if everybody who wanted one is out there, they would be fine. Well, but because people are buying 2 and 3 to flip 2, then that depletes the supply. Nintendo should just flood the market. Get it over with.
I'd be happy with that.
They need to just end it.
What about
unless they're complicit? That's what I'm saying. There's something going on. Just like with Mondo, just like with Ticketmaster. Just like there is some kind of complicit thing going on. Otherwise, they would just flood the market and put a stop with it. Unless they're getting something out of that secondary market. But I think that there has to be. There is something going on.
I think that their whole like creating this artificial demand is part of their
business strategy. To keep the demand going.
Right.
But
because
I still think something shady shit's going on.
What do you call the Skylanders? Like the old ones of those. I just bought all those ones for Luke on like sale. Got them for like $2 each.
That's because they're not in it.
That's right.
For that evil, they flood the market because they're nice.
Because they're nice. Well, we support them.
They're not jerks.
We got that's one of the ones that came in the mail today, by the way.
Now there's all kinds of freaking because Mondo had like a Black Friday sale where they like did a like back file sale, like everything. People got like Tyler Stout Star Wars sets for like somebody got a Star Wars set for $131. You can instantly sell that on eBay for like thousands of dollars. That happened, but just judging like people did some like there's like a whole network of people like 75% of those posters immediately went up on eBay. And I'm just the world is evil, horrible. Okay. This is why we can't have nice things.
You told me to join that Amiibo Hunter SoCal.
Yeah, but that's how. So those are people that connect. That's like
That's all those people are doing on there. They buy them up and say, "Oh, here, I've got this one. I'll sell it to you for $15." And
Jonathan told me it was like a place where people would tip off where to get the new ones.
A few people
help
do
each
that,
other.
but there's a
Jonathan,
lot more.
well, that's Jonathan London is like he's a nice guy.
He
He coordinates like, hey, this is where the things are gonna be, and that's what I thought it was. See, I'm not down with it. That's evil.
There's half and
Screw
half.
those guys.
Half and half.
Screw those guys. Tyler
Stout.
Stout's Facebook group. If you are caught, no flippers allowed, and they shame the flippers.
Really?
They will find you.
Good.
Screw those guys.
See, part of it too, like I bought a couple of lots where I only wanted one thing out of it, but I got a good deal because I got like a bunch of them.
Then sell it for a regular price. Buy it now. No auction. No auction.
No
drive
auction.
up the price.
No auction.
Let the person have it for the price.
If they want to, they can.
No, they can't. Somebody will bid them up.
Well, that person will have it then.
Screw those guys.
Capitalism.
Oh, screw that.
Did you post the link yet?
No.
Oh, that's
Too
making
busy.
me too mad.
Neighbors over there got like a little tiny dog, and it like
Yeah,
they're always it's fine. You know what's not fine?
What?
Every time it like pees everywhere, like she like just yells at it. So like 3 a.m. No, and like 5 a.m. No, 7 a.m. No. I'm like, why did you buy a dog? I don't think they are allowed. I don't think they're allowed to, but I'm not gonna be that jerk.
Right.
If that thing gets big though, and if I hear that thing barking, I'll freaking.
That's the line.
That's the line. But like right now, I don't even know. I would not know that they had a dog, and if I didn't always have to hear this, like just yelling at it.
Sure, they're just not yelling at each other.
No, because then I kind of hear dog noises, but like again, I saw it. Like they take it's tiny. It's a tiny little dog, but like they're like trying to train it to pee in this. Like I think they have like a
mat.
No, something.
Whatever they do.
One of those pee mats.
They have those, right?
I think so. I don't know. I don't care.
Ugh.
Dogs. But it's really annoying. Like today, like we're gonna be like one. So like I mean, I'll either wake up to them having sex, or them yelling at the dog, or then I don't know. I don't know what they're doing over there, but whatever they're doing causes them to like cough all the time, like I think like either they're smoking inside or something, or
allergic to the little dog.
But like the like last night, like I had to go to the bathroom, and then like all I heard was this dude just going like like just like all this like just like, and like they always do that like all the time, especially after they do it. Like I think it gets them all like they can't breathe anymore.
Glad you're like on an in unit.
And I'm like sitting. I want to move over into that one because that's like independent from everything. There's no adjoining apartments.
Is it like more, do you think?
Probably. I think it's bigger because there was like there's no way. I think it's like at least a 2-bedroom because there was like multiple kids in there, unless they were all like piled somewhere.
That wouldn't be a very long move if that was.
No, I don't want to move. That would still suck.
Yeah, but what if?
There's no way. It's cheaper.
Might not. Probably not. Plus, you like have to like do your whole cleaning of the whole place.
I'm not doing any of that.
Yeah, that's no fun.
Whatever. I don't know what's going on with these people, but there's no way they're gonna be like. I don't know. I don't know what the situation is over there. It's very strange. That lady is scary. Like she was in the laundry, and I just heard her yelling about something. She's like, that person should be locked in jail and murdered. I'm just like, like I just immediately because I had to go get some. I put something in the mail, and I just heard her like screaming, and she's always yelling like in every situation. Like she's yelling at her dog, she's yelling during sex, she's yelling at her boyfriend or whoever. They're yelling when they're like, I don't know. They're either that or they're just like, ugh, ugh. Like I don't know what the hell is going on over there. And And then like she was standing in the laundry room just like yelling into the phone like some like I don't know what that was. I'm just like I just like quickly get into my apartment.
Stop yelling.
It's like you are scary.
Funny.
It's like because it's like that person like she should be in jail. She should be sent to prison and murdered. And I was like like what are you talking about? Murdering
prison first
people?
and then murdered.
Yeah, like murdered in prison. She should be. I think she said she should be put in prison and torn apart. And I was like like this is about somebody like I don't know what she's talking about, but like
still,
who says that? It's a very aggressive, scary person.
That's who said stuff like that.
Gosh, don't get me started.
Sorry, I shouldn't have even said it. But he has been like crazy this week.
It's the worst. It's the worst thing in the world.
Here's what's crazy. People are starting to post these videos of like George W. Bush, like what he said about like 9/11 versus what Trump says. People are using George W. as like the better example.
Yeah, like,
and you know that this is like people that normally were like, no, W.
I don't know. I hate everybody. I hate everything and everybody, and it's all stupid, and we're all going to hell, and I'm over everything, and I don't know what's gonna happen. I don't know. I'm so frustrated with life.
Well,
the other day, the day I got fired, I was depressed. So instead of getting diet soda, I got regular soda.
Screw it. I'm gonna drink Coke.
I did. And I'm not gonna do it anymore because I just feel bad.
Well,
too much.
It's definitely not like necessary, but it does taste so good.
But I'm just like, screw it. Screw it.
That's where you got to. Well, you got some potential.
I got nothing.
Maybe
potentials and
what
nothing.
about the school ones?
Nothing.
Any of them left?
I don't know. Maybe the Kaipa one.
That's maybe that'd be good.
It closed like 2 weeks ago.
Call them.
I called them and they said don't
call.
Happened last time too. You said to call and then I called and they said please don't call.
That's what Janelle always does. I don't know.
Maybe Janelle has some magic powers.
She does. She has very magic powers.
I don't know. If I don't get a job, I have like 1 month and then I'm like on the street.
You're gonna be on the street.
Where else am I gonna be on my stuff?
Well, I don't know where your stuff's gonna be.
Where's my stuff gonna be?
I don't know. You can
to get rid of everything? Am I gonna be like nothing boy?
No. But I know that you'll be sleeping on an air mattress in my house before you're on the street.
I don't want to sleep on an air mattress in your house.
I know it's not ideal, but you're not gonna sleep on the street.
At least if I sleep on the street, it's what I deserve.
Oh, stop it.
It's what I've earned in my failure in life. I'll sleep in my car. Live in my car like a hobo. But then I'm going to get evicted, and John's going to get in trouble.
But wait, I thought your lease was up in December.
Yeah, but I have to give, even then it rolls over, and I have to give a notice.
Well, do that before you get evicted so you don't get John in trouble.
Yeah, but I don't know if I'm going to have him get a job or not. And I don't want to be like, yes, please kick me out of my apartment.
Well, can you because now that you've done it for a year, you don't have to have a co-signer, right?
I don't know. Is that how that works?
I would think so.
I don't know. I don't understand.
No, I'll have to ask Janelle about that.
I don't know. I just know that I can't. I'm not gonna give him notice to get out of my apartment.
Yeah, but
I don't have any plan.
But you gotta
where else?
If you can disentangle from the co-signer, then
you can't.
Because you don't want to screw John over.
Well, what else am I gonna do?
I don't know, but that's not a good option.
Well, I don't have any options.
I know.
All my options end up with me on the street.
No,
one way or another. Fine, on a freaking air mattress. A really crappy air mattress.
You got a new air mattress. Black Friday.
I want to sleep on an air mattress.
I know.
I like my own space.
I agree.
My own space being my car on the street.
Oh, but you can't live on the street.
Sure can.
What is this?
What? Being reality of the fact that I have no money and I don't want to live in anybody's house.
Isn't that better than sleeping on the street?
I don't know.
Well, we'll cross that bridge when we get there.
We're there, man.
We got a few weeks. Got some potential jobs. possibly.
I don't want to be. I can't. That was one of the conditions of my. I can't be a street for Vegas.
Yeah.
One of the conditions of my, that they let it go was that I never, like I'm on. I don't know. I think I'm in the system.
Hey, you could live in a little tiny shack up in Big Bear.
I got a record.
I know a guy who owns a little tiny shack.
Two sheds.
He's got 2 sheds out on a lot.
Yeah, I would die.
There's no heat
I
there.
would die.
Is
My car.
is there heat in your little shack?
My car
man?
has a heater.
Yeah.
I'm not moving up to Big Bear so I can live in a shed.
Why? No, he's got like that little micro house. Have you ever been to his property?
No.
He has like a little micro house. Like, I mean, it's literally.
Isn't that supposed to be like a playhouse?
Well, that's what Aurora used it for, but it could be a human house. The shed isn't bad. It's the crappy neighbor. Oh, see?
The crappy neighbor that you stole electricity from.
Oh, yeah. Is that guy? Do you actually have your own electricity now? No, because you have the. Well, I know you're at your regular house. You got the solar in there now. But you were like borrowing it from him, and then you got mad. It has an off-grid solar setup. See, there you go. I bet he's got really cheap rent.
So then I really would be. Then I would be a freaking Unabomber.
You could probably work out a deal with him where you live in the shed and you care for his chickens.
I'm not caring for chickens.
Care for chickens. What else? What else can he do at the property? He can tend to the trees, dig the ditches, empty the poop buckets. Is there still a big old tub there? The larch.
What's the larch?
Like a tree.
I don't know what that is.
Monty Python. The larch.
Do
you still have that big tub of poo?
What?
Yeah, like it's a septic thing.
Ew.
Like the big. Didn't you like dig your own septic tank or something? Am I like imagining that? Okay, I must be imagining that. Someone dig their own septic tank?
I thought David had a septic tank because his other one filled up.
Well, he has like a real septic tank at his house.
But what about like on the property? Didn't you say there was something where there was?
That's what I thought. I thought there was like, maybe that was just what was there before you lived there. There was a septic, like wasn't there like a big tub or something? Can't remember all the septic stories.
Making things up.
Not officially.
What does that mean?
See, but I think before, I think that's what it was. Like the people who lived there before had like dug a thing, but they didn't actually poop in it. David had like a septic thing actually.
And then what do you do with that?
Get the poop guy. Okay, do you remember the free chips we used to get? Remember I used to bring like truckfuls of free chips home?
Yeah. That
family, they were like youth leaders at our church, the Connollys. And his job is runs like a septic service. He always says he had like the crappiest job in Big Bear. And he drives like his big old truck around. Because there's a lot of houses like David's out in Baldwin Lake in that area that aren't connected to sewers. So he goes out and, yeah, their slogan is your number 2 is our number 1 concern. So he goes around and empties out the stuff.
That job is probably horrible.
He said it's a crappy job.
It's probably like really
He's got so many good poo puns though, man.
But has he ever like gotten poo all over him?
Probably. I'm sure that's
if that's a consequence if there's even a chance that might happen, would you ever do that job?
I wouldn't. But I think he makes decent money doing it because no one else wants to do it.
Because you're shoveling shit. Like literally.
He's not shoveling.
Okay, you're pumping.
You're pumping. He might shovel. I don't know.
But I feel like no, because that crack. Okay, does he do porta potties?
I don't know. Maybe
because that sounds really horrible.
His main thing is like septic tanks.
So there was I don't know if you read the Cracked article about the guy that cleaned out the porta potties, and he was saying that like when it gets cold, like you're gonna get poo on you and like the liquid because you have to like. Because it gets all chunked up, and then you have to break up the chunks.
Oh, David said he does.
So the pee freezes, and then you have to break it up so you can suck it out, and that process is always extremely messy.
Yep.
And
that's not for me.
Like you're guaranteed to get it on you. And it just sounds horrible.
But he does a good job. He's the man.
He's a poo man.
Yep. I'm telling you, he's got a lot of good poop jokes.
And
A lot of poop puns.
also, like, they also said, like, they just see, like, horrific things.
Oh, I'm sure.
Because the things that happen in the toilet.
Yeah. I'm starting to get grossed out now.
Think about it.
No.
Think about that poo.
It's all about that poo.
Well,
Should we record?
Maybe. Do you have his phone number?
There you go.
Get a job.
He's the number 2 guy.
I don't want to. No, that'd be like, I'd rather live in my car outside here.
What if it pays really good? But,
I'm sure it does pay really good.
But the part that he needs, though, is you have to put a big rubber glove and scoop it out by hand. You got to get in the cracks.
Absolutely
not. You got to get in
not.
the cracks. But you're wearing a glove, but it pays $50 an hour.
No.
$60 an hour?
No.
How many bucks an hour?
1,000.
$1,000 an hour. You got a big old glove up to your shoulder.
Yeah. Can I wear a hazmat suit?
Yes, but only for your body. The helmet thing has to be off because you have to be able to see well. So you might get splatters of poo in your lips.
I have to wear the face thing.
No, you might get splatters of poo in your lips.
The trash collector cracked article was like a horror story.
Just because you stop reading cracked articles, you'll never.
But
get
there
a
are
job.
people talking about how what happens on these jobs.
And I'm sure
the
none
trash
of it's
one
exaggerated.
sounded really bad.
Could be good.
But you get stuff.
You do.
But it's trash.
Josh Poole did that for a while.
You also sometimes encounter dead animals.
True.
Dead people.
Not in Yucaipa.
You never know.
Could be.
Body parts, blood,
yeah,
human, other substances.
Well, don't
gross,
poke your hands all through it.
Rotten things.
The ones here, they just like have the arms that lift it up.
That's all of them have that, but then that's never the end of it.
Could be.
You always got to scoop things.
You just be the arm guy. Just say, I'm only the arm guy.
No, that's no such thing.
It's like
just
a video game because they have to like go up and like lift it just right.
Nope.
You'd be the best at it.
I can't operate a giant truck.
Why?
Can you?
Well, no, but you're talented.
I'm not. What? What the heck does that mean?
I don't know. You know things. You're more technically minded.
No, I'm not. Not in cars.
Sure.
Trucks. I can't even drive stick shift. You can drive stick shift.
You can't drive a stick shift?
No.
Oh, you should learn that.
No, I shouldn't.
It'd come in handy.
No, I don't care about that.
Well, I'd teach you, but the truck is probably the worst one to learn on.
I want to learn stick. It's too stressful.
That's nice.
You
got more power.
That's a lie.
What do you mean?
Modern automatics have caught up.
No.
Sure.
Give me a truck with a stick shift any day.
You're like those guys.
Like the Paul Bunyan of trucks.
Well, you're in your Toyota truck.
I don't even know anything about trucks.
What do you do when like all the truck guys are like, hey?
I don't know. Like, yeah, it's cool, right? It's 86. I can tell them that. 86, yeah. I told you about that the other day.
Good year.
When the guy was like,
is that
you guys fuel injected? And I was like, I don't know. I don't even know what that means. And then the other guy at the other pump at the gas station was like, oh, you got a carburetor and a blah, blah, blah in there? And I was like, nope, still don't know what that means. So nobody knows if it's fuel injected or not.
I don't know what that means either.
I don't know. But the best was someone online that when I posted it said, I should have said, I'm injecting fuel in it right now because I was the gas pump.
I don't want to pick up poop or trash.
All right.
I don't want to do anything.
Can you just get a job that just pays you to do nothing? You should do a GoFundMe where you do a 24-hour cam.
Doing any GoFundMe.
No, but it's a 24-hour cam of you doing nothing.
Then that's gonna be like weird Japanese businessmen.
You're not allowed to do anything. That's the thing. You're only allowed like poo breaks.
What? I just sit
food
there.
Breaks. Yeah.
That sounds horrible.
Okay,
why am I gonna do that?
Like a regular work day, 8 hours a day.
I don't want to do that. I go crazy.
You can't move, dude. I got this is great.
You can't watch TV.
You can't watch TV.
That's the worst thing in the world.
It's Brendo. You said you want to do nothing.
I mean, nothing.
Brendo
like,
wants to do nothing.
Do what I want to do.
It's the Brendo wants to do nothing cam, and people pay to watch you sit there and do
that
nothing.
Sounds awful.
This is a good idea.
Not
I'm onto something.
By nothing, I mean
you mean something.
Sit and
Yeah, you sit there.
and watch TV.
No TV. You just have to do
and I'm
nothing.
not doing it.
You can look at yourself on the cam.
No,
That's
I would
it.
go insane.
You can't say anything.
You do that. See how long you would last.
Yeah, but Brendo, you got like a brand name.
Oh,
Brendo does nothing.
I'm not doing that.
You should buy that now before
No.
someone snatches.
Stop. That's terrible. Now you're like finding ways you can like make me into like a prostitute.
No, you're not doing anything.
Yeah, I'm a prostitute of nothing. Check 1, 2, test. Hello.
Testing. 1, 2. Take the music with you.
All right.
So good.
Check 1, 2, test.
Gonna
hello.
make you feel so good. Testing 1, 2. Take the music with you. We're walking on the beach. We're walking. Feel the sand between our feet. We're walking on the beach.
You're so weird that that's a thing that you listen to.
Get down on the floor and have a party. Get
Also, it's
down
so
on the
weird that
floor and
made the
have a
effort.
party.
Like,
To
wouldn't it have
record,
been
like,
cheaper probably just to
to
like
get real
license
songs?
some songs?
They recorded all these like mimic ones,
That's so weird.
including like really sketchy ones.
The China girls.
Spoke to a girl in Chinatown, the loveliest creature that you ever found.
Are you sure they're fake songs?
Yeah, I've Googled it. No one can find it.
Except the one that you put
Except
up.
the one it does not exist anywhere else. And you've seen like other people have commented like I've been looking for this for years. I couldn't find anything
Because they're all
the song. I've Googled like every chunk of lyrics. Like I put like chunks of lyrics in, like names of songs I could think of what they might be called.
Is there any credits
There's
on
no
the tape?
credits. It just says Moving Sound, Sony Magnavox, or no, Philips Magnavox. And
You're gonna have to write in to Philips.
I guess
That
that's
company
it.
exists.
Because I put every bit of text on the entire cassette. I typed into Google and searched around to find nothing.
You're gonna have to
about
write in there. Maybe there's an archivist or
it.
somebody
Somewhere.
and be like,
Nowhere.
"Oh,
I
can
couldn't
you
find any
please
like
tell
no
me?"
eBay
You gotta find
listings.
somebody. You gotta. Is there any names?
Because I want to know who did that. Because there's nothing. There's no.
You gotta.
record of
You gotta
it.
contact. You gotta send something into Sony or whoever, and be like, "Hey, I have this tape. Can you tell me?"
I know it was multiple people.
Because sometimes there has been stories where like they inquire the company and then they dig up the details and then it's like, oh, like when they found that hold music that's in all the Cisco phones, that ding 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 ding, like they traced that down, like, but they had to do like they traced it to Cisco and then they went like they found somebody at Cisco that could like was able to track down like and it was this whole big thing.
Maybe we need to do this like investigative podcasting.
NPR will do it eventually.
I would love to know
because they were the ones.
They're the ones
that found the ding 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 ding.
But I feel like this is a little less, but other people bought it. I mean,
ding.
Obviously other people.
So what?
It
came with a stereo.
It came with a Walkman.
If it came with a Walkman, then lots of people must
but
have
it was
that.
like an off-brand one.
Oh,
though.
okay.
I mean, it's like
It
it
was
wasn't
Magnavox?
Sony. It was a Magnavox. Yeah.
Well,
I mean, not
Magnavox is pretty
brand,
big,
but not like Sony Walkman. It was a portable tape cassette deck.
My last CD player that I had came with this weird CD, but it was like light. It was actual like bands.
Yeah.
It was like weird stuff. Like here's Alanis Morissette just talking, and like here's this person. It was weird.
I just remember having these conversations. Oh, like that song? We're walking on the beach. We're walking. And they're like, that's not a song. What are you singing? I've never heard that before. Like that mainstream. Who's that one by?
You're like an alien, and you think like this is what pop music is.
I'm telling you, David and I listened to that tape on repeat. David's favorite was always the China Girls one. He would and I remember like my parents were because we were like in the back, and David was singing it, and they're like, "What is he singing about right now?" Because he was probably like what? How old were you when you had that? Like 8, 7, 6, maybe even? I don't know. I don't know if he's listening anymore. Couldn't have been very old, though. Because I was little.
All right. It's already, what the heck is happening right now? It's already 10 o'clock. I'm like, we're going to be done by midnight easy.
Yeah, sure. We got time.
I don't know. I've been sleeping. I'm on a very heavy sleep schedule.
You need a lot of sleep.
Lot.
What about just a sleep
tolerate
cam? Brendo sleep cam.
That's weird and pervy. Also,
but it's only your face, though.
How would it only be my face?
You don't like zoom out. It's just your face.
What camera's on my face? Why would anybody? What kind of freaking weirdo?
I'm telling you, it'd be like the number one most popular YouTube channel.
No, it wouldn't.
It would just called Brendo
In
Sleeps.
what world is that the
It
number
would be
one?
Brendo Sleeps.
What?
You wouldn't even have to do it. Like you would be getting paid to do stuff
That's not a thing.
while you're asleep.
Nobody's getting paid to sleep
Yep.
except those NASA research guys.
That's what you should do.
You have to be like off the grid for like months.
You could go off the grid.
I can't go off the grid. I got too much going on. I got WrestleMania tickets and
Just record yourself saying a bunch of stuff for like weeks at a time. Then I'll edit all the stuff you said and like talk back to it. You can be off
I'm
the
not
grid for a while.
doing that NASA thing.
But how long do you have to go off the grid?
It's like 6 months.
That's barely anything. The Martian, he was gone for like a year
But
and a
you have
half.
to like you have to be lying down the whole time.
Okay, make them the deal. You can also have the cam on you at the same time. So you can get double paid.
Nobody's paying to watch me sleep. Why do you think that's a thing?
I'm telling you, if you put Brendo Sleeps, be big.
Okay,
Brendo Sleeps.
that's not even funny. Like that's just dumb. Because you could put any Phil sleeps.
No, it doesn't have the same ring to it.
Why Japanese dudes.
All right.
But who are these? That's not even a thing. That's just a dumb
This is a TV
joke.
No, people would watch it. See your like little
What?
flecks of spittle.
That's stupid.
I'm so tired. We should start recording now.
Why are you so tired?
I have not
Oh,
gotten
too much
enough
vacation.
sleep. Yes, it is. It's been too much vacation.
Too much eating food and
Yeah.
spoiling your children.
Yeah. Back to reality. It's a shock to the system. All right, go.
What have we been doing for an hour? Like 2 hours? Like what the heck? An hour and a half, I guess.
An hour and a half. Yeah.
Well, it's already 10:18.
Yeah.
What the heck? Hello and welcome to another episode of Radio BrendoMan. I'm Brendan Creecy,
And I'm Phil Vecchio.
and we're back from a long Thanksgiving.
Yes.
It was a late Thanksgiving, so now it's almost Christmas.
No, it's almost Blue Christmas.
We're like less than 20 days away from Star Wars.
No, it's crazy.
Blue Christmas is coming.
Blue Christmas is coming in 5 days.
I might. They just so here's the downside of sleeping late all the time because you don't
Okay.
have a job.
Okay.
At 8 a.m. this morning, I got an email, and if I had replied to it on time, I would have immediately, because so like Lucha Underground, they're doing, I guess this was like short, something like I knew they had said they were going to do taping in December, but I assumed it was going to be like the last week of December or like the middle week or
Okay.
that's Christmas. So I'm like, when are they going to do it? But that's really quick. So like so at 8 a.m. they sent this email to people that had already gone, and they're like, special, if you reply now, we'll get you into the taping the 12th and the 13th. And but I didn't get it till like 11. So I don't know if I'm going to get in.
Is that the one that is like free to go?
Yeah.
You could have gone.
Well, I'm still might be able to go,
Okay.
but I don't know. And it sounds like I might have missed the window because last time I got into all of them, but I immediately got in on it. But this
Right.
time I was asleep.
Man.
Although I was up at 8 because my freaking neighbor was yelling at their dog. But then I went back to sleep because like, what do I have to get up for? Nothing.
Email. Now
No.
you know.
I'm not getting up. If I don't go, I don't go. I mean, I don't know. I might try and just go anyway now that I know where it is and I know the system.
You are getting up early on Friday now.
Oh, yeah. Going on a field trip.
Going to be an official chaperone.
Yeah. It's weird how these things happen.
Yeah.
Just like one day I'm sitting here playing Nintendo and the next day I'm chaperoning kids on a field trip.
Yeah.
Getting those opportunities. No job opportunities, but other opportunities.
Hey, but it comes with free lunch and gas money.
Hey. Is
That's
it like
pretty
one
good.
of those bag lunches?
Probably. Get a sandwich with some milk.
As long as it's not a soggy sandwich.
No, these are usually
Are they
pretty
like
good.
sitting there? They're not like sitting in the thing all day.
Well, no, because you eat lunch at like 11.
I don't like that.
So I think
If
it's
like
good.
the mayonnaise turns.
No, it's usually
I
like
remember
peanut
like
butter.
I guess that was the thing. Like I didn't I like cause like I remember when like you didn't get a lot of variety in your sandwiches just because there is only so many things you can put in there that'll sit there all day. You don't want to
get
get
like
gross.
the crusty yellow mayonnaise.
Ugh.
Yeah. I remember tuna also did not like you didn't.
No.
Tuna sandwich in the lunch is
gnarly.
not the best.
It's like I was very against anti-tuna because of that for a long time until like, oh, fresh tuna is good.
Yeah.
But like I was used to it for years and like sitting there for 3 hours or how many hours.
It has like that yellow again, the mayonnaise kind of yellows around the edge.
That's bad.
I still like tuna though.
Well, I know you and your freaking Phil tuna salad,
Phil
which is just
tuna.
like all mayonnaise and like a whole jar of pickle relish.
Apparently, like people don't make it like I do. But yeah, it's
There's
basically
very little tuna fish.
1 part tuna, 5 parts mayonnaise, 10 parts relish.
It's like all relish.
Salt and pepper to taste.
You just might as well just eat a jar of pickle relish
with mayonnaise.
and put like a tiny bit of tuna fish in it.
Also, apparently, like Janelle you guys didn't believe this, and David is here to corroborate. Oh no, maybe I was just talking with Matthew. Who was it? Were we talking about asparagus with you?
No.
How do you eat asparagus? Like, do you dip it in something?
I don't eat asparagus.
Oh, well, growing up in my house, we would get jars of mayonnaise, dump out a bunch of mayonnaise, and dip the asparagus in the mayonnaise.
I heard about that.
Yeah, Janelle did not believe it. See, David confirmed it. Dipped in mayo there in the chat.
I think that's a thing.
All right. Well, Janelle acted like we were crazy people. She's like, no, that's not what you don't eat that with asparagus. That's gross.
What does she do?
No, she just eats it. She says it's like seasoned or whatever.
That's gross.
Yeah. David has see, butter is another good way to do it. He said garlic butter. But mayonnaise is good.
I don't really eat asparagus except when I was at my grandparents because they grew it.
Makes your pee smell funny, so that's the advantage.
Not really into smelling my pee either. What do you got all these weird things going on where you're like trying to get people to watch me sleep and talking about smelling pee and I don't know what's going on with you. So we went on our Thanksgiving trip. Well, you went on like a super trip.
Yeah, mega.
I was for Thanksgiving week. I just sat around. I watched so much television.
Well, the last time we recorded, people didn't know. Like they didn't know you were going to go on the trip.
Oh yeah, I didn't think I was going.
Yeah,
I thought I was just going to sit the whole time. But then you were nice, and for my Christmas present, you got me 2 nights at the hotel.
Yeah,
and some gas. Not your gas.
Plenty of that stuff too, though.
But
well, so we left on the Sunday and we went to Parker, Arizona first and stayed in this really cool.
How'd you find out about this place?
My parents actually found it because they like stayed their like RV park thing that they go to out there. You know, like they have like the timeshare type thing where they go to the different RV parks, and it's near this hotel, and the hotel has like it's sort of a water park. It's more like just a really cool, fancy pool.
I love how it always changes with you because at first there was indoor water park.
That's what we were told. It's more like it's 4 levels,
but
there's like a little mini water, like a little mini lazy river.
Uh-huh.
You go down the water slide, then there's a like larger lazy river, but still pretty small, and the big waterfalls and stuff. And then the next level down on the next floor, there's like more or less a regular pool, but it's got waterfalls going into it. And then the bottom floor is like a big giant wading pool that gets up to like 2.5 feet, and then there's like little kid spray things and stuff. So it's like a pool complex with like different like kind of fancy pools. It was super fun. We spent
and they had casino gambling.
I with my $10 in free slot play there, I won $15.
And you did a buffet there.
Did a buffet of it was like a stir fry thing. So instead of like just an all over buffet, each day they have like a specific thing that they're making.
Mm-hmm.
So this one was like make your own stir fry where you get to go like grab all the vegetables and stuff that you want, and then they cook it up for you. It was really, really good.
That makes me hungry. That makes me miss the stir fry at our work.
So
my ex work.
There was really good food like that, but then we also had some really horrible food experiences.
Like what?
So the worst one was
had rotten chicken.
we went to KFC and Janelle's like, this piece tastes kind of fishy. And like she gave it to me. And normally I'm like, oh, stop it, because she gets like dramatic about stuff. But it smelled just like she had like frog leg instead of like an old rotten frog leg instead of chicken. And she'd eaten like a couple bites and she was like, and like Matthew's like, let me smell it. And he's like, ugh. So it was really foul. But it was just one piece. The rest was fine, but you don't eat anything for the rest of it. So that's pretty nasty. And then I guess there was one other really bad food one too, but I can't think of what it was now. Because we were said like there was really, really good food stuff and then some bad, but I can't remember the other one.
And then, what else did you guys do up there?
Well, there's a movie theater right by. It's at the hotel too.
Saw some movies.
So we saw some movies there, which we'll talk about them specifically afterwards. But it was like it's cool. It's pretty cheap. It was like $6 for the new run movies. So that was good. And we went to. There's not a whole lot else out there. It's a pretty small little town, but I would say at least, every single day we went for at least an hour or more swimming. So that's what we did most of the time. We played games in the room, stuff like that, and it was fun. And then on Thanksgiving Day,
your family left. Your kids were very confused.
Yeah, because then they left from there, and then we went and saw you.
And then I came to Laughlin.
At Laughlin.
And we all had Thanksgiving.
In the Laughlin buffet.
This is the second year in a row we were in the back room.
Yep.
With our own carving station.
Super awesome.
But this is the second year in a row. Something is wrong with the pumpkin pie.
I knew there was another thing that tasted gross.
I don't know what is going on with the pumpkin pie at the Harrah's buffet. Every other pie is fine. The apple pie is great. All the food is great. But I don't know what is going on. I don't know if they only serve the diabetic pie. So it's like sugar-free.
It's like metallic or something.
It tastes nasty.
Yeah.
It's like the nastiest pumpkin. And I'm like all excited about pumpkin pie.
That was like the last thing you're gonna have too. You like
so gross.
Had to close it. I had to go get something else to
so gross.
The palate.
It was very but everything else was great.
Yeah.
Prime rib, turkey,
bread pudding,
ham, shrimp, shrimp scampi,
green beans,
and all
potatoes. They had everything.
Stuffing.
It was fantastic.
Good.
So we did that.
I also didn't have salsa, which was weird because then I went back and looked like twice.
Yeah.
No salsa.
But you got to figure like the crowd, spicy foods probably.
But they had chips and guacamole and sour cream, but no salsa. I don't understand.
I don't know. But
taking a shower.
Oh my gosh! I thought there was like a giant rat or something.
You do that every time.
It scared me. So then what else do we do? On Thanksgiving, let's see. Well, you and I, we went swimming. That pool was really cool.
They had a really cool, we thought it was, because it was outside. So we're like, you don't know. And it was really cold outside. It's been really cold. It's cold here in Ukaipa.
43 degrees when I came here.
Freaking cold. So we didn't know what to expect. And plus it was like, this hotel, they had been bought by, so it used to be the River Palms.
Yeah.
And now it's the River Lodge.
Yeah.
And the first 2 floors, which there's like a whole hotel area, and they closed. So they closed that off. They I think that's their way of saving money on the upkeep. And then like there's like 2 lower levels. There's like restaurants, a sports bar, like a whole big thing, and it's all just empty, and it's like just cute. Like if I kept wanting to go down there and look around, but I'm like, I don't.
We walked around quite a bit.
If anybody, this is a very obscure reference, but the lower level of the Buena Park Mall before John's and Cordell Pizza was there, it's like that.
Yeah,
it was
dark.
It's just
there is a couple things open, but
it's
not
really
much.
weird. And then there's a Denny's down there.
Yeah, the Denny's is
on the lowest level. Yeah. There is a Denny's, and it's just on its own. Yeah. It's weird. And then the pool is also on the mezzanine level. So you go outside. You walk through this whole abandoned stuff.
And then we're like, are we going the right way? It was like an urban exploration.
There's like wrapped up furniture.
It was even like they had like that Vegas style stuff where there's like buildings built inside the place where it looks like you're like
a whole
outside,
little pioneer town.
It's just abandoned.
There's like an Italian restaurant.
Yeah.
And it's just all abandoned.
Elevators.
There's like an empty sports bar.
Yeah.
It's crazy. And then you go out and there's this hotel. There's a pool, and the pool was heated. And there was a huge jacuzzi,
like biggest jacuzzi ever.
And it was super nice.
So we played in there for a long time.
I wasn't gonna go in. And I'm like, this looks awesome. No one in.
Well, I thought it was gonna be a quick like dip in, shiver for a bit, and leave. But it was cool.
We were there for like an hour at least.
And then later on, you and I went down to try out the Denny's.
Went
like
to the
midnight,
Denny's. We were there from midnight till 2.
and it was like the coolest Denny's ever.
It was awesome.
Like, I don't know if Denny's has just gotten better.
I think that one is this just is like the cool one. It was cheap.
Yeah.
And 2, they had like an awesome menu. They had like a special holiday menu. I had pumpkin pancakes and like they had a special sausage.
That was the really only thing though. Was
like, yeah, Phil ordered this. He wanted to try the sausage, so he ordered one.
And it said you could add it for 89 cents, but it was only to like a certain thing, I guess.
Yeah, it had to be to the if you got what I got, the make your own the holiday slam.
So I didn't understand that.
So they charged Phil like $4.
Yeah, it was like $4 for a sauce, like a small.
Because you got those nachos, those looked awesome,
so good.
And then they had the sriracha burger, and we wanted to come back, but then when we came back, it was really crowded. Like the next day, because we were like, oh, it was empty, and then we came like during the day, and it was like packed.
And the kids had a meltdown because we were like, oh, we're gonna go to Denny's, and they had these.
Well, I think they saw the picture of the reindeer pancakes.
And then we said, oh, we're not going to go here.
And it was like the end of the world. Well, then it was like, I remember, I don't even know why I try. Like you always laugh at me because I try and talk to him. Because Audrey's like, because we're like, okay, we're going to leave because it's going to take forever. And Audrey's like, but I'm hungry. And I'm like, yeah, exactly. So we're going to go now. She's like, no, I'm hungry. And it's like, exactly. If you're hungry, you don't want to wait an hour. She's like, I'm hungry. Like I think she's like I'm like, all right.
Yeah, and I just have to sit back.
And you're like, oh, Brendo.
Yeah, you're wasting your breath.
You fool.
There's no logic here.
But
what else? We went to the movies there with you also. And we went on a hike.
Yeah, we went to a couple movies. Went to the mall. Oh, the mall food court has like all new stuff.
So funny.
And so there was multiple awesome there was a bunch of great names because it was all new.
Walking into it.
First of all, it's the ultimate. There is no name brand. No. There is no franchise.
We found out like it's all just like a couple people just bought up,
and then they made up names,
made up all these restaurants. So there's like a Chinese one,
so there's
a Mexican one, and a pizza
so we knew
one.
One of them. It was like we saw there was Burger Boys and Submachine.
Yeah,
and like. So I'm like, I'm like, you guys just wait. There's gonna be some semi-racist Chinese place, and you're like, oh, ha ha ha. And then as soon as we get in there, the first thing we see is Main Man, and I was like, yes,
MEIN,
Main Man,
Main Man. So of course that's where I had to.
And then the other one was like something Madre. It was like a Spanish.
It was like Casa
de Madre, and then there was Burger Boys, and there was a barbecue place.
It was Yogi's Barbecue.
Yogi's Barbecue. So I was
there's
like,
pizza. What is that?
I forgot pizza. Gotta pizza. Wanna pizza.
Wanna pizza?
Something.
Had a pizza?
Had a pizza. Need a pizza.
Need a pizza.
Need a space pizza.
Yeah.
And then also as we were there, I always have people with sandwich places are so freaking weird. Like as we were standing there, this guy walked up to the Submachine place like, you guys got sandwiches? And I was like, what the hell? And it was like I still the only time I ever almost flipped out in the Ezra cafeteria was because I pretty much got a sandwich like every day unless it was Asian Grill Day,
right?
Which is like the Mongolian barbecue thing, and then sometimes there'd be like something really good like in one of the other stations because it was like Bon Appetit, like Biola, but you couldn't have everything all for all one price.
It's probably good.
So one time there was like a guy in the front that I could tell was like he was just like I could tell I knew he was gonna be a line staller because he's like just looking very confused and like as he's like it's almost his turn and I'm like, oh crap, this guy has no idea what he's doing. He just got in this line because all the other lines are really long and now I'm like crap. And sound like lunchtime it's like I want to get my food so I can get the maximum time sitting and eating and reading my book and so I just knew. And so this guy's first right off the bat, like it's clearly it is what it is. And he's like, so she's like, what can I get for you? And he's like, a sandwich. And I was like, I just immediately was like, what the hell?
That's like going into Subway and saying, I'd like a sandwich,
yes,
please.
it's exactly what it is. So he's like, I'd like a sandwich. She's like, and this is how great our sandwich lady was. She's like, okay, what kind of bread? And he's like, and then it was like everything, every little thing. And it's all out there. So first it's like, what kind of bread? Oh, what kind of bread do you have? And then she got to tell him all the breads. And then he's like, and then she's like, okay, what kind of meat? And he's like, what kind of meats do you have? And I'm like, there is a thing right on the thing. It tells you all the things. It tells you there's like the sauce. There's like, it tells you. And then she's like, oh, and he's like, okay, meats. And then she's like, okay. And then it's like, okay, what cheese? Oh, what cheese do you have? For every single thing. And it took forever. And then he spent 20 seconds trying to decide if he wanted it toasted or not. And I'm just like, what the hell? Who goes into this unprepared? Like, you just had no idea what you're doing. And now you're ruined. And you could tell, like, other people were just like the late, like, because it's all like, it's like, come on, it's a sandwich thing. Like, come on. This is the agreement of like the whole reason when we go to the sandwich thing is because all these other people, all these other lines are slow and they take a long time. Like, you're ruining the agreement of the sandwich station.
That's like, you know, John Panette. I'm a big fan of his stand-up. He has a whole bit he does about the guy going into Subway and they're like, oh, I don't know what I want. He's like, how do you not know what you want on a sandwich? You've been eating sandwiches your whole life. How did you just now are figuring out what you want to eat on a sandwich?
I mean, I guess when they have all the options, but even then,
still,
like,
how do you know by now? You're an adult.
Sometimes you want to try new things, and I get that, but that's not something you decide that right when they ask you.
Right.
Like, you got to come in prepared. Figure that
out. You look.
You're like, I'm gonna try that sweet onion chicken today. Like, that's not something. Yeah. I don't know. Like, people are. I don't know. Try to. So I miss the sandwich station.
Oh.
I've been eating too many. I've been eating those. I don't know. I don't know what's gonna happen to me.
We're take it one step at a time.
If I might have like hit the threshold on Michelinas.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know. I've been eating those for years.
I know.
It's still all I eat.
I know, but I'm like, it's too like just.
Too much ziti?
Well, it's not even that. It's just that they like barely fill you up, and so I'm eating like 3 of them, and then I'm just like, and I'm still just like,
all right, you got to do the fill technique.
I do sometimes.
You know what I mean?
It's too much work.
Oh, it's easy.
Oh,
you just heat it up, like just to defrost it, then throw it in a pan, put some extra seasoning.
That's no. Then I might as well just make.
Then you like pour a little tomato sauce on it.
What? That's making pasta.
It's fantastic. I could do it. It takes me like 5 minutes, and I got a fantastic meal out of it.
I don't. That's too much work. That's if I'm gonna do that, then I'm gonna make like the thing. Like I'm gonna make one of those Swenson's things or something. Because and then I'm using dishes and cooking. That ruins the whole point right of microwaving. I can't eat. I only have a wok. I can't eat out of the wok.
Eat out of the wok. That's perfect.
I can't take the wok out here. I'm not doing that.
I eat out of the wok.
I'm gonna burn myself.
Well, you gotta put it under a thing.
I don't have a thing.
A blanket or something.
I don't have any. No, I'm not doing that.
Yeah,
it's too much work. And then I gotta clean out the thing. I got too much cleaning. I don't want to clean.
I'm telling you. I'll show you my technique someday.
I've seen your freaking technique.
It's fantastic.
No, it's too much work.
It breathes new life into the Michelina.
So Thanksgiving in Laughlin was good.
It was really fun.
And we went to the movies.
Yeah.
And
did the hiking.
Went hiking.
Oh, we did bingo.
Bingo.
Like a psychopathic bingo.
I was super excited about being able to play like casino bingo. Hadn't done it since like the Pachanga days. And we get in there and it's like no laugh, no joke, no. Like it was the most stressful thing. Like we didn't even get to talk to each other because it's like they are like, okay, so like this is seriously how it is. B1, like B1, G2, G2,
that's how, and you have
A23,
like
A23,
like
and it's just like they give it twice and then they're on to the next, and you have so many papers. You're just like like and it.
Well, and then plus we got there like right as it was starting,
so
they already like called a number as we were like sitting down, and like it just never caught up.
And then, but even on the new game, it was so stressful. And then like they're doing like weird patterns.
Yeah,
it's like the teeter totter and like this. So I'm like, I can barely keep up with what things I'm marking, let alone if I have. Like so I might have a bingo and I don't even know because I'm just like It's like so fast. Like
I've seen like bingo ones. I know they do alternate stuff, but this was like off book. Like these were crazy ones.
And it was just way too fast. I couldn't even. I'm not even having fun right now.
Yeah.
Like this is the most stressful thing ever. And the only reason why I didn't just totally be like, screw this, was because I might win $100.
Yeah.
If I pay enough attention, I could win some big money. The blackout one was like $1,000. Like that would have been crazy.
But who knows?
But like. That was just, I don't know. And I'm like, and I'm looking at like these old people. I'm like,
I thought this was an old person.
I'm like,
game.
how are they doing this? But I guess like they've got all kinds of tricks.
I think Janelle's right. They like draw the lines on so they know like which one is like which one.
They're using highlighters.
They got all kinds of stuff.
Some of them have like electronic ones. Yeah. I'm like, what is going on with these? But I'm like, no wonder old people die of heart attacks in bingo halls, because it was like stressful. I could just easily be like, oh God, like that's it, that's the end. Like that's
B18.
No.
And then they traded out ladies in the midway, and I think the second lady was even faster.
And she was harder to understand.
Yeah,
and they switched off, and I'm like, oh good, maybe this was like it was even faster. And I'm like, no. This is not fun. So that was like a stressful 45 minutes.
It was fun.
Well, then we got to play 100 hand poker, which like fun. That's like,
my game.
That's the thing. We're down to 4 machines in all of Laughlin. It used to be there was some in like every casino. And now there's like in one casino and there's 4 of them.
So
it's the farthest away casino.
Yeah.
But then they do have thrifty, as we found out last year, they do have thrifty ice cream at the Riverside.
So a little chocolate malted crunch later, and the machines opened up. So
yeah,
and I came out $5 ahead, no $4 ahead on that one.
I lost a few bucks.
And Janelle, I think, lost $1.
Yep. Super high stakes.
Yep, so I think too. We were talking about this. Like, I think people think maybe I'm a big gambler because we're always going.
But this was the first time that we did drop your kids off so we could go gamble.
That's true.
We did do that,
but only because they really wanted to do it, and
they
there was
did
no
want to
movies
do.
that
They love doing that kids.
They love the kids thing, and there were no movies that lined up with like anything. So we just like, well, we'll just go do something else, and then we gambled. But we were in there for like an hour and a half, and we're not talking.
And we spent $7 on bingo.
Yep.
And a few bucks.
Yeah, $7 on bingo, and then I put in $1 in the machine, and Janelle put $1.
I played $10, and I had $7.
Yeah,
it's not a lot.
This is so people who think like, oh, Phil must be a big gambler because I was on the Laughlin. That's my high stakes.
And we spend most of the time eating and watching movies,
and going to the pool, and then we did our cool hike up to the petroglyphs.
But it was freezing.
It was really cold, so it was a quick one.
Audrey
had to like turn around and run back to the car with mommy.
My mom's like, there's a really cute picture where I'm hugging Audrey because I was trying to get her to stop slipping.
Well, trying to get her warm up because it was cold.
It was cold. Well, she was wearing like a very loose dress. So like I think the wind was just going right through.
Well, but down like where we had just come from,
it was like 15 degrees. Because remember we were outside the riverside. I'm like, oh, this is fine. Let's go hiking. As soon as we get there, it was just holy crap.
The wind is howling. But we walked up to the little oasis thing up there.
Yeah,
and walked through a cave, went down the rock slides. So it was fun.
Audrey was not having it though.
Well, no.
But then she also did her weird thing where she's like, okay, go back to the car then, but we're gonna go up here. She's like, I want to do both.
I want to do both. Well, because there's like the rock slide, this big smooth slide they go down. So she wound up doing that once and then leaving. But she's like, I want to do.
She's like, I want to go with you, but I want to go back to the car. And I'm like, do you have some supernatural abilities that we don't know about? Because I wouldn't be surprised, but
to be in both places at once, yeah,
please let me know.
Not gonna happen.
But again. But they're good kids. They're fun.
They are.
We had a fun because your guys' movie got out a little bit later.
Yeah, and so did a little playtime.
So I did what most people do in that situation. Is like, I'm gonna spoil these kids because I don't know what else to do. Because we're in a mall and like I don't want to take them into a store because like what if they like knock over something or
there wasn't really like any stores.
There wasn't any stores there because Luke was like, let's go to GameStop, but there is no GameStop. Oh. So I'm like, all right, we can go to GameStop, but like all the other stores just didn't look at like they were either things I'm like you're gonna break something in there or it's just like nothing like, and so we went in the photo. They had never been in a photo booth before. Yeah. They were very excited about that, and it was fun. We took a little photo booth picture. I let them pick the background, and they chose dolphin because I was like, let's do a little Christmas thing or something. They're like, no, dolphin.
Dolphin.
because we were just like flipping through all the.
They like sea animals.
Yeah, and then we went to the like they had like a ride area.
Yeah.
And they're like still at that age where they can kind of enjoy those rides, because I feel like once you hit like 8 or 9, even if you're
like on the cusp,
even if you're tall enough, like if you're still little enough, like they can still fit in. But I feel like at a certain point you're like, this is just
kind of rocks you back and forth.
They did have this like racing one where it's like an actual like race, but I don't think you're actually controlling anything, because it's like it looks like a video game, and then the whole car like moves side to side. So that was kind of the most exciting one. But they're just very simple. There was like a fire truck, like a tractor, and they're just kind of like doing the thing. And Audrey's like making it more fun because she's like pretending things, and so they're kind of getting they enjoyed it. Also, like I don't know, it was fun. Like all right, let's do all the rides.
Yeah. Well, then you guys did the grand finale.
And then when we were coming back up to meet you guys, I saw there was one of those hurricane simulators, and it blows like you go in this little chamber thing, kind of like a photo booth, and you stand in there, and then it blows a 78-mile-an-hour wind at you.
It looks. We didn't see you guys because we're in the movie. We watched another group do it, and it looked really fun.
It was pretty fun. The kids liked it. I guess Luke had been in one at a kids museum.
Yeah, my parents took him to a kids museum,
so they had one.
And they had one there, but
it wasn't $3.
No,
or $2. It was like $2 or $3.
That's better than those like dryers they have like at SeaWorld and stuff. They're like $6 to go stand in there and have it dry you. And there's always people doing that.
They want to buy a Bigfoot Rapids.
Yeah, like those. Yeah, they have them there. They got them at SeaWorld, and I think I've seen them somewhere else recently too. Oh, in Legoland they had them.
Yeah,
it's
anything
like
with a water.
$6 to go have.
They're making money. They're making money every which way they can. They're like, okay, so we get them really soaked,
and then we charge them to dry off.
To dry
and people are doing it.
We are. Theme parks are so they want to charge you to go to the bathroom.
Oh, they're like this. Can we get away with it?
I literally think that's illegal.
I'm sure, yeah.
Like, I think that's illegal because they would if they could.
Well, plus, then they're going to be cleaning poop up off the street. Maybe that's the line. Like, if there is a way to do it where they have to clean up poop.
In Theme Park Tycoon and Roller Coaster Tycoon, you can charge for the bathrooms. And, like, I've done it before. And then, like, it's just, like, people pee and poo in the street.
Yeah, they don't want to pay for it. That's
but
what would happen
if your
in real
park
life.
is good enough and you charge, like, you can charge, like, a nickel. You can get away with it.
Disney, if anyone could get away.
Or, like, you can charge for the drinking fountain.
If any of people die, though.
Well, that's the thing. Like, because I remember at Magic, like, because, like, a lot of, like, you can't, they don't, like, a lot of places, like, you can't just go up and get water. Yeah. Like, some place. But I remember at Magic Mountain, you can, because, like, people, like,
it's hot, it's so higher altitude.
Freaking, it's so, like, I still, like, that's a great theme park, but I wish it wasn't there because it's like I've had some miserable, like I've had some pretty bad Disney days, but my worst theme park memories are at Six Flags, standing in those lines for like hours, and it's like 100 degrees out, and you just want to die, and it's like $8 for a lemon ice.
Yeah,
but those lemon ices are like oh my gosh, those frozen lemonades at Six Flags,
But you pay for them now.
And I mean, we've told this multiple times, and then you're like, and like, I will never forget for as long. I'm sure I would enjoy those pickles in a bag.
Oh, yeah.
Like every time I look at them, I'm like, I think I want, like, but I can't. It's ruined for me forever because we were at it was Superman the Ride. Yeah. It was like a 2-hour line.
It just opened.
It was like a 95-degree day.
Yeah.
And it was our group, a bunch of us were there, and this freaking couple in front of us. It was like a group of people in front of us. I remember they were smoking and eating the giant pickle, and they had a Coke.
Real Coke.
And they were just like guzzling, smoking, eating the pickle. And it was 100 degrees outside. And it was just,
and you just smelled like smoke and pickle, and they're slurping.
It was the nastiest thing I've ever seen in my life.
And Janelle already hates pickles, so that just like topped her
And then
off.
Just smoking in line is like
the
most rude
so you got
thing.
Like hot smoky pickle Coke.
And so now I can't. I've seriously because I'm like big pickle. That looks Like I think because I like pickles.
Yeah, I know, but
like spicy pickles. But like every time I see one of those, that's all I think about.
I still eat pickles, but not in a bag.
Yeah, but I will not eat that bag pickle. I won't do it.
Yep,
and it's
it was
because
that
of
gross.
that.
It was that bad.
And I'm normally not like somebody where I'll let that like affect me.
Yeah,
because like I still eat hot dogs, man, and I feel like most people like. Don't most people not eat hot dogs?
I eat hot dogs.
Yeah, but I think we're in the. I feel like we're outliers.
Probably.
But I'll eat hot dogs every day of the week because they're. But like
it's $1.50 for a hot dog and a soda.
But that big pickle, like I can't do it. Even if somebody gave me one for free, I don't think I could do it.
Because you're right. Every time I see those, that's what I think of.
I'm like, ooh, but like there's that initial because and they even have like ones that are multiple flavors.
Yeah.
I remember we saw one somewhere where like it was
Disneyland.
and I'm just like, oh, but then all I think about as soon as I think about it, it's like burned into my brain.
Hot smoky pickle Coke.
If I had the DeLorean, maybe I'd go there and just slap it out.
Don't get in line, or
just go up to him and just be like, bam, and then run away. Like that would be it.
That's what you would do.
One of the many things.
Save the pickles.
Because then I could. Because who knows how many pickles I could have enjoyed.
You could have been eating pickles all along.
Maybe a cold, like a nice, like hot, like I could see just a pickle on a hot day.
Sure.
Like at the fair.
Yeah.
That'd be like a nice thing. I think like how many times have I been somewhere where that might have been a nice thing?
But it's all ruined.
So yeah, I just go to that point. I put a mask on or something so it doesn't. Hey, that guy's twin brother just slapped it. The older, fatter version of that guy just slapped it. What's happening? What would I do if I'm like, hey, older, fatter me?
Wait, I grow a beard?
But I would just run up and slap that.
So when you're Back to the Future, they'd be handing out flyers that say "Save the pickle" instead of "Save the clock tower."
Save the pickle.
Save the pickle bag.
Save the pickle bag. That's the name of this
episode. That's the name of the episode. Save the pickle bag.
Yes. But yeah, like I don't know. I really want one of those, and I think about it sometimes, and then I'm just like, I can't do it. I feel like if I bit into it, it would just taste like cigarettes.
Ugh. And I like Coke also, but the combination of pickles and Coke and smoke and hot, they were just slurping. It's gross. We got a reader mail.
We did get a reader mail. It was very brief.
Very brief. That's
from
good.
Pullo. It says, this is a simple question, but will tell me a lot. What does Phil use for antivirus software? Because I'm not sure what to use. I feel like this is a ruse.
I think so too, because is he wanting to do like the opposite of what I have? Is he going to find out what I have and use anything else?
Well, you use the Microsoft Security.
Well, now that's all I have. But for a while, remember I had.
Well, you had two, and I told you don't do that.
I'm like, oh, isn't it like double doing it?
Of course you did.
And you said no. So now I only have the Microsoft.
I have the Microsoft. Which I also use because it works and it's good. I mean, it's.
So don't use two. I learned that.
Yeah.
I don't know. So I don't know. I'm curious if Pullo now is going to use that because I do or avoid it because I do.
I was AVG for a long time, but then they got all shady and like.
Because that's the other one that I had.
Yeah. Which is good, but they've gotten weird with their stuff, and I don't know. And they're all kind of signature-based. I feel like signature-based antivirus is kind of going, like it's not as useful as it once was because there's so many different ways. Now you gotta, I don't know, you need everything, and I don't know.
Kids aren't learning cursive anymore anyway, so the signatures are not going to be useful.
Oh my gosh, shut up. So there you go, Polo. There's the answer to your question.
You know, I know the answer to a question.
What?
What is... Wait. In the form of a question.
You didn't think about this.
No, I was trying to do it like Jeopardy style, but it's reverse.
What? I don't even know what you're doing right now.
A good place to listen to podcasts on any device. That's the answer to the question. The question is, what's a good place to... Oh my gosh, I ruined it all.
You were terrible.
I ruined it all.
You know, I won't ruin it all is listening to podcasts on Stitcher.
You can listen to it on all your devices.
What is wrong with you?
I don't know.
You're not tired. Shut up.
I have not slept.
Why?
Because I got home late last night.
You've been on vacation for a week.
Yeah, but I didn't sleep.
That's your own fault.
That's probably so.
My gosh.
I'm not complaining.
I slept so much when we were in Laughlin. I slept like 12 hours each. Like I
had to do my hotel puzzle.
You were doing your freaking hotel puzzle. Which, by the way, I saved your hotel
I
puzzle's
know.
life. Luke was like, "There's something in my shoe," and I was like, "You better check it." And then, I'm not even joking. I'm pretty sure he was gonna throw away that puzzle piece.
Oh my gosh!
I'm like, "You better keep that puzzle."
Yeah.
piece.
So I do a puzzle in the hotel room wherever I
And
stay.
you dropped a piece. Someone
got knocked off, and Luke's boot
landed
apparently
in Luke's boot.
was under the table.
So
at
Luke's
the
like,
mall,
"There's something in my shoe." He pulls it up. Your puzzle piece like pops out, and I'm like, "We better save that. I'll give it to you." What would you? Because I saved you from a. You probably would have made a scene in the hotel. You would have made some accusation toward a maid.
I know these puzzle pieces are here because I'm always worried they're gonna like steal a piece just to mess with me. But I know they probably won't.
But isn't that like your worst?
Yeah,
nightmare?
Finishing a puzzle and not having all the pieces—that's the worst. Am I the only one that does puzzles in hotels? I'm pretty sure.
That's really random.
I'm pretty sure, but
that just seems like too much work.
Oh, it's great. You got the hotel puzzle. You got a perfect table there. No one's
not every hotel room has tables.
Well, that's why sometimes I bring small ones. Like this was only a 750 piecer.
You got some weird things going on.
It all started. You know when it started?
Stop playing with everything.
All right. Like the film.
Gosh.
Janelle used to get, like, before I had kids, she would get these trainings at her school where they would pay for her hotel room and she'd give her a sub and she would go to these trainings for a couple days. And usually they were like out in LA. And so she'd go, it was only like half an hour from our house, but she'd go stay in these hotels and I'd go out with her because I was just subbing at the time. And so I'd go and I'd stay in the room and like she'd go down and they'd give her free food. And so she'd go get like lunch. She'd bring me up lunch, and I'd just stay in the room. I'd watch judge shows all day. I'd do the do not disturb and just get clean towels.
Gosh, this is the life that Phil lived in his early 20s as a married man. This is Phil's hard life, living in hotels, watching judge shows.
I would drag the table over so it was right in front of the table or the TV, so I could do my puzzle and watch TV and eat the free food from the trainings downstairs.
Holy crap!
And I would do that for like 2 or 3 days, however long the training was. So that's when I started doing hotel puzzles.
Your child.
I am, because when the first time we did it, I had only brought one puzzle with me, and I did it like the first day because I was in there all day. It was a 1,000-piece puzzle, and I finished it because I was just in there watching judge shows all day. So after she got done with training, we walked across the street, and there's like a little mall there, and they had a toy store, and she bought me more puzzles.
You made your wife buy you treats?
So that each day, like, because it was 3 days.
So you could not be bored while you're sitting in your freaking hotel room all day doing nothing while she's working hard.
So each day we'd walk over and buy a new puzzle.
Husband / child, son, or man child.
I'm telling you, it's great. Those are the days.
Oh my god.
Yeah, we lived for those trainings, man.
Wow.
And that's how hotel puzzles started.
Meanwhile, I was probably sleeping in my car somewhere in the Disney parking lot.
At this time, no, because this was like...
No, this was when I was in Missouri.
Yeah, this is like your Missouri time.
Missouri.
Because I bet you if you were around, you would have come in
super hard. Also, I could come here and be perpetually unemployed.
Well, more like intermittently unemployed.
When I wasn't unemployed, it was... I don't know what's wrong with me. This is where I'm just like, I don't know. I can't... It's hard to explain.
Well, it's not easy. I know.
Anyways...
But you know what?
Bring him back up. You know what is easy? Stitcher's easy, and listening to Ben V Network podcast is easy. Go to radiobrendo.com, click the Stitcher link, thumbs up when you listen to us. Even if you really want to be nice, like write a little comment, write a review. iTunes, definitely do that. I haven't
looked there in a while.
If
people have written stuff in the past, but it's been a while.
And then apparently you can look in other countries and people. So I don't even know what our iTunes England. I don't know how to do that. Lizzie and Kat figured it out. I should ask them.
See their reviews in other countries.
Yeah.
Huh.
I guess you need to like. I don't even know. I don't know how that works.
I don't know.
I should ask them.
That would be good. Their podcast is probably on Stitcher.
It is on Stitcher because that's how I listen to it. And all the Ben V Network podcasts are on Stitcher. Benson's Boombox, all that stuff. was listening to Star Wars Nerds Unite. They haven't bothered me lately.
Do you agree with them now?
Yeah.
Speaking of Star Wars, I wonder if they have commented on this. Did you see that George Lucas made a statement today?
He's making a lot of statements.
Well, his statement today was that he defended changing it so that Greedo shot first.
Why is he doing this?
He said that Han Solo, like he had planned, he was going to eventually marry Princess Leia.
Why doesn't he just shut up and go away?
Because he wants to still. He's like, I think.
Hey guys,
like,
I'm still here, guys.
Remember Star Wars?
Remember?
Hey, this is mine.
Whatever, dude.
So he said that
I'm appreciative of George Lucas, but he needs, like, come on, just let it.
He should be talking about the new movie, not like whining about his remakes.
Also, what is his? Okay, fine. Tell me what he said.
He said because Han Solo eventually is going to marry Princess Leia. If we're to believe that he's like this romantic guy, this romantic lead, that he can't have been a cold-blooded killer.
That's not true. Han Solo is a badass.
Yeah. He's smuggling drugs.
He's a smuggler.
He's owing money to
And why
gangsters.
wouldn't he shoot first?
Yeah.
What's he going to let him shoot him?
Because he knows that, like, that's his whole thing of how, like, he modeled him after John Wayne, and John Wayne would never shoot first.
John Wayne shot first all the time. John Wayne was a horrible racist also.
Well, there you go.
So Han Solo's better than John Wayne.
He hung out with all kinds. His best friend is a Wookiee.
Yeah. Han Solo's not John Wayne. Don't say that.
His best friend is a Wookiee and Lando.
Yeah.
Man. Can't compare him to John Wayne.
John Wayne would never be friends with Lando.
No.
Let alone
He
Chewbacca.
shot Lando.
Would have shot Lando. He definitely would have shot Chewbacca.
Definitely. See, so anyway. So I'm curious what the Star Wars Nerds Unite, what they say about that. So get back to us, guys.
They may already have. I don't know if I've listened to the latest episode.
He just said it today. Like at least that's when I first heard about it. So maybe they haven't had a
Shut Up Leonard only has like 2 episodes left, and then he said they're going to do some other stuff, and then they might, I don't know.
They're going to be done?
Find something else to do.
Start over, talk about it from the beginning again?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Benson's got some ideas. We were spitballing. We were talking about stuff.
I'm excited about some potential things. I don't know.
What potential
I told you about this, my idea.
Oh.
I don't know.
Don't spoil that.
In the off chance that she listens
don't
to
talk
it,
about
I won't
that.
say anything.
No, don't do that.
All right.
Oh.
Well, anyway, there's cool things on the horizon.
And they're all on the Benview Network. And
Stitcher.
And you can also listen on, just go to BenviewNetwork.com.
Sure.
Listen soon on Google Play.
Really?
It's happening sometime in the first quarter.
Did you see eBay is starting to sell digital songs through eBay? But then, like,
you bid on them?
It was weird. Like, Starflyer songs started popping up like eBay, like digitally, and then like went away.
What?
I don't know.
That doesn't even make sense.
I know. Like people in the Starflyer
people
forum,
bidding on MP3s.
I guess it's like our MP3 buyback. We
How does that work?
I don't know. People were posting about it in the Starflyer forum. Everyone's like, "What the heck is going on now? You can buy stuff on eBay, but who's selling it? How does that work?"
That's weird.
Maybe they're just trying to start like a music service. Like,
but why eBay?
I don't know. It's weird. So I don't know if that's like a real thing because the Starflyer one popped up and then went away.
You know what is a real thing?
What's a real thing?
DreamHost.
It's not a
dream.
It's
a real good web host.
Yeah.
And if you want to get good hosting, you can sign up at dreamhost.com. Use promo code Radio BrendoMan at checkout. That will save you $50 and get a free domain registration. We don't mess around here.
That's right.
We don't give you this like 10% discount.
No way.
Whatever. 50 bucks. That's real dollars.
50 real dollars.
And you'll get a free domain registration.
Yeah. You should do that.
And you can use that money you save to buy things on Amazon Prime.
Yes.
Which you can also get a free trial for. Hey, Christmas is here.
Christmas is
holiday
coming.
shopping. It was Cyber Monday today.
Yeah.
Cyber Monday.
You know what tomorrow is?
Something Tuesday.
I
Like
don't know.
it's
How
like,
far is it going to
I thought I saw like Volunteer Tuesday.
No, I'm going to start a thing. It's going to be Indie Tuesday where you have to buy
well,
stuff
that
from
was
indie
Small
people.
Business Saturday.
Yeah, but this is indies. This is not small business. This is
No.
even smaller than
Every
small
time
business.
you try to start something, it's dumb.
I know. No one ever does what I try to do.
Because you don't do it right.
Why not?
I don't know.
I can start viral something.
No, you can't.
I'm going to start. I
can start viral something right there. Over.
Whatever. Let the cookies cool is viral.
No, it's not.
Semi-viral.
It's viral with like
bacterial.
you and 4 people.
It's bacterial.
No.
It is.
All right. Well, Amazon Prime is real.
It's viral.
And you can save a lot of money. save time, do that last minute Christmas shopping. You forget somebody.
Still plenty of time to get it by
Plenty
Christmas.
of time. And there's lots of good Prime exclusive deals. They got all kinds of stuff. You got lots of stuff on the streaming. You got
Kindle
music.
Library.
You got music, Kindle library, all that stuff. It's just $99 a year. But if you're not ready to make that commitment, you can go to radiobrendo.com, click the link for the Amazon Prime free trial. Get yourself a 30-day free trial.
That's enough to get free shipping for Christmas.
Boom.
Just like that.
Boom. But even if you did that, or if you already are a
already
Prime member,
maybe.
like I am, like Phil is,
Yes.
like every cool
I have
person
to renew
is,
mine though because my
all
card
the
is
cool
expired.
people. Of course it is, because you.
I'm glad you reminded me. I'm glad we did this because I have like a week left to do it.
Well, buy stuff on Amazon by
Yes.
going to radiobrendo.com, click the Amazon banner, and then just do your normal Amazon shopping. It's of no cost to you, but you'll be helping out. It's the easiest way to support the show.
And then we'll read off what you bought.
The stuff that you buy anonymously, of course. Lots of stuff. Although I was expecting more.
Well, maybe it's still
from the Black Friday.
Black
this
Friday.
is it.
This is what came from Black Friday.
This is it.
All right.
Not as much as last year.
Well,
disappointed in you.
Maybe Cyber Monday. People are waiting for Cyber Monday.
This is Cyber Monday. This is
Cyber
everything.
Monday?
I just did all this.
It comes in that fast?
Maybe not. Maybe not Cyber
I feel
Monday.
like it might take a day.
I think it takes a day. I think you're right.
That's why.
Whatever.
All right. What do people buy?
We got an HP Stream laptop. It's got a Celeron. Ooh, that's 2 gigs RAM. Ugh. This is a bad laptop.
Someone buy it for me?
I don't think so.
Is it better than what I have? Is that better than what I have?
No.
Really?
What you have right now? No.
Well, but the screen works.
This laptop, I'm sorry whoever bought this, but I hope this is something you're giving to your mom or something, because you're not going to be able to do a whole lot with this.
Well, maybe that's all they need to do is word
Celeron,
processing.
you can do word processing, and that's about it.
That's all they need to do.
2 gigs RAM.
How much was it? Maybe like $10.
I don't know. Let's look. Oh, I mean, it's probably during a sale.
They probably got it for dirt cheap.
Well, this is like a tiny little
Yeah, see, they're
micro.
using it for like
$199. I still feel like for $199, I'd rather get like a Chromebook or something.
I bet they got it on sale though.
This thing is kind of garbage.
$100.
It's a Celeron.
What's
2
the
gigs
Celeron?
RAM. Celeron means like crappy. It's like the low end of low end processors.
All right.
2 gigs RAM is really low.
You're
I'm sorry,
making the person who bought the stuff through a sad.
but this is not a good
Maybe
purchase.
it's someone trolling you. They intentionally bought a computer.
I
to
mean,
make
I
you
guess
angry.
you can maybe use web browsing.
See, that's all they
But
want.
even that, like, I feel like Chrome is gonna like push this thing to the ground. Like, it's gonna. I don't know. I'm sorry. I feel like laptops are getting out of like now that people don't buy desktops anymore. Laptops are just like there's all kinds of crap out there.
Yeah, but the fact that you can get something for less than $200 is pretty cool.
Yeah, but it's garbage.
Still,
I mean, I guess this Chrome
that didn't used to be an option.
all these 2 gig. How Windows 10 on a 2 gig of RAM? That's no good. I feel like that would really. I feel like it's gonna crawl. I don't like it. I don't like it.
We'll have to hear. They get what's the reviews? It's well reviewed.
That's weird. I don't understand.
What do the people say?
Here
Here we go. I'm concerned about the 2 gigs of RAM.
this laptop is more than enough for schoolwork. I guess if you're just
There you
doing
go.
like nothing,
See?
but even that, like 2 gigs of RAM is so low.
What's a 1-star? Give us a 1-star.
Superb laptop after you move the crapware. So of course there's just like garbage stuff on there.
Here, give us a 1.
1, too fragile. It stopped within 20 days. Burnt components. Very upset. First negative review of mine on Amazon. Upon opening laptop's trackpad was lifted at the corner like it was going to fall out. I tried to push it in and get over it. I've never returned anything in my life, and I don't get swayed easily. I'm pretty easy to please. It's been about 2 weeks, and this computer sucks. It feels defective. The sound that they speak so well of only works when I'm listening exclusively to MP3 files. Sometimes it lags. Some of these things sound like it might be something with their internet, because they're complaining about Netflix isn't working much for me. But it also because the RAM, like you need a lot of RAM.
Yeah,
like
no.
I don't know. Stay away. The sound key's making weird noises. Ooh, a lot of sound issues and keys getting stuck. Seems to be a recurring thing. Could be a driver thing. Webcam stopped working. Very slow. See, I believe the very slow. I don't know. I mean, it could be good. I would not buy it.
It depends on what they're doing with it.
Sorry, I'm as a computer guy, I'm very critical of
people's... It's your company's computer guy.
I'm very critical of people's laptop decisions.
Well, you want them to run it through you first?
Sure.
All right. So if you
don't do that.
You just opened it up. You said it.
No, don't do that. Please don't do that.
Dear Brendan, here's what I'm going to buy.
There's a few people that I've authorized that. One of them, thankfully, like, you know, I mean, yeah. All right. This is a poor laptop decision.
So now they're going to write you.
I guess you can write, and I charge $5.
Or you read it for free on the show if they write it as a letter to the show.
I guess. But you have to PayPal me $20. And then I'll give you.
Well, if you save them more than that, it could be worth it.
I guarantee you, I could save you and get you a better laptop. I don't know. I feel like they're flooding the market with these laptops that are just kind of garbage because now nobody uses a desktop anymore, and they're taking advantage.
Crap tops.
There's a lot of crap tops floating around out there. I mean, I guess it's like it's blue, it looks cool, but that doesn't mean it's a good thing.
But what if it's just a kid who needs to like take notes?
Windows 10 is not meant to run on 2 gigs of RAM, man. That's no good.
Everyone on Facebook complains about Windows 10. Is that a thing?
People love complaining about everything.
I don't know.
I feel like that's all people do. I haven't had any problems.
All right.
People blame Windows 10. They're like blaming things that have nothing to do.
Sort of like the thanks Obama of computer stuff.
I don't understand. And Windows 8 is terrible. So it depends on what they were coming from. Like Windows 7 is good, but I feel like Windows 10 does a lot of, like, as far as security and things that you need, like Windows 10 is.
No Windows 9?
No.
Why did they skip 9?
Who knows?
It's kind of.
I think they tried. I think because 9 like didn't work.
Really?
Yeah.
That's disappointing.
Well, yeah, I don't know. Who knows? Who knows what they're doing?
Their numbering system's been messed up, though.
Forever.
Because you got Windows 95, and that was for like 5 years they had Windows 95.
Well, there was also Me and 2000.
3.0.
3.0 was like, that was when it got real popular.
Yeah.
So it went 3.0, then 95, yeah. then like Windows ME,
like Vista,
Windows 2000. Well, it was 2000 it was 2000 ME. I think those were like the same thing, but like worse. ME was like worse. ME was terrible. 2000 was good. I had Windows 2000 for a long time,
right.
and then you had like, and then there was XP, and there was Vista, and XP was long time,
and then 7
and 7. Because Vista was no good.
Their numbering is like the Fast and the Furious movies.
Vista, they thought was going to be like the hot thing, and then it was just too much. I don't know. I feel like making an operating system is like you're just asking. It's a hard thing, but you make so much money because all computers need an operating system. But it's also like you can't please everybody, and also you have to be reasonable because like you have to have features. There's always some features that you can't. That there's not enough demand for, but you will know would make it better. But because it's like, do we do this thing? Because like I've witnessed the software development process on like other software, like working for software companies. Like you always have to sacrifice things because it's like you only have so much time and you have release windows. Right. So you always have to sacrifice things, and deciding what to cut out and what to keep in is just this nightmare process. And people are screaming at each other. I've been in those meetings because like. I actually, like, towards the end of my tenure at 86/TrustWave, I had gotten to the level where I was able to give some input on the software development meetings because we were the people that actually talked to the customers. Right. A lot of these software developers, they're like, of course customers are going to know how to do this, so we don't need to explain. I'm like, nobody data. Trust me, I talk to these people every day. Like, you need to phrase this differently or have this feature because they always, software developers definitely overestimate the user base. Like they're like, oh, they know how to do this. So I would be in there telling them, no, they do not know how to do that. That will only confuse them. Please don't do that. So I had gotten to that level where I was in on those kind of conversations, which was cool.
Yeah.
And then that was all downhill from there. And then because then they like got bought by the giant company, and then they ended up letting everybody go. But I got out of there before that. But then I jumped to a company where then they got bought, and then we all got let go. And then I went to this place. I can't even stop talking about this. This is frustrating. Work stupid. I got just making sure that people aren't sending in new things. I'm sorry. I'm not intentionally. No, I need to. No, look at this thing. The freaking phones, man. Just always line up with new crap. Oh, this person's doing this. I don't care.
Pokemon Shuffle. You got your hearts back.
Freaking frick.
All right. What else do people buy?
We got some Blu-rays and DVDs. Just Blu-rays, I guess. Yeah, Ex Machina. That looks cool. I feel like I should watch that. Everybody really liked it.
My brother liked it.
Pacific Rim, 3D Blu-ray. Sandlot.
Classic.
Varsity Blues. That's weird.
Yeah. Guess.
John Voight. James Vanderbeek.
That guy that was in
what was that quote from the trailer? Like, I am not your life. I don't remember. I just remember it was in like I always had that weird accent. You are not my. I don't remember.
Something like that.
I'm not your life. That doesn't sound right.
I'm not your life.
I just remember it had that Collective Soul song that I really liked. All these times compare, we've all gone a long way to run. There you go, Matthew.
There's your. I think he needs one more. He needs one more ringtone.
That was a good song. Collective Soul had some good songs. Walking a long way. And then they had that Heaven Let Your Light Shine Down.
Ooh. There was like a bunch of Christian bands that covered that one.
I'm sure.
Because it said heaven, so you know.
I'm sure some progressive church used that as a worship song.
Definitely.
You knew that. It's like so predictable.
Yep.
Young Adult.
That was good.
It's a great movie.
That was a Charlize Theron, right?
Yeah. Jason
Reitman, yeah.
Patton Oswalt.
Yeah.
Awesome.
That was really good.
Patton Oswalt's going to be in the new Memphis 3K thing. Freeze. Josh is brought up an interesting thing. Like they changed the voices in the trailers for Crow.
Okay.
And it's really bad.
Really?
Like after he pointed it out, like their voices are really bad.
Who's doing their voices?
So, who nobody knows. Like it's not because the people that do the voices they're on riff tracks.
Right.
They're not involved in this apparently.
Interesting.
They still can't get along. Why can't this?
I thought that they were.
There are millions of dollars. Like, why can't I? Maybe they just couldn't do it on this, and they're getting them. They haven't said. I tried to look.
Fill in.
Oh, but the people, because they didn't just, because Josh, because at first I'm like, well, they changed the voices of the Muppets, and we got used to. But then when Josh pointed out, then I went back and listened. They don't just, because like Kermit, he still sounds like Kermit,
right? And
like they all still, like Fozzie, like it's not Frank Oz anymore, but it still sounds like pretty much like, because it's you do the voices, but these like they're totally different. It's like total. So he's like, why don't they just get new robots? Because like it's not those same guys. Totally like it's complete. It's like if you Kermit and then somebody did just like, hi, I am Kermit the Frog. Like it would just be freaking
the Frog.
Yeah. Well, not even like anywhere remotely close.
I have to go back and listen.
It's a little like just in the new stuff. So I don't know. I hope like, and then I tried to look up and like maybe
are they like not like none of them get along.
I don't know if it's a get along thing. I think it's just. I think Riff Tracks is doing very well for them, so they're doing that. Well, because Joel had his cinematic Titanic.
Yeah.
They've always been set, but then they do reunion stuff.
Well, so there was another one, too, that...
Well, there was one where it was just Joel.
But then there was also one that had, like, the guys that were Crow. What are those guys? Oh, I can't think of it. There was, like, another show they did. I think it was on Netflix for a while.
Oh, yeah?
I can't remember what it's called now. But it's same thing.
But the fact that they're all splintered, I don't like that. Film crew guy.
That's what I was thinking of. Yeah.
See, so there was 3 different splintered groups.
Huh. What's up, Steve, in the chat, by the way?
So, anyways, maybe they'll work it because they're up to they've raised like $3 million.
Maybe some of that money.
So I feel like they can throw some of that money around.
Hey guys, let's get the real Crow.
Like they can do that. But I'm excited for like the new like Felicia Day, Patton Oswalt.
Yeah, that's cool.
Jonah Ray. That's gonna be cool. I think that's cool. So we'll see. We'll see where that goes. I have faith.
Yeah. Well, and like many things, it's not like it takes away the old ones. You can still watch them.
Yeah, but I want this
But
new
now
one
there's,
to be.
I want it to be good too, but I think it will.
But if that's what their voices are going to be, it is going to kind of be like weird. I don't know. We'll see. Photiv, PH, Bluetooth. This is like one where they just mashed all these
Put
words.
as many words as they can.
Bluetooth 4.0 wireless sports headphones with built-in microphone. So I guess it's a Bluetooth headphones.
It's a Derek's new microphone
It's like
for popsicles.
It might be he got like an adapter so he could hook his XLR mic. So it's just a Bluetooth headset.
Okay.
That looks nice, I guess. #1 bestseller.
Oh, currently unavailable.
It must have been a sale thing.
About the last one.
Cyber Monday. It's all gone now.
What else?
AeroPress coffee. Ooh, AeroPress. Fancier.
Is that a good one?
It's good. It's kind of a pain in the butt.
Okay.
Because it's like a single cup at a time, but you like push it and it's like all cool. It's like one of the you gotta do all this stuff. It's a lot of, but it's like when I actually had like a coffee that was made, it was like the best coffee I ever had, but it's a lot of work, man. Well, good luck with that.
I don't drink coffee, so that's not.
But it's
but it looks
pretty
like
good.
It's nice.
But it's nice. It's fancy. #1 bestseller.
Wow, got a lot of #1 bestsellers.
Trudeau bottle opener with cap catcher.
Is that like Gary Trudeau? Like,
yes.
Are we talking Doonesbury? Is it a Doonesbury
I
bottle
think it's
opener?
just a brand name, but it's got a cap catcher. It's pretty cool.
Does it make political commentary or anything?
Yes, that's what it does. I like the cap catcher thing.
Kind of cool.
Because then it just plinks down and catches the cap. And
it's all 5-star reviews.
Because there's one review.
Love it. Nice product and fun.
Fun, hey? Oh, having fun with the bottle
Let's
opener.
open the bottle.
Yeah. Open that bottle. Episode 21 of something.
Probably podcast. I'm
probably that Super Knockin' Boots.
I do like that whoever keeps buying those buys them on ours.
Thank you.
So I appreciate that. What if it's the guys who do that podcast trying to get us to listen to their show so they keep buying their own? If it is, it'll work.
It just seems very like, I mean, like that's got to be a good podcast to charge 99 cents
People are
for
buying it, so
you don't. A person is buying it, and they listen to our show. So thank you. No offense if it is your show. I'm sure it has a wide.
If it works, let us know how it works.
Morel men's Moab ventilator hiking shoe. Ooh, fancy hiking shoe. Morels, those are, mess around with those.
I had a pair of Morels.
Those are like my grandpa. Wow, $75 to $130.
Nice,
fancy. Outperformed.
Do they have Brendan size ones?
True size. Nah, I need a half size larger.
So close.
Shoe sizing is so weird.
What's a 1-star on that?
I want to read the 1-star. Hole in newly purchased shoe. When the shoes first arrived, I noticed a hole. Defective shoes.
All right.
See, I don't understand. That should not affect. That just seems like a shipping problem or something. Yeah. And then you get a
one-time error. Like that's not the shoe. That's not.
Wish I returned them when I had the chance. Poor quality, especially compared with my store-bought Morel shoes. So now they're saying Amazon Morels
online
shoes arrived with a frayed pinky toe.
Interesting.
For wearing them 2 days, the fray turned into a tear.
That's the same. That's not the same person writing that, is it?
This is Kevin, and this is James Dobbins.
So that's like the same type of complaint.
Well, this might be from the same batch because it was around the same time. Could be. There was a bad batch of Morels. Disappointed. Even though I bought the wide version, the toe box was crowded. I exchanged for next half size up. Same problem. The soles are wooden stiff. Even making his shoe uncomfortable even on carpet.
That's just because they didn't break it. It's
hiking shoes.
It's a hiking shoe.
Our design, feeling overall comfort or to one size up. Snug, comfortable, but it failed after 15 to 20 wearings. The upper started to tear. Took it to a shoe shop. Said it could be repaired, but that is not right for a shoe to do this. And the material used for the upper is very weak. Oh, the shoe guy told him that.
Interesting.
Huh. Maybe I was expecting too much due to anticipation.
Look, this guy is another one where it was like.
Seems like a lot of these have.
All right, so whoever bought this, make sure you check the toe area.
It seems like they fall apart at the toe area.
Before
design flaws cause tear. That's a pretty. Shoes are way too small and narrow. Then buy the correct size.
That's not a review of the shoe.
Well, it does. Although it seems like you have to order one size up. That's what all these guys are saying.
That may be.
That shouldn't. You don't know that. You shouldn't have to do that.
Yeah, it's true. I'm just saying that's less of a review of it.
But it does have overall 4.5 stars.
Yeah.
So these are the outliers. But it's always interesting. Is this our podcast now? We read reviews of things.
Sometimes it's part of it. I like doing
talking about reviews of shoes.
I like reading reviews of weird stuff. I think it's fun.
Oh man,
I wonder
what it is. I sometimes wonder, like,
hey, if people don't like it, this could be the part where they go to the bathroom and come back in a little bit.
You don't have to do that with the podcast. You just put it on pause when you go to the bathroom.
That's right. It's not like it used to be.
I don't know.
Well, I hope that the shoe works out for you.
Fits is expected 83%. I mean, that's pretty good, right?
Yeah. There's a lot of positive ones too, but just I would say
big sizes.
Check it before, make sure that you didn't get one that's. Because I wonder if there was like a batch. There could have been a batch.
It seemed like it was a wide variety.
But that was 2014, most of the ones that had that issue.
Yeah.
Maybe the new ones are good. And that's it. Thank you guys for buying stuff.
Thank you for buying stuff. I'm sorry I was hard on that laptop.
Oh, now you're having some laptop
just feel bad.
shaming remorse.
But why are they still making Celeron processors? Why are they still selling laptops with 2 gigs of RAM in them, especially Windows 10 and 32 gigabytes of hard drive space? That's like, I guess for like a little, if it's a little, like, I mean, I guess it's basically a Chromebook or using it to browse the web and do basic stuff. But even, again, Windows 10 on 2 gigs of RAM, that just does not, that seems way too slow for me.
Well, they'd stop making them, but they're good Celerons, so they keep making more.
Stop it. All right.
What else we got here?
We got our Facebook group, subreddit.
Yep.
RadioBrendo.com. Also, our gift exchange. Nobody has signed up for the gift exchange.
You did it differently this time.
I tested it. The form works.
Form works. Well, for some reason you've tried and it didn't work or something.
You can also email. I've gotten 0 signups.
No, I haven't done it yet because I haven't.
I can check right now. It'll tell me because even if it didn't email it to me, it will be here in the thing, which is a possibility. What if I go in here and then there's like
people that signed up?
Oh, people see. Even Steven says I'll try it tonight. Just claim a list. Well, go to RadioBrendo.com. Click the. You got to click the gift exchange link at the top there. Yep, no gift exchange. It would show up in here.
All right.
So,
well, people have been on vacation. They've been on Thanksgiving.
Hey, it's fine.
Give them a chance. We're thankful that you were,
totally fine. Now I got to go to the site to remember what I said for the date so I don't say the wrong thing.
Gift Exchange 2015. There's a link right at the top of Radio.
Right at the top. You click it, and then it goes there. And
fill out the little thing.
So I said deadline to enter is December 10th. It still gives you 10 days.
You still got 10 days.
You receive your assignment on December 11th.
$15 minimum.
$15 minimum. We use Amazon Wishlist to make sure Amazon Wishlist has your address attached to it.
Right.
So you have to go to lists and then settings.
Yeah.
And make sure it has your address because mine didn't. I think since I moved or I don't know. So because I deleted my San Diego address.
Right. And then anytime you change any addresses, it like makes you redo it, right?
So make sure you have that because otherwise this won't work.
Also, update your wish list with stuff that people could get for a minimum of $15 because
So then you put your name, your email, and your wish list URL. And the deadline to purchase gifts is December 18th. So we give you a week.
That's pretty good.
To buy.
That's plenty of time.
You're basically just clicking something on somebody's wish list, shipping it straight to them.
You can write them a note if you want to be friendly. Hey guys.
Happy
Merry Christmas. Have stuff.
Here you go, jerk. Don't do that.
No, that'd be mean. And that third rule is be cool. So that wouldn't be cool.
Yep. Rule 3, be cool.
That's always rule 3.
And also, the Matthew Vecchio rule is if you have a joke item called liquid ass, somebody will buy it for you.
Yeah, go through and make sure you don't have anything you don't want, because that's what you're going to get.
If you have liquid ass in your wish list, you will be getting liquid ass. What did he end up doing with that?
I don't know. What was it again?
It was just a smelly
stink bomb or
stink.
something?
Well, it was like a spray. It was just a stinky spray.
I feel like he did it like a white elephant gift exchange or something.
It was called liquid ass.
Why did he have
that? Because of course, if I'd do what I would buy.
Exactly. That's the first thing you're gonna get. Oh well, here we go.
So that's the gift exchange.
That's the gift exchange. So sign
we
up.
also
Don't forget.
Have the Clicker Heroes. We just had a new member join, Siege 0. Nice. So we only have 2 slots.
Ooh, your clan is growing.
It's growing.
All right. Well, we already talked about Thanksgiving. My one final thing, though, is just I have to complain about the mail a little bit.
Ukaipa Post Office.
This is the second time now. Well, this is the third time that they've lost our mail.
Have you learned? You still have up before this? You hadn't learned your lesson about using the vacation hold.
But that should work in theory. They just put your stuff somewhere, and then when you get back,
but apparently, where they put it, they don't remember.
They just put it in the trash. So I go back today to pick up my stupid mail hold. First of all, I wait in line. Okay, so there's like the regular line, and I get in line, and I don't know, it's really long because everyone's coming back from vacation. So I wait like 20 minutes to get up to the front. And then like No, everyone is like normal. But right as I get to the front, like to the regular thing, off to the right here, you know where the guy's like, oh, all of a sudden like 8 people jump in a line over there. There was no line there when I got there. So I get to the front, I'm like looking over, like, what's that line? And I go to the lady and she's like, and I was like, oh, I'm here to pick up my mail hold. She's like, oh, you gotta go wait in that line. But there was no line there when I got there. And there was nobody there. So I've already waited 20 minutes. And I gotta get out of this line and go wait in that line. And I wait there for another like 5 or 6 minutes.
You know what you could have done? You could have paid your unemployed friend.
That's what I'm doing next time.
$10
next time
to go to the post office.
Next time, no, you just go, just get it. Go to our house. You pick up the stuff. I just don't want stuff sitting on the porch.
Well, I just mean you could have paid me to go sit in the post office for you.
No, that's true. I just mean next time I'll just pay you to grab my mail.
Oh, I definitely will do that.
Anyway, so then I wait there, and then the guy goes, he takes my card back, and he comes back out with like this little tiny packet of mail like this. Now, the last time we did it, he said, oh, there's no mail for you. So I'm like, we were gone for 10 days. Oh, nothing came in. I'm like, no junk mail, no bills, no, nothing came in. This time he had a little tiny packet, which was mostly junk mail, and like maybe one bank statement or something, like nothing interesting. But okay, I guess I can accept that. But I feel like, okay, there's some stuff that we had ordered that I thought was coming in, but I didn't know for sure. So I went home. This is in between like picking up the kids. And I go online, look at like eBay and Amazon to see different places. We had made a Toys R Us order. And I found out there's 3 packages that have all said they were delivered while we were gone. And he didn't give me any packages. So I go back to the post office after I pick up Audrey's thing.
But when they do a mail hold, is that also, are these packets, what if it's UPS?
UPS will drop it off still.
Yeah.
But none of this was UPS.
Oh.
It was all post office. Although one of them was a FedEx, and FedEx delivered it to the post office for some reason.
Why would they do that?
I don't know. They said it was on the like tracking thing. It shows like FedEx, and then it says transferred to post office.
Maybe they get the mail hold. This is,
I don't know. From now, I'm never doing mail hold.
Don't do the freaking mail hold. I've never done that.
My parents used to do it Big Bear all the time, and
yeah, that's Big Bear. Everybody knows everybody.
I know. So then
you can just go like, "Hey Joe, give me my mail." Okay, Bob.
It's exactly how it goes. You don't even have to show ID. They're like, "Oh, how's it going?" That's a whole
and like
story.
They're there and they see your mail. So they're like, "Oh, that's Joe's mail."
There it is.
It's not here where it's like computers doing it, and then they just like, "Oh, there's the mail hold. Throw it away."
Yeah.
Brr. Like whatever the heck they do. Throw it in the black hole. So you got 2 out of 3 packages.
So I go back in.
So you had to go back.
I know that I didn't get any packages yet.
Okay.
The guy's standing, like, he's out in the lobby, and he just kind of, like, shuffling around, like, tidying up the envelope.
What are they? They're always doing that in those little cubes.
Yeah. I'm like,
is that part of their job?
I don't know. So I go up to him, like, hey, I was in here a little while ago.
Like, I haven't organized these stamps in the last 10 minutes.
Right. So he's doing something that's totally useless. And I explain him the story. Like, I have these confirmation numbers.
Hey, can't you see I've got these sheets of stamps that I got to...
Yeah, he did. He's like, you're going to have to wait a minute. I'm working. And I'm like, okay. And so I stand there and watch him, like, shuffle around piles of envelopes and straighten stuff up. And after about like 5 or 6 minutes, he finally comes over. I need your ID. Like, all right, here's my ID. And he goes back and he brings out 2 packages, not 3. He's like, slams them down on the desk like he's mad that I asked him to do this.
But that's their job.
I know. And I'm like, there's only 2. Like I thought, because one of them was pretty big. So I thought he was going back. I'm like, oh, where's the 3rd one? And he's like, that's all there is. I'm like, oh, I have like confirmation there's supposed to be a 3rd one. He's like, well, there's nothing else I can do. There's nothing back there for you. And I'm like, okay.
You're the post office.
Okay. Yeah. I'm like that. So that's it. And he's like, there's nothing else we can do. He did everything except say good day, sir. Like that was it.
I feel like
so I didn't. So they lost one of my packages.
Ukaipa post office is terrible.
Yeah.
And the post office overall is pretty terrible. Yeah. But Ukaipa post office especially, they just seem like just by asking them anything, you're putting them out. And it's like you're the post office.
Well, yeah. Like I almost feel like they make me
not
feel
like
guilty that I ordered
it's the like
online.
Something company and post office. Like you're the post office. It's all you do.
Like they're mad that I keep getting
How dare you get packages?
Like that's what's keeping them in business, right? People sending stuff.
None of it makes sense.
I don't know. So
they're underpaid. They're working
anymore.
hard. I
never was like I never raised my voice or got mad. I just was like, okay.
I think it's a miserable job.
It's
and they're just miserable people, and then you suffer the consequences. It along.
Of course. Now, sometimes some of the ladies that work the front desk are nice enough. I'm not saying everybody there's horrible, but the one dude who like keeps yelling at me about my mail hold, kind of tired of him. I want him to move on somewhere else. Mail hold. It shouldn't be that hard. All right. That's my gripe. That's my mail gripe.
At least I'm not working at the post office.
Yeah, I think that's bad.
Everything's bad.
Yeah. Work at a food place and get his discounts.
Frick no.
Work at a video game place and get his discounts.
What video game place?
That really super expensive one. The one with the guy over there on the other end of town that never stops talking.
Shoot me. First of all, those places pay like minimum wage, and then like I have to deal with that guy.
Yeah.
There's no way. Like he can't sustain employees.
I wonder if they're even open still anymore.
They're doing Yu-Gi-Oh tournaments. I saw an update
Dude, what if you were like the Yu-Gi-Oh master? Go get hired on as the Yu-Gi-Oh master.
I don't know how to play. You
should learn.
No, there's this. No, so if you go on their Facebook page, they keep having these Yu-Gi-Oh tournaments, and it's just the same guy winning like every time. And it's like,
get in on that.
No freaking way.
What if you became BrendoMan Yu-Gi-Oh master?
No. I got way better things to do in my time than go down to Cal Mesa and play Yu-Gi-Oh with some like weirdo, like 20-something.
It's probably really fun.
Yeah. I'd rather plus Yu-Gi-Oh just like their Pokemon
ripoffs. What about Digimon? I thought Digimon was like really.
They all are.
In a way, though, isn't Yokai Watch kind of too?
No, but Yokai Watch.
You have a watch to find them, so it's different. Totally different. Instead of a ball, you catch them with a watch.
I don't know. Yokai Watch is pretty fun.
It is fun. That's what I'm saying.
I want to get
fun.
It's Yu-Gi-Oh is a card game.
Yeah.
I don't even like card games. I kept trying to get into card games, and I feel bad because Danny signed up for Hearthstone, and then he's like, "Hey, we should play Hearthstone." I'm like, "We should totally do that," and I have not done that.
Never did.
Did the same thing to Craig from the Res. I'm sorry, you guys.
Man.
Because for like a week, I was like way into it, and I'm like, oh, this is just those card games. And after a while, I'm like, I'm playing this card game, and I'm not that into the card game. I bought like 1 million Buffy collectible card games. I'm like, it's Buffy. I'm gonna love it.
Do it.
And then I've never played it. Like I tried to play it. I tried to I don't know. I played.
Speaking of,
my brother and I bought all those Star Wars trading card games.
Yeah.
We played it twice, and then we're like,
done.
No more.
Speaking of Craig from the Res, if you're out there and you're listening, my kids have been asking about you and your dog. They want me to say hi to your dog.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, they're like, when are we going to see Craig again? I'm like, he's in Montana. And they're like, when are we going to Montana again? We want to see his dog.
Look what you've done.
We want to see his dog.
You've opened that door.
We want to go on the boat. Luke was telling me today, as we're driving along, we're going to pick up Audrey, and he's like, Daddy, I don't ever want to learn how to drive. I'm like, why not? He's like, it looks hard and it's scary. I just don't want to do it. And I'm like,
he takes after me.
And I'm like, you've practiced driving before.
Driving sucks.
He's like, yeah, I've driven a boat before. I drove Craig's boat. And then we were like talking about Craig. The whole drive today was Craig from the Res. They just call him Craig, but yeah.
What if
Then we pick up
called
Audrey.
him Craig
Then we pick up Audrey, and then we're gonna see the dog again. I can't remember the dog's name now. I feel bad. The kids know. We're going on the boat again. We're gonna go see Craig. Craig's mom was nice. She made us s'mores and she made us hot dogs. We're gonna see her again. I'm like, I don't know. Montana's far, but they want to come back. So
I want to go.
Yeah. And then next time you should come. We'll go out there and
Rover from the Res.
That's the dog's name.
R from the R.
No, I can't remember now. I'm not gonna guess because then I'll feel bad when I'm wrong. But the kids know what it was.
All right. Well, I'm unemployed. I'm helping out on Janelle's school trip.
That's right.
Because her school trip almost got canceled.
And you saved the day.
So you had a bit of a rough day today with that, and the kids didn't wake up and
late, and then Audrey got toothpaste in her hair. Like,
how does that happen?
She was brushing, and her hair like got around, and then I was like,
she's getting pretty long hair.
She is. She wants to get it cut, and they haven't got around to it. So then I had to like brush it, like rinse it out and brush it, and it was hurting, and she was crying.
This is where I'm just like, I don't know how you deal.
And then we like barely made it. I think she might have gotten a tardy today. I felt bad, but
what happens?
Nothing. I mean, if you're like chronically tardy, but like one tardy is not going to do it. She already doesn't have perfect attendance because she got sick for a couple days last, like, a couple months ago.
Luke got perfect attendance.
Luke got perfect attendance.
Some first Vecchio ever.
I'm pretty sure.
In the history of Vecchio.
I feel like David might have one time at some point in our history, but it's a rare occurrence in the Vecchio.
I already told about how I would use my asthma to get out of school. So that was something I never.
I remember,
once I found out that I basically could get out of school whenever I wanted, I used that pretty liberally. All the way. All the way through high school.
Yeah.
Like all the way through.
I remember from mine, because my mom, since I got good grades, like it wasn't like that big a deal to my mom and dad that I would want to not go. Mm-hmm. So sometimes I would say I'm sick of school, and they'd let me stay home for a day. Yeah. Because then I wasn't lying by saying I was sick, because I was
staying home was like a ordeal. It was always kind of a catch-22 because my mom worked at home, so I couldn't be. I couldn't really do anything. Half the time I would end up like being stuck. Like if she had to do errands, like she'd have to take me with her and stuff like that. But it was also most of the time just being quiet while my mom worked in the other room or whatever. So like I could have the Nintendo on, but I couldn't have it and the TV on, but I had to have it at really low levels. So a lot of times I'd just read up in my room. Yeah. Or look at baseball cards was kind of interesting. But like later when her office was farther, like in like the like farther room, like not like right there. Because like in our house, it was like her office area was in like the dining room, which was on the other end, but it was all, there wasn't any walls separating it really. Right. So if I had the Nintendo on loud enough, like she could hear and she would yell at me. And also one time, this is the worst thing that ever happened to me when I was because I was homesick and I was legitimately sick and I was playing Zelda and I dropped an S-bomb and my mom heard me and I got grounded. So I got grounded while I was homesick. And I'm like, I should have just gone to school.
It would have been worse.
Because I said shit while I was playing Zelda. And then, and I tried to cover it up because I'm like, oh no, I was saying Shita. I don't know.
Speaking in tongues?
Yeah. Like sometimes I would babble and say dumb things. So I'm just like, I was just saying she's like, no. And I remember because my mom would make me put soap in my mouth.
Really?
I got soap mouth.
Life boy?
No, it was like, I don't remember. She only did it a couple times because my mom cussed, and that's where I learned it from. But like, see, sometimes
I learned it from you.
I never did that, but also I learned it from my friend. I had bad friends. I had bad influences.
Yeah.
I remember there was a period where I had like a filthy mouth just because I thought it was fun. Like I cussed at my friend's grandma all the time. Like, dude, it was bad. There was a period.
Grandma cusser?
Oh, dude, because I thought I was. I don't know. I had bad influences, and my parents weren't around a whole lot, and so like I went through this really bad cussing phase in like 4th grade. Just cussed like crazy.
Wow.
Like all the time, like totally like inappropriate. Like again, I'm sitting there and I'm playing Zelda and I'm just like, Steve
Espinosa in the
says,
chat.
my brother taught me how to flip the bird. The first person I did it to, not realizing what it meant, my uncle.
See, I was the oldest, so I didn't have anyone like teaching me stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I remember like I had very different childhood in that regard, because I remember us getting in trouble when we were playing Zelda. Okay, if for those of you that haven't played like the original Legend of Zelda in a long time, you might not even remember this, but in order to save the game, you have to die.
Yeah,
like you have to lose your life, and that's how you save. So if like your parents like, oh, you come to dinner, it's time to stop playing. It's okay, I got to kill myself, or I got to die first.
Mm-hmm.
We would get in trouble for saying that. Like, don't say, you can't say that. Like,
what?
They said they wouldn't let us play the game if we would keep saying that, because like, you say, oh, I got to die first. Oh,
that's weird.
I got to kill myself. That's what I'm saying. Like,
that's really weird, and your parents are weird.
Different levels. I remember like when I was really little, like one of my earlier memories, I was probably, I don't know, 4 or 5. No, it must have been like 4, because it was before kindergarten and stuff. And I remember I was in the car. It was in the front seat of the old Isuzu truck. And my mom said something, and I'm like, what the heck? And my mom's like, where did you learn that? And I'm like, I don't know, I'm sorry. And I started crying.
Oh my gosh.
Now, my parents loosened up quite a bit over the years, but yeah, it's very different. It's very different.
Gotta kill myself. In trouble.
Yep. Fart was the F word in our house. So yeah.
I don't get that.
Yep.
I don't get that at all.
I'm telling you.
I went to so we had the podcast with the Ader kids last week. So thanks again to Jimmy and Will, and I hope everybody's checking out them on YouTube. I put links on the website, so everybody should go check that out. And then on Saturday I went to Lucha Underground tapings by myself, and I stood right by the ramp. And I'm gonna tell this right now. So in episode, I think it's gonna be, because I'm hoping maybe it'll show up on TV and somebody can make a GIF out of it.
Okay.
I'm gonna give you a heads up right now. That would have been episode 1, 2, 3, 4. So that would have been episode 5. So in either episode 5 or 6. I don't know which one.
Okay.
So I am literally, so the wrestlers come out and they're at the top of the stairs of the bleachers, and I am like at the top of the stairs, like right there on the side. I'm going to be all over these 2 episodes, because it's like the wrestlers come out and I'm standing right next to them as they're doing their like entrance thing. And so one of them, I'm like all excited. I think it was Brian Cage. Luckily I didn't fall down the stairs, but like Brian Cage or somebody is doing like, it's like, yeah. And I put my hand where I think the railing is, and then I miss, and I kind of stumble like a little bit. So I'm pretty sure it's very clear. I'm like, oh, like I do it like, and they'll probably cut it, but I think it's in a moment where the wrestler is doing their whole pose thing, and so I don't think they can. And I'm like right there, so I'm gonna be watching for it. Where I'm like, so I'm first I was worried. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna be a meme now. Like, look at this guy. I'm gonna be on Botchamania or something.
Oh, that'd be great.
Oh, that'd be amazing.
Yeah. You're to be the guy.
I don't want to be the fall down guy.
Still, if that's what it takes.
I don't know. It's weird because like I feel like even more this season than last season, so many of the same people at the tapings, and like they weren't. I feel like last season they made an effort to move people around. Like I'm in the same spot in multiple episodes. Like it's gonna be. I'm gonna be all over the place. Like
it's so easy to spot you.
Yeah.
You're right there.
So I almost fell over, and like I'm gonna be able to tell like exactly. I could like. So be on the lookout for that in January on El Rey Network. You can find the Brendo, and I'm all over it. Like the first 8 episodes at least, and hopefully I'll be in the first 10 episodes. Would you rather be the fat guy that Seth Rollins does a flip off of? I would love for a wrestler to do a moonsault off of me. So there's I think I might have shown it to you. There's a GIF of when Seth Rollins was in the Indies. I think he was a plant. There was a really fat dude, and Seth Rollins he jumped on his, he like did a flip off of his gut. Like he basically like used him as a wall.
Trampoline?
Yeah. Like he's on as at ringside, Seth Rollins jumps off of his gut to do like a backflip. It's the
That's
craziest
funny.
thing I've ever seen off of a fat dude.
So you'd want to be that guy.
I wouldn't mind being that guy as long as I knew ahead of time. I mean, I've had like again being at indie shows, like you tend to get in the middle of the action. Like I already talked about almost getting super kicked at PWG.
Right.
One time, Shad Gaspard from WWE fans might remember him from Crime Time. He like landed on me basically, and then when Willie Mack came around, he like kind of shoved me because he's like, get out of the way. But I'm like, I'm just sitting here. Because we were like Benson and I were like right on the ring practically.
Well then didn't he come with you to one of them?
Yeah, so Sunday, so the
Okay.
second tape, so first taping on by, and now like there's regulars, like a dude that I had met, like this it was really cool. This older dude and his daughter I'd seen him at a bunch of them, and like we kind of hit it off, and they're like crazy. Like as soon as the taping started, they had like masks.
Oh wow!
And they were just like, yeah, like they were the loudest people in there. But so like so Sunday I see him and he's like, oh hey, and there's like quite a few people, like because it's like the line, like they haven't opened the parking lot yet,
Right.
so there's a big line of people, and he's like, oh hey, we've got spots saved right here, like I think this guy's saving spots.
Oh, that's cool.
Like it was pretty cool. And then Sunday we had actual seats, and because I knew how it worked, I had observed everything, I knew that they asked you if you want to be in the bleachers or if you want seats. And the bleachers, there are no backs to them.
That's the worst.
So I'm like, I'm not doing that. And
better to stand up.
And so I asked, so we got seats, and we end up, so we at first I'm like not sure. So they give us our section. I'm like, and it's a very small section. I'm like, oh my god, I think we're right on the floor. And then sure enough, we were like, Benson and I are on like this platform, and we're like on the floor, and they like right away they come up to us. They're like, all right, so when you see people, when it's gonna be really crazy today, and when wrestlers tell you to move out of the way. And I'm like, yes, yes, this is all. And seriously, I don't know if it was Benson luck, because Benson tends to give me like, because like the Comic-Con where it was just me and Benson wandering around, everything good happened. And this was like another one of those days, because it was by far the best. Like all the tapings were great, but this one was just like crazy. There was multiple title changes. There was just the craziest, best, multiple 5-star matches.
And you were right
like,
there.
and we were like, dude, I almost got knocked over by multiple wrestlers, like just flying into us. Like dudes were flying all over the place. We got like water spit on us. Like it was awesome. It was everything I wanted. I can't say be specific because I did sign a non-disclosure agreement, but so much awesome stuff happened. I think those are going to be episodes 7 and 8.
All right.
And it was sick. Like just like seriously, multiple 5-star matches.
So we'll definitely see you on
all
that
kind
too.
of, you'll go, yeah, because like they are brought like they go into the like one, we're on a raised platform so you can see us anytime it shoots on our side. And then also like they are wrestling, like literally, like there's a part where I'll say it was Phoenix. So if it was a falls count, it wasn't a falls count, but it was a no holds barred match. So like they're just brawling everywhere. They can do whatever they want. They can jump on the chairs. Like Phoenix flies and he lands like I'm getting out of the way as he's like lands, and he's like right next to me. So I will sure as heck be on the TV. And it was awesome. Nice. And it was you'll see me and Benson, and
so we got to get some like clips.
Well, there should be we can definitely get a lot of gifts.
Yeah.
Probably. And I just wish we could have worn like a radio, but they couldn't wear any logos. Yeah. I would have been all over the Radio BrendoMan shirt. But yeah, it was pretty awesome, and it was just I'm like I think I got Benson hooked because he hadn't gone to any of them because he couldn't. But like he went. It was so great. Like it was amazing. It was nuts. Like all the matches were great. Again, multiple title changes happened. So that's where I don't know if they film them exactly in order. Because like I feel like I'm like this is a lot to happen, and
maybe they did all those matches.
I don't know though, but linear, like because I was trying to figure like storyline wise, it seemed like they were doing it in order, but it just seemed like a lot happened. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see when they actually air what they do and how it airs. So because I think I've heard that they also kind of shift things around just to make the tapings interesting.
Right.
Because like
Otherwise, if you're there for all the boring ones.
So, and they got to keep the crowd going. But like
Right.
it was just crazy. Like it's like the very first match when Benson got there was a match for the Lucha Underground Championship, and there was just like giant brawl, like crazy everywhere, and there was like a crazy trios match, which is 3-on-3, and it's like Lucha Libre style. So it's just like not a whole lot of tagging happening, and just crazy. And it was a lot of fun. Had a lot of fun. Wrestling's great. And we went to Laughlin on this week, and it's pretty much
about that.
That's pretty much my week. I spent a lot of time watching shows, which we'll talk about in a minute. Tried to freaking read that stupid book on multiple occasions, and I'm returning it tomorrow.
Giving it up.
Giving it up, just because you kind of.
I think you should. I looked through it. I like flipped through it tonight, and I'm like, oh gosh, just let it go. You're only like halfway through that thing.
I've never given up on a book.
Do it. It feels good.
Never done it before.
Because I'm telling you, I used to be that way too, and I would trudge through books that I thought were horrible. And then I realized, like, I don't have to do this.
But I want to do it.
I remember I think one of the first ones I ever did, it was The Manchurian Candidate, because I love that movie. Mm-hmm. And I got the book. I tried reading it, and it was super boring. And I'm like, no, this is a great movie. I want to read it. And I kept trying, and I had that book for like a month and a half. And I'm like, I'm done. And I didn't read it, and I've never finished it. It's great. Because the movie's fantastic. I don't have to read the book if it's not good.
All right.
It's one of those rare cases, but still.
Well, this is just... I think it's also because the guy that wrote that book that I really liked personally recommended this to me.
Yes. Well, you gave it your best. You read half of it.
I feel like I let him down.
That's 250 pages of stuff about music you've never even listened to before. That's a lot.
I think that's the part of it is like, I don't care about classical music. I'm sorry, Jerry. Maybe I think Jerry
should have Jerry read it, and she can like tell you the Cliff Notes version of it.
Maybe she would like it. I don't know. I don't even know if she would like it.
I don't know. The part that I read and I just was skimming through was pretty dry. I'm not gonna lie.
So, anyways, that's been my time. I don't know. I went through a phase where I just slept.
Well,
doing a lot of sleeping.
Yeah, you were on like your totally weird. In fact, one of your crazy sleeping schedules was falling asleep on the last episode.
I did fall asleep on the last episode for like a second.
I know, but that was pretty funny to me. For some reason, you didn't listen to the last episode. Brendan did doze off at one point, like in the middle of the guys from the Theater Kids talking. It's kind of funny.
Book corner time.
Oh man.
You haven't read anything?
Well, I mean, I've almost finished with the bar work.
Why don't you read books instead of doing all your freaking puzzles?
I don't know, for some reason on vacation, I always bring the books with me.
I love reading on vacation.
I always bring books with me, and then I wind up never reading them on vacation. I read a lot when I'm at home.
You need them on. That's why you need ebooks, man, because you just have them.
But I have it with me. I'll tell you why. It's your fault.
Why?
Because I downloaded Pokemon Shuffle on my phone. Then when I'm done doing my turns on the DS and it's on my phone, it's always there. So, Phil, you're missing hearts, right? If you don't play, you're not going to get those hearts.
I haven't played on the phone in a while because I just felt like I was just doing the same thing.
It is. It's the same thing. I played this game
so
already.
I'm like, I don't even know why I'm doing this.
But you made me get it, and now I can't stop.
Well, maybe you'll get tired of it like I did.
I don't know.
But you have a very...
I get obsessed with things, and you made me get it.
You did play, like, I thought I played a lot of that Disney Magical World game, and you played like 10 times.
Okay, but then take that, and I have played double that of Pokemon Shuffle.
See, I don't even understand your play time of Pokemon Shuffle, because I play a lot of Pokemon Shuffle, and you have like 10 times the amount of hours I do. Like, are you just playing it all the time?
No, but whenever I go to the bathroom, that's what I'm saying. Like, my reading times, Pokemon Shuffle.
Well, I get both done. I don't know what you're doing.
When I go to bed, Pokemon Shuffle.
Well, you need to...
When I take my lunch break in the middle of the day...
Carve a little bit of that time out.
It's hard. Do you remember...
How are you ever going to read the Harry Potter books?
Do you remember in college when I got onto Spider Solitaire and you didn't see me for a month because I sat there on my computer and played Spider Solitaire? This is like that
You had
times
your
100.
scores, like,
Because it goes,
freaking
yeah, we would like
weirdo.
write, Matt was into it too. And like, we would just take turns, like hours at a time. And now it goes with me everywhere.
I remember when you came down to the palatial estate and I showed you Jezball, and then I went downstairs and make dinner and I didn't see you guys for like 3 hours. You were just up in my room playing that game.
This is what happens.
So I don't even know why I show you stuff.
I don't know. It's terrible.
Well, reading books is great, and you're gonna have to, because we're gonna read the Harry. That's a lot of pages.
I know.
That is thousands of pages.
You're not making.
You gotta get
selling
ready
me on it very much.
They're awesome. I'm so excited.
I'm gonna do it because I promised I would.
It's so awesome. I'm so excited.
This is like my Titanic of books. You realize?
One day I'll get you to watch that.
Well, I've watched Titanic now.
Okay.
Avatar is what I still haven't watched.
Don't watch Avatar.
That's all, yeah. But Titanic, Janelle, I promised Janelle if we ever got married,
I remember
I would watch it.
this whole thing.
And then after I did, I'm like, I don't want to do it. And my dad's like, you made your wife a promise. So he made me like watch it with her. So I had to watch Titanic at my dad's insistence. So yeah.
It's not that bad.
It was a principle of the thing.
You and your principles.
It's a principle. It is. It's stupid, but it was okay. But it wasn't like all the people that would go
Plus,
and see
you
it like
missed out
100
watching it in a
times.
theater, and it looks way better on the big screen.
Yeah.
And at the time, because if you didn't watch it till years later, it's not, because at the time that was like state of the art special effects, and it was pretty mind blowing in the theater. I feel like watching it. That's why I tried watching it later. I'm like, this is not exciting at all.
No, and it's like, I mean,
It is
so
super long.
cheesy. It's so
It is.
long.
But again,
I should have built you a better rope.
oh yeah, all that is bad. But like at the time, like in the theater, like just you could tell like the money was on screen, man. Like it was all up there and it's glorious. But I mean, the story is terrible, and that's again, I think Avatar suffered the same exact thing. Because I mean, again, as I point, I just every time I remember this, I like groan to myself. Unobtainium. Like that's the
name
best,
of it, right?
That's the best thing you could come up with. Like that made it out of a writer's room. Well, I guess not writer's room, but like a proofreader. Like, come on, something. You couldn't try a little bit better.
That's kind of stupid.
Unobtainium, unobtainium, and now we're gonna. He's making 2 more of those. Oh, dude, what if
it's gonna flop?
I thought we said that about Avatar, and it ended up being the biggest movie ever made.
No, but I think now people are over the 3D, and people still see stuff in 3D, but it's not what it was at that time. And the story, I haven't watched it, but from what everyone says, I think it's not going to carry as much weight as people think it is.
Now there's a whole freaking Avatar land.
Think about it this way, like, because we know Avatar is coming, you don't hear anyone like buzzing about it, like Star Wars or something.
The new drug on the streets gets you high.
Gets you high. Hey guys, got you high.
What was the drug in RoboCop 2? I know it had some silly name.
Dumb name too.
Oh, it was dumb, but I loved RoboCop 2. One, because it was like just really stupid, and
was that wasn't one of them like PG-13?
That was 3, and 3 was dumb.
Okay.
I think 2 was pretty violent.
Well, because I feel like once like the toys and cartoons caught on, they tried to like friendly it up.
Well,
a
I
little
think
bit.
2 they kind of did, but it was still pretty like.
Because the first one is still one of the most violent movies. Like,
oh well, the first one is just horrifically violent to the nth degree.
Like I feel like later ones, like they.
Oh yeah, well 3 was like he's like
we can sell
saving
toys.
homeless people and all this other stuff.
Yeah,
and he also had a jetpack in 3, and he could fly around. Why do they do that?
I don't know. That's funny. Oh, Nuke.
Nuke, that's what it was.
Steve's got to say.
Thanks, Steve. I just remember with some dumb name.
Nuke, yeah. I'd like Get Too High, though.
But I think that was all. I think they did realize the kids were watching because the RoboCop 2 is very, like, say no to drugs.
Yeah.
It's very, like, drugs bad.
Well, because they did a
But it was still, like, super violent. I remember, and the bad guy was a kid, and then he got shot. And like seeing like that kid, and I remember there was a lot of, dude. There was some violent, like I grew up with, because like sometimes I get that scene confused with like, remember in Toy Soldiers when Will Wheaton just gets machine gunned, gun like super crazy.
That movie's great, but it's intense.
And I was like 10, and I watched that all the time.
So I didn't watch that one until probably like junior high.
I watched the crap out of that movie. No, I wasn't 10. I think it came out in like
college or something.
Well, I didn't see RoboCop 1, but I definitely saw It was all, again, HBO free preview and like what was around. And I remember RoboCop 2 and Toy Soldiers was one of those ones my brother and I watched all the time. If Looks Could Kill, I've talked about that. Richard Grieco. Yeah. Have you seen? That's like a great Bond spoof.
Yeah. I watched that probably on one of those preview things.
Augustus Steranko, and he's trying to like convert all the gold to like no wait, that's Hudson Hawk. But Augustus Steranko is very similar to Richard E. Grant's character, and sometimes I would even get them mixed up. What was their scheme? And they kidnapped the guy. Oh, they had some machine that was gonna do something. They printed their own money. Oh, they had their own country, and they were printing their own money. And like all this weird stuff, like I don't remember, but it was also the whole thing was basically a spoof,
right?
But Roger Daltrey from The Who was the Bond who got kidnapped, or he got killed because they killed him, and then they thought Richard Grieco was like the Bond guy, something.
Yeah, because it was like a mistaken identity type one. Yeah,
and it was funny. Hudson Hawk is awesome. I'm sorry.
I think it's underrated.
It's so ambitious. It's so weird, but it's awesome. Yeah. Richard E. Grant is such a great villain. He's coming back. He's going to be in Game of Thrones. I'm so excited.
Really?
Because he comes back every once in a while. He pretty much hasn't been acting like he was in Spice Worlds.
That was it.
And then he's been in a couple other things. He was in a Doctor Who. He's been in Doctor Who a bit, a Doctor Who special. And then he's going to be in Game of Thrones, but he's so good. He's good in everything. You've seen White Nail and I mean, that's like one of the funniest, him and Richard Griffiths. And so good.
I have seen that.
So freaking good.
I've seen that.
What was the other one he did? How to Get Ahead in Advertising?
Yes, I've seen that. That's great.
He's great. He's great in everything. I like him a lot. He has a autobiography I've always wanted to read because I'm sure it'll be funny. Because he's funny.
But what did you read?
Man, really just spitballing here. Bubblegumming, as Benson coined the term. I read the last of the Henry Huggins books.
Yeah.
Because they're on overdrive, and I would seriously read them in one sitting over vacation. Henry in the Clubhouse, done.
Good.
It was all about Henry balancing his clubhouse with his paper route and trying to figure things out, and also where Beezus fits in his life. And because there's a new kid, and he's very anti-girls, but Henry's like, Beezus is okay, but Ramona is just totally like gone off the deep end, and like, but then Ramona like helps him out. And he kind of comes to an understanding with Ramona. Ramona's like a main character, especially in some of these later ones.
But it still feels like a separate series.
Definitely.
Right? Yeah.
Because, again, Ramona's pretty one-dimensional.
Yeah.
But you could tell she was starting to shape Ramona.
Right.
And it's really good. I liked it a lot. Ribsy is like a whole other beast.
Don't spoil the ending because I don't want to know.
He doesn't die.
What? You just spoiled it.
I'm sorry.
You spoiled it.
But I had to tell you.
You did not have to tell me.
Yes, I did.
You did not.
Yes, I did.
I'm the one that told you couldn't, though.
He dies.
It's from his perspective.
Of tapeworms.
If it's from his perspective, unless it's like a fallen, like ghost kind of thing.
I don't know.
Or demon
well, anyway,
thing.
so it's from Ribsy's. The whole story is from Ribsy's point of view, and he gets lost and he has to find his way home.
So it's
like the Incredible Journey.
Yeah, Incredible Journey.
But with Ribsy, and it's really good.
Right.
It's really clever. And then I guess that's like, so then she kind of liked doing that. So I guess that's what Socks is, except it's a cat. I never read it.
I feel like I might have read it once upon a time.
But
I don't really remember it.
And it kind of also reminded me of the Mouse and the Motorcycle books, which I love those freaking books.
Those, yeah.
So it's kind of like that, but with Ribsy.
Huh.
And he's got Ribsy's personality, and like it's pretty cool. I don't know. I liked it. I had forgotten all about animal books, and those were definitely a thing.
Oh yeah.
Which we also realized that we have a new series because we talked about it, La Fuga Banicula. I mean, those.
Yeah.
And the narrator of the Banicula books is the dog.
Right.
So, animal books.
Oh yeah.
But Ribsy was good, and he
So it's
didn't
good.
die.
Okay.
I was so scared.
Well, I'll catch up in a little bit here.
You got to catch up. I want to read Harry Potter. I'm ready.
No,
I'm ready.
you're ahead of the game.
I'm so ready. I'm at the perfect point in my life right now to read Harry Potter.
Do you have the books? Is it on overdrive?
I have ebooks of all of them except the first one that I purchased before. So I might buy the first one or just get it. Like they have 100 copies of every one at the library.
I borrow them from my sister. I think they have like 50 copies each.
Although, I mean, if I had a job, I feel like they made like this really nice like bookshelf set, and I kind of feel like I don't really buy books a lot these days, but that might be a set that I would like to have. But right now, I can't buy anything. I missed out on all. It's a horrible time to not have expendable income because I missed out on all the deals. I was getting email after email, and I was so dude. I went to the Amazon page. They're having like a Kindle sale. And I was like, like various wrestling, like there was some crazy just deals going on all over the place. WWE was practically giving away shirts today. Like there was like 75% off plus free shipping, and some things you could get an additional 25% off, and I'm like, that's 100% off. And like I was like trying, it was like $2. I'm like, I cannot spend any money, no money. I bought that brownie yesterday. Like
that was your WWE.
I could have bought like a shirt, at least 2 shirts with 20, because they were so cheap. And there was like I don't know, and I'm like, it was like, but I don't need any. I have like a bunch of wrestling shirts now, and I never wear them except to wrestling shows. And I didn't get PWG tickets.
I know
the freaking site. By the time the site loaded, because the site crashed before the tickets even went on sale, and then they were about to go on sale, and then the site went up, and then I didn't get them, and I was really mad, and I'm sorry because I felt bad because I told Steven that was going to be our thing, and Steve, and then there was still, but the thing was, so then I don't get the tickets. I try to get, so first I have to go for front row, then I go for general admission, and then I go for standing room, and one of them did have standing room, but it wasn't the night that I wanted to go to, and I'm like, I don't want to stand for 5 hours, but then while I'm debating that, then those sell out. Man. And now I really, really want to go, but Matt's going because he knows people.
Well, next time, there's always another one.
Yeah, but it's always different. Kenny Omega's gonna be there. I really want to see Kenny Omega. Yeah. But whatever. And I also like now I kind of like those guys have seen me at all the Lucha Underground tapings, so they might be more cool. Like not that they weren't cool, but maybe they'll like.
You're that guy.
I'm the guy.
You're the guy that almost fell down that one time.
At least I didn't fall down the stairs on national television.
That'd be bad.
Because they would have included it if
totally.
I fell down the stairs.
But if you fell down and went like, Radio BrendoMan.
So I finished those books, and I got so tired of The Rest Is Noise that I finally took it out of the bathroom and replaced it with Battle Royal. And this is because at first I thought maybe I just wasn't into reading physical books anymore or something. And I sat down, and I'm already like over halfway done with Battle Royal, and that's like a 500-page book.
So yeah, it's definitely the content.
So I'm reading Battle Royal again, and it's this new one that I got. That's a new translation, and I have noticed it makes more sense.
No, really?
Well, like there's some things that I can't remember specifically, but like translating a novel, that's
got to be hard.
That's got to be really from Japanese.
Yeah, to English.
So there's been a few different translations, and this one is by far the best. Like, because I think they're getting some of the nuances and subtext that sometimes gets lost in translation.
They changed the names.
Yeah,
Katniss in there now.
Yeah, but it's really good. And the book is, and so after I read this, I'm probably gonna want to read the manga again, because the manga is the book, but just even more like they develop the characters even more because they have that much more space.
Right.
Like, because the manga, the ultimate editions, it's 5 of them, and those are like this thick, and there's 5.
Wow.
So it's a lot of cool character development, and I'll probably want to read that again. And then after to do that, then I'll probably watch the movie.
And then start all over again.
And start the cycle anew. And by that time, it'll probably be time to read The Stand again, because I read The Stand every
Really?
once in a while. And then after I read The Stand, then I'll want to read It. And then at some point, I don't know when in my life I'm going to want to read all the Dark Tower again, because that took me, because I haven't read it. Let's see, here's the thing. I think I need to read it again because I've never read it all one after the other. I've only read it the one time, and that was
over like a long period.
I read the first book when I first started reading Stephen King. So that was like in 1991. And then my mom, for Christmas one year, there was only 3 of them. So I got the 3-book set, and then I read those, and there was no book 4. Book 4, so that was like in 1992.
Okay.
Book 4 came out in like 97. So then, and I didn't, and because I had waited so long, I was like, well, I don't know, because I knew there was going to be 7. There was going to be 7 books. So I'm like, who knows? So even at that, I was like, and so I didn't read book 4 when it came out.
Okay.
Book 5 came out so that was 97. Book 5 came out in 2004.
Wow.
And then, so book 5, well, actually, I think it was book 5 came out in 2004. 5, 6, and 7 came out. I think those all came out 7 came out in 2000. So yeah, 5 and 6 came out in 2004. Like, so, because the accident happened, and then he wrote 5, 6, and 7, like boom, boom, boom.
Okay.
Gotta finish it. Because I kid you not, and this, I'll admit to my horrible person that I am.
Okay.
But when I found out that Stephen King was in that, I remember I was at Biola, I was in the Spice Room, and I was watching the news on our TV that we had in the middle of the bunk beds. This was after Arbins left. Because remember, we had the middle bunk became the TV bunk.
The TV spot.
And
the Ocarina of Time spot.
So I'm watching, and they're like, Stephen King in a possible fatal accident. And I swear to God, the very first thing that came to my head was, God dang it, no more Dark. Like, they're never gonna know Dark Tower. And that was the very first thing that came to my mind. Oh. But after talking to other people, I was not alone. Because again, this is more than Game of Thrones has been spread out. Like this was over like decades. And because at the time we only had 4, and I hadn't even read it yet because that was in like 99 when that happened. So this was still 2 years after 4, and there was no word. He hadn't even said anything about 5, 6, and 7. So we had no idea. And so I'm just like, holy, like who knows? And so then he got in the accident, and so 5 years later after the accident, just boom, boom, boom. And so they all came out around the same time. And I remember I was in China. So finally, now that 5 and 6 had come out, so I'm like, all right, I'm gonna start this back up. So I listened 4 and 5 Audible.com. It was like in its infancy on my first. I think I had a 2nd gen iPod, and that Mike had given me. So I listened to them, and those are long because these are
like hours.
It was
and hours.
So long. But I loved it. Unabridged, man.
Wow.
But I had nothing better to do. I was that and podcasts because there wasn't like radio or anything that I was all in Chinese. So I would listen to that, and I loved it. I loved 4 was amazing. I really liked 4. Some people don't like it because it's all a flashback and it's like a Western, but I really liked it.
Okay.
And then 5. So 5, 6, and 7 were like, then it picks back up and it's like going. And so I read 4 and 5, and then Renee, who lived in Harbin, but at another school, but we were buds because he had a GameCube and he was really cool. He had a master's in video game design from Stanford. And so he was like serious and awesome. And he loves Stephen King. He liked all the same stuff. He's really cool. And so he got 6 and 7, let me borrow. So I borrowed 6, read it. And then right before I left, he let me borrow 7. Then he's like, oh, you can we'll see down the road. Who knows? Like at that point, I even thought I was going to come back to China. I never did, and I still have it.
Still have the 7? Oh.
And I read them all, and so I read them all, and so that was over the course of like 20 years. Like from the time I started reading it when I was 12 and I finished when I was like 24, 25.
So maybe you should revisit it.
So I feel like, and it's not that I loved it, but I feel like maybe I should read them up. But talk about a lot of pages.
Yeah.
Like they start, like the first one is the only one that's less. The first one is like a couple hundred pages. It's really short. And then everyone after that is just like, boom. And the last one is like, boom, like it's like 1,000 pages. Like,
Gosh, how many words has he written?
So many. Like it's crazy when I look at like those after, like between that, but that and Game of Thrones are the reason, like, because people are like, oh, you read. The reason why you've read so many books is because you read kids' books. Because I hit 75 books this year. I've hit 75 the last few years. But I mix it up enough where I don't think, because like I challenge anybody. You can look at my page count. Like it's up there. It's way up there because I do read these giant freaking books, throw them in, and Harry Potter is going to be like that. Because I'm so excited. You're going to love it. I think you're going to love it.
I hope so.
I think you're going to love it.
I read the first one,
And what? You didn't like it?
It's boring.
What?
I thought it was lame.
I think you need to reread it. And they also, if you're not into it on 3, then I question everything.
All right.
Because book 3 is great.
We'll see. I'm just saying, I read it, and then I also saw the first movie.
The first movie, I
fell asleep in the
first
theater.
2 movies I think are pretty boring. The Chris Columbus movies, but again, 3, that's where it just Cuarón, man, Alfonso Cuarón.
I'm doing it because I said I would. But
it's gonna be great.
What's Modern Romance?
Oh, it's Aziz Ansari's book.
Oh, okay.
It's great. I got it during that $1.99 sale a while ago. It's about like online dating and just dating now as compared to, because it's so drastically different than like previous generations.
Right.
And it's funny, but also just like a lot of insights and encouragement, and it's really good. And it's like, and it also, because of like, it also, some of the stuff that he jokes about and talks about are storylines on the show, which we'll talk about in a minute.
Okay.
And it's really good, and I'm like halfway done, and it's entertaining, and he's very entertaining, and it's also very well researched. And he actually like consulted studies.
Seems to be a pretty smart dude.
Smart guy. But he's also really, really funny.
Yeah.
And it's good. And online, like just dating in this world is just so weird and crazy.
Yeah. There was a time when like it was a major, stigma attached to online dating. And that's
cute. That's
not a
gone
thing anymore.
That's gone. Which is
weird.
But just out of necessity, because like how, like, I don't know, like everybody's so like where else are you gonna meet people now? Like I mean, he even showed graphs like based on like they interviewed like a married couples, and like where people are meeting now, it's just drastically changed, like so much, like so much. It's crazy. Like, and he shows the research and like the statistics, and it's pretty cool. It's entertaining.
Pretty cool.
Right.
Well, I already said I didn't finish anything. I barely read it. I've been reading The Borrowers with the kids, though. We're almost done with that.
I like it.
It's fun. It's good. Kids like it.
You watch The Littles?
We have watched like 2 episodes of it, I think. Something like that.
Is it scary? I remember as a kid being
I
scared.
don't think so.
No, that's the movie. I keep thinking about the movie, because the movie's the one where he has the uncle that's trying to kill him.
Yeah, he's like being held captive or something,
Yeah.
right? They help the kid.
Yeah.
Yeah, the regular show is much more just
It's
like
just
a
like
typical
hijinks.
80s. Yeah, like
They're little.
well, and there's always this guy that's like scientist guy that's trying to capture the littles, and
Okay.
each episode, at least the ones we watched so far, revolve around them escaping him or
We
tricking
are
him.
littles.
So it's fun.
Da-da-da-da-da-da.
Music
goes,
talk, yeah.
You
Here
had the
come
same
the
thing in
littles
there.
and the littles don't stop. What?
It's the same thing.
Yes, but updates on both of them.
Oh, wait, we didn't give an update on Kickstarter. What's going on with our vinyl?
Oh yeah, I looked into it. Looks like they did very little over the Thanksgiving
Yeah.
week. So
But they're in France.
I know, but there's an American.
Except for the Happy Thanksgiving, except for the Europeans.
Yeah. No, but there's part of it is like being done
Yeah, I
in the United
guess.
States.
Okay.
They have like a
All right.
thing.
Well, we also
I don't know.
we gotta get working on some other stuff too.
Yes, we do.
A lot of stuff actually.
I'm almost done with Vaudeville Theater Volume 2, which is going to help because this is a big project. In fact, I'm hoping to have the order in by tomorrow so that I can get it by Christmas. Originally, I was trying to get it by Blue Christmas. That's not going to happen. I could, if I ordered it tomorrow and paid for expedited shipping and manufacturing, I could get it by Friday. But that's like an extra $250, and I'm not going to do that. To have maybe one person buy one from me.
Yeah, because you've sold so much stuff.
Yeah.
At Blue Christmas.
Usually I sell like 1 or 2 things at Blue Christmas, so I'm not spending an extra $200 for that. But I've been working on the design. I posted like a rough cover of it earlier today, and I'm very excited for it. I think it looks pretty good. I basically am using Matt Moss' design. I credit him in it with the original design, and I'm just sort of playing with his original design and updating it for Volume 2. So.
Didn't you just put Volume 2 on
Well,
it?
no, it's different though. I inverted the colors, moved
Ooh.
stuff around a little bit.
Ooh.
Like I said, I gave him credit for the design. I'm just, tweaking it a bit. And there's a few new little things here and there. And there's extensive liner notes, actually. That's what's taken me the longest time.
Of course there is.
No, but normally I don't. This is the first CD we had like a fold.
Yeah, but
right?
this is your dream.
This
You've
is.
been wanting to do this.
But every
you've
other
been
one,
wanting,
I just do a single
you've been
card.
yearning for the day to
Yep.
do extensive liner
they're
notes.
extensive and ridiculous, let me tell you. In fact, I'm going to have to go through and trim some out because I can't fit all the text in there. It's got to be like 6. What's the smallest font you think I should use?
Oh my god!
Right
You
now I
to
have
ask
it.
that question.
I have it in like 8-point font,
That's too small.
but I think it's seeable.
Print it out.
Yeah, I'm gonna print it out. It's a good idea.
Then take a look.
It's a good idea.
I feel like 8 is too small.
I don't know. Anyway, I've been working hard on that, but it's looking good though. I think it's pretty cool. And then Blue Christmas is this Friday or Saturday, and it's very
May or may
exciting.
not get snowed.
No, according to the weather report, it looks pretty clear. You never know. Weather report's not always right, but it is going to be cold.
If I get stuck up there, man.
I think the high on Saturday is up there is something like 45 or 48 degrees, something like that. So it's going to be cold. Bring a jacket.
I don't like wearing a jacket.
Well, it's going to be chilly.
But it's probably going to be too cold for like hoodie.
It's going to be cold.
Ugh.
But it's going to
I
be
got
cool.
this starter jacket. I look like a 90s hoodlum.
Well, I don't think anyone's going to worry about you like beating them up or anything.
I just look like a doof. That's
So,
what I mean.
Whatever. I'm wearing my big blueberry sweatshirt, so I have blue. Anyway, but it's going to be awesome. We got good bands, all the great stuff. Everything's falling into place. So, yeah, definitely come out to that.
All right. If you're in the area, it's in Big Bear.
Basically, I'm talking to like the people that already know about it or a couple other people that live sort of nearby.
New movies. Lots of new movies.
Yeah, a lot.
You saw a bunch.
I saw a bunch. You saw a
I
couple.
saw 2.
Okay,
I want to see more, but the times did not work out.
times did not work out the same way we were hoping.
Saw A Good Dinosaur with the kids in 3D.
Yeah, which I didn't get
We
to
had a
do.
whole thing where Luke may or may not. Lucas somehow convinced himself that he doesn't like 3D glasses because they make his nose itch.
But now after it, he's like, I want to watch more movies in 3D.
And I was trying to be like, what's going on with your nose that you're like, as soon as you put glasses on it?
But I think, again, though, he wears like
Just
sunglasses.
Didn't make
without a
any
problem.
sense.
They just like latch on to a reason just because they get stuck on something, you know? And for whatever reason, that's what he decided.
The guy at the box office was very patient.
He was, because Luke's like, I don't know. He even opened a pair of glasses so Luke could try them on. We were trying different angles, and then he was fine, right? Like,
I feel like if it had been a kid, like you're lucky it was like a dude.
oh yeah.
Like a kid would just be like, screw you guys.
Well, anyway, but he made it fine.
Good Dinosaur was amazing.
It was great, right?
I loved it. It's
Super
very
good. Super good.
Man, double Pixar bomb doing good. Good bomb. Like just bam, bam.
Oh, but it actually did not do very well box office wise.
What?
In fact, it's got the lowest opening of anyone since the original Toy Story.
That's weird.
Yeah.
It's really good. People are missing out.
I don't know why. I'm wondering if it's because of Thanksgiving or something.
Maybe.
I mean, it's not like a bomb, but for a Pixar movie, it's very low.
It's a bummer because it's good.
It's great, right? Like, it's one of the best ones.
Well, I just mean double Pixar awesomeness this year.
Yes.
on, because when has that ever happened
'Cause,
before?
well, I thought they always do like once a year. How do we get?
I don't know. They just managed to figure out a way to double their output.
I guess so.
Just happened that way.
Or maybe just line it. Maybe they finished one earlier than the other or something.
I don't know.
Because we got Inside Out and The Good Dinosaur in 1 year.
Yeah,
It's fantastic. It's really, really good though.
I thought it was a good year for animated movies.
Yeah,
Minions,
a lot of good stuff.
good things. And we saw this. I didn't know what to expect. We saw Love the Coopers.
Yeah.
John Goodman, Diane Keaton is a big ensemble piece. And it was really, really good. I loved it.
It was, right?
It got really bad reviews.
I know. What's the deal?
I don't understand people.
Steve Martin was the narrator.
Yeah.
I feel like it was a fun, like, classic Christmas time.
I really enjoyed it. And it had a killer soundtrack.
Yeah.
So
Amazing.
good.
And then it was just like, it was funny. It was gross. It was
I mean,
sad.
I knew I was going to like it because, like, right away it had that Fleet Foxes song that I really like. And then, like, from there it had, like, Bob Dylan and, like, some cool, just a lot of good music. And, like, it had something for everybody. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah,
a lot of
kids,
good Alan Arkin and Amanda Seyfried. It had a really good cast, and Olivia Wilde and that dude. And I don't know.
The dude from The Office. That's what we figured out he was from.
Ah.
Yeah.
That's right. He was
He's
the
like
other one. It was him and Clark Duke.
Yep.
That's right.
Yep.
He was the one.
I knew he was in a show we watched, and I couldn't remember, and then it was that.
Didn't he end up with Aaron?
I can't remember.
Die Hard, because they had the Die Hard day.
Yeah.
I think he ended
the
up
last
with Aaron.
season of The Office, I kind of just blocked out a little bit, honestly.
The last episode was great.
Yes, but there were some really
Well,
bad
that had
episodes
some
that
really.
season.
That was the boom mic operator.
Yes. Oh,
and then Andy just doing things like the whole Andy and Aaron thing where he just
nonsense.
Just nonsense, garbage.
But that guy was great though. The interns were really funny. Both of them.
Well, yeah, Clark Duke. And then we were just pointing out because like I was hoping that like Clark Duke would show up at Lucha Underground because he's been there before and he wasn't there. And then I'm like, maybe he's doing something. Benson's like, what has Clark Duke done since The Office? And I'm like, what has Clark Duke done since The Office?
The Hot Tub Time Machine.
That was before The Office.
2.
Oh, 2. Who saw Hot Tub Time Machine?
I don't know, but
2?
I'm pretty sure he was in it.
Yeah, but is that why but he hasn't really, I don't know what he's doing. Not going to Lucha Underground.
You gotta ask him.
Not at PWG either.
No.
He used to be into wrestling. Maybe he's not into it anymore.
I don't know.
Maybe he's a fair weather fan.
But the other intern was really good in Love the Coopers.
It was weird though when he was at Lucha Underground, they didn't say his name. Like maybe he told them not to.
Maybe he didn't want them
like
to know.
the camera zoomed in on him and he was like, yeah, and then they didn't say who it was. Normally
Maybe they didn't know.
That's sad.
It's that guy.
Because normally like WWE makes a really big deal of anybody.
Right.
And then like Lucha Underground a few times, there was like sports people that were at him. Danny Trejo was at one. They were like, Danny Trejo. But I think that was like a promotional thing.
Probably.
Because they had one of the Lucha Underground wrestlers on the Dusk Till Dawn show as like a werewolf.
Huh.
Brian Cage, he was a werewolf guy. He's also, I really want to see this. So apparently there's like a He-Man fan film.
Okay.
But it looks awesome. And Brian Cage is He-Man.
Huh.
And he's like this like crazy rip dude. So I think it will be pretty cool. I'm pretty sure it's better. No matter what they do, it's probably better than Masters of the Universe.
And yet you keep telling me to watch that.
You should watch it. I still think you should watch it because one, I think you would love it, and two, it's just it's one of those like good bad. It's horrible, but it's wonderful, and it's Lingella
Minghella.
Michael Minghella. Is that his name?
I feel like it's not Michael though.
Minghella. Frank
Minghella?
That sounds right.
Jimmy?
No, I'm gonna
Al?
Frost Nixon. Is that right?
You're mixing up like a bunch of old dudes.
No, yeah, I am now because that guy died.
The Frost Nixon guy did?
No. Frank, one of them died.
Oh my gosh.
The Cold Mountain guy died. And there was, I don't know, I got them mixed up and here we go. It's Frank Lingella.
Lingella. You said Minghella.
Mingala is another
I
guy.
think that's a director.
Yes.
Yes.
That is correct.
There you go.
Ha!
All right.
Well, anyways, you should watch this movie because it's nuts.
He's Skeletor, huh?
Freaking Courtney Cox is in it.
It's crazy.
And
Billy
this
Barty.
guy and this guy that plays who I think this guy's Man-at-Arms. Like, I don't know, it's really weird. And no, John Cipher. Yeah, like it's a really weird movie. It's really weird.
Ross and Monica's mom is Sorceress of Castle Grayskull.
Yeah, she's a sorceress. But she doesn't really do much because she's captured by Skeletor. It's crazy. It's a crazy movie. It's on. I think it's on Netflix.
Might be.
You should watch it.
Wait, it says down there what it's available on. YouTube.
Maybe not.
Okay.
Well, anyways, you should watch it.
All right.
It's nuts.
All right.
And you should watch it. And it's because I want to be able to talk about it with you.
Okay.
Because I feel like it might be like it might be a new like Phil's freaky movie. Because I feel like you would love it.
Okay.
In a fun way. Or I don't know. Sometimes with you might love it. Maybe you can change the name of the podcast to Mr. Brendo Wrestling Show.
So you can keep the initials.
But then I'll just talk about wrestling, and then that's just a dude talking about wrestling.
People want to hear that.
Be that. Do they?
Well, you're doing it now.
Yeah, but that's just because that's what I do. But I like a whole show.
I don't know.
All
right. Well, I got some new movies.
Okay.
So I also saw The Good Dinosaur and Love the Coopers. I saw Mockingjay Part 2.
Was it good?
Which was very good. I mean, it's kept pretty close to the book. So if you read the book, you kind of know what to expect.
Mm-hmm.
But it's good. It's a good conclusion to the series. You know, it's well done and all that.
Did you cry?
I wouldn't say I cried, but like there was some clever stuff with Plutarch.
Oh yeah,
because
it's always weird.
Yeah,
seeing him after
Philip Seymour Hoffman died, and I think it was pretty seamless. If you didn't really know behind the scenes that something had happened, you wouldn't have even noticed. But they had to be a little creative to work around some of the stuff. He was definitely in it, but if you're looking for it, you could tell. Mm-hmm. But it was really good. It was really well done. Mm-hmm. I enjoyed it very much. Spectre, saw that, the new James Bond one, which, and you know how I felt about Daniel Craig up front. Like, I really liked it. I was totally against Daniel Craig.
You like Skyfall.
I love Skyfall.
So Skyfall brought you on board. And now you're on board, and now
I still say there's other actors that could do better.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't think he's the best actor, but
we can all agree that Clive Owen should have been James Bond.
I think Clive Owen would have been fantastic.
Yeah.
But he's not bad in these. Like he fits the part more. I think they wrote a better part for him. Because he just is so boring in the first two. Like, he doesn't do anything. His facial expression never changes. But I feel like he's gotten into the role a lot better in these ones. I probably didn't like Spectre quite as much as Skyfall, but it was, like, really close. It was really, really good.
Because Matt Myers said Spectre was, like, probably, like, second or third favorite of all of them.
I wouldn't go that far.
That seems nuts to me.
I wouldn't go that far. But it was really, really, really good. But Skyfall was amazing. Like, it's hard. I mean...
Where does Skyfall rank on like your all of them? What's your number one? What's your number one Bond movie?
Well, that's tough. Like there's different ones that I would have said at different times in my life for different things. Like for instance, like as a kid, Moonraker was always my favorite. I love Jaws,
like the dumbest one.
But it is by far the cheesiest. Like I mean, I don't know. It's right up there with Octopussy is pretty cheesy.
But I mean, I'm weird because like View to a Kill is like way up there for me, and like everybody hates that one.
Cheesy.
But I love it.
I mean, I like it too,
I love it. Christopher Walken and Grace Jones, like it's so nuts, and it has like the best song. But then I mean you got it. But then of course you got the classics.
Well,
you got GoldenEye. You got GoldenEye and Goldfinger. Like those are the two. Those are most people, if you're being serious.
So for serious, yes, those are probably the two that jostle for first place. And it's tough because GoldenEye.
Especially GoldenEye because there had been so many bad Bonds.
Yeah.
And it was like, oh, Bond is here. But then the thing for me that's sad about GoldenEye is GoldenEye was good and Tomorrow Never Dies was good. And then the rest of the Brosnans for me are just really bad.
I'm different from that. GoldenEye was the peak of me for Brosnan. Tomorrow Never Dies was like a big drop down.
I didn't like Tomorrow Never Dies, but it was definitely better than the other Brosnans.
No, see, I disagree.
Well, World Is Not Enough and Die Another Day are terrible.
World Is Not Enough is probably outside of, I don't know. I don't know. It's one of my lowest ones.
I didn't like either
World
of
Is Not
them.
Enough terrible. Die Another Day is fantastic.
Die Another Day is
highly underrated.
Horrible.
I don't understand the hate for it.
Horrible.
I don't get it.
Horrible.
I love Die Another Day.
You are crazy.
No, it was great.
Crazy.
I was I was ready to write off Pierce Brosnan as a one-hit wonder.
The song's bad.
No, the
Halle
song is
Berry's
great.
bad.
Madonna.
Everything is
Madonna?
bad. I love Madonna, and I do not like that song.
It is fantastic.
And Halle Berry is terrible.
No, she's great.
And the whole thing is stupid.
No, it's fantastic.
The World Is Not Enough. Can we agree that
The World Is Not Enough is just dumb.
And Denise Richards, I feel like
the
that was
least plausible nuclear physicist of all time.
Just really bad.
Not to mention I mean, and I like the cheesy puns and stuff, but like that one just was like the lowest depths of bad. Like, what was her name? Christmas
something,
Candy Christmas or something. I mean, like, they're just not even. This is just Austin Powers at this point. Like, they're not actually trying to make a real movie.
Do you think Austin Powers had an effect on the Bond movie?
I do. I feel like Austin Powers came out after, GoldenEye, and then all of a sudden they're like, oh, this worked. They made a lot of money. Let's just make it like so stupid. I mean, I'm not kidding.
That's where, how can you say that Die Another Day is not that? Because for me, Die Another Day is the ultimate, cheese worth stupid.
No, you got to go back. If you go back and watch them again, The World Is Not Enough is like the worst.
I'm right there with you on that.
The
Die Another Day is
Another Day was like
bad.
a huge leap back.
No.
Way better.
No.
Plus, you got John Cleese in it.
You and your John Cleese.
John Cleese can do no wrong as far as I'm concerned. I was really sad that when they continued with Daniel Craig, John Cleese didn't make the leap.
It's because John Cleese is like 90s.
Yes, but they kept on Dame Judi Dench.
Yeah,
he could have gone in. Think of Moneypenny was still being Moneypenny.
He might not have wanted to do it. You know how Cleese is.
I know. He's probably like, no, it's beneath me. Oh. But whatever.
I bet you they did offer it.
Cleese has a whole
Although I think they wanted the stench off of. But Judi Dench was in all.
Judi Dench was. She carried over. That was one of my things too. Is they supposedly did a reboot, but then is it really a reboot because it's still Judi Dench?
Yeah, but they kept a lot of things through the other Bonds.
They didn't keep anything from. But I mean, from going from Pierce Brosnan to Daniel Craig was like his origin story, but then M was still like the same.
Yeah, but I mean, they did stuff like that in the other ones. They kept a lot of people.
Yeah, but it was stupid.
Whatever. The whole Bond thing is.
I'm just saying, Casino Royale. What was the second one?
Quantum of Solace is
Quantum of Solace is easily my least favorite.
Quantum of Solace is like at the
bottom of my barrel
of my list overall.
Probably Casino Royale right above that.
See, I like Casino Royale the first time I watched it, but then I watched it again and I fell asleep.
And then The World Is Not Enough. Those are probably my bottom three.
Worse than what was the other? So okay,
any Roger Moore is better than The World Is Not Enough.
Worse than what's the other Timothy Dalton one?
You got the Living Daylights and License to Kill.
Both of the Daltons are not very good.
License to Kill is probably right above The World Is Not Enough. Like, that's my next bottom. And then Living Daylights is, I mean, it's not great, but it's up a little higher.
You put all the Roger Moores ahead of Casino Royale.
Oh, easily. Casino Royale was garbage.
You're crazy.
Only sunk below when they did that second one, whatever that was called. Casino Royale was so boring. There's parts of it that are really good. Ugh. Ava Green's good. Ugh. I don't know. But I was so bored with that whole movie. I just didn't have time to enjoy it. But he's really made a turnaround. I thought I was just going to completely write off Daniel Craig.
Last one.
Might be, but he might do one more.
Whatever.
I think it's
this one's going to make a bunch of money. He'll probably do another one. They'll throw a ton of money at him and Mendez. Mendez says he's not going to do another one either. They'll probably rope him in.
Because then
he's done like the two best ones.
Well, and the two highest grossing.
Yeah. But I want Mendez to make other movies now because he's been roped into Bond, and he's one of my favorite directors.
But it's pretty spectacular. I mean, it was really good. Like, this one finally felt like a Bond movie, and same with Skyfall. But those other two that he did just did not feel like Bond movies to me. Then I think right above License to Kill is probably going to be some of the cheesier Roger Moore ones.
It's like Octopussy.
Although you gotta love Diamond Dust. That's the one that has the
Yeah.
and the like the.
What about Diamonds Are Forever?
I always liked Diamonds Are Forever.
It was boring.
It's not the best. It's definitely got the lowest stakes of any of them.
What about this? Is you and I think we come to blows on the last Connery movie. What the heck with the one with Kim
Never Say Never Again. Never say never again.
F that movie.
It's Thunderball. It's just a remake of Thunderball.
Yeah, but it's just like weird.
No, it's good.
The age difference is beyond creepy.
Well, look at Roger Moore ones. That's like way more. Roger Moore is older than Sean Connery.
That's so weird.
Those ones at the end there, like when he's like hitting on girls, like they could be his granddaughters.
Yeah, like him in View to a Kill.
Yeah, View to a Kill, like that's creepy. That is creepy stuff. Although then Moneypenny is still going. Was it the same Moneypenny? No, they got a new Moneypenny for Timothy Dalton.
Yeah,
but it was the same one. She was really old by that point. I mean, it was cool. It was cool they kept the same people going, but man. Anyway, I love Bond. I know
you love Bond. How many times have you bought those?
Ugh. I haven't rebought them since that big special edition box set, but I don't have any of the Craig ones. And see, now I was just gonna never own Craig ones, but now I want Skyfall and Spectre.
But then to complete your collection, you're gonna have to just break down.
Yep, got to do it. So, I would say Never Say Never Again is my. I think as far as Connery ones go,
that's the bottom of the Connery ones by far.
I was gonna say I think it probably is. And then right above that would be Diamonds Are Forever, and then goes on up from there. Probably A View to a Kill is like probably the cheesiest. I love it. I'm just saying as far as Roger Moore ones goes, and then Octopussy probably.
View to a Kill is by far my favorite.
I think Octopussy is probably my lowest Roger Moore one.
What's your number one Roger Moore one?
It's either Live and Let Die for the song alone.
That's just the song.
But I think Man with the Golden Gun, or The Spy Who Loved Me.
Yeah,
that's also a great one.
And good song. Spy Who Loved Me has a great intro.
Yeah.
With the skiing and all that stuff.
But it's tough. I mean, I really like Roger Moore. I mean,
Roger Moore.
He's kind of like the solid middle, like for me. None of them quite reach like the upper echelons, but they're all better than like a lot of the other stuff. I think he's kind of like right in the middle there too. Kind of like lower middle.
You think he would have?
I think he could have done good stuff. He's a good Bond. That movie's a little silly. It's not like the best movie, but he does a good job. He's a good Bond. He wears a kilt throughout half of it, but he pulls it off. He's Australian, which is kind of weird.
We saw him that one time.
Yeah.
All right. What else did you see?
We saw The Night Before, which is it's got Joseph Gordon-Levitt and Seth Rogen and Anthony Mackie, and it's okay. I mean, it has funny moments. It's the one where they're trying to get to the big party, and there were some really funny parts and some really boring parts.
Mm.
I have an interesting relationship. Like, I love weird movies, and there's some movies that like have drug stuff that's funny, but sometimes there's movies that are made like you can tell this is a movie that you're like these parts are for when you're on drugs, right? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't like that either.
You know what I mean? Like I could watch a movie like The Big Lebowski and it's all about drugs, but it's well written.
Yeah.
When it's just like, oh, this could be funny if you're stoned.
I feel like that's a crutch, and it's lazy.
It's lazy, and it's not. It's not. So there's a fine line there, and I'm not saying this was all that, but there definitely were some segments of this where I'm like, okay, I get it. Let's move on to something that's like a little more concrete.
All right.
But it was funny. I don't want to like totally trash it or anything like that, but it was definitely, it was fun for a watch. And then possibly my favorite of this bunch. I don't know.
I knew you were gonna love it.
The Martian was fantastic.
You got to read the book now.
I really want to read the book. Matthew's been reading it too. He said it's really good.
I haven't seen the movie, but I read the book, and then
it was great.
I want to watch it.
I don't know. All of them, I enjoyed all of them very, very much. Martian might edge out as my favorite of that bunch.
No.
It was really good. God damn it, fantastic.
Martian.
Stamp of approval. All right, you got a bunch of TV or no
I've
DVD.
been watching a lot of TV. This is mostly Hulu.
All right, go for it.
This is like Hulu and Amazon right here. WWE Network, New Japan World. Caught up on New Japan, but then I found out it's World Tag League, which is like the G1 tournament, but with tag teams. So now I got multiple days of that to watch. So I might start that this week because I got nothing better to do. Now that I've finished, well, we'll talk about it in a second. But I've been watching Now 2-0 to keep up with our friends at The Blaze with Lizzie and Kat. We're almost done with season 2, almost at season 3. So 7 more seasons to go.
Yeah, I guess they got a
8
lot of
more.
material there.
There's a lot. That's a good one. That's a good solid, because some of these, like for instance, like in Community's got a lot, like
5 seasons.
5. They made it 5. They make it 5. No, they made it 6. They did 6.
Yeah, 6
with the Yahoo. It's 6.
Right. So that's pretty good.
Yeah.
But not quite as much as Now 2-0.
Yeah. So, Scream Queens has been the Thanksgiving episode. I just watched the Thanksgiving episode. It was really good.
Yeah.
We're down to there's one killer, and they're not. I have an idea of who it is, but then I'm like, I don't think they're. Every single one of them, there's got to be some twist in order for it to be one of the main characters. But I feel like it's got to be one of the main characters, right? Like, isn't that the rules?
Well,
unless they're gonna pull up,
killed off.
Like,
they didn't really get killed off.
Well, they already did that, and then
Okay.
that person got killed for reals.
Okay, maybe they're gonna double do that. I don't know.
No, there was multiple killers, and one of the killers is already dead.
Okay.
So, we're down to one person, and it's a girl, but I don't know which one of the girls it is.
Interesting.
Anyways, it could be like. I always feel like that was cheating when they brought in some rando character.
Yeah.
Like Scream 2. I was like, what? Like, that's not fair. Like, it's kind of, because if it's a mystery, there's rules. Like, you got to be able to solve it, not just have some total rando that they pull out. Like, that just seems very cheap. But that's the thing, though. They know, like, they play on a lot of that. So I feel like maybe they'll do something. I hope it'll be cool. Because they've done a lot of cool stuff, fun. If you're a fan of horror movies and whatnot, it's been very entertaining. Also, my favorite character on the show. So all the like, they kind of is a play on Heathers. There's 5 Chanels, and it's Chanel number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5. Chanel number 2. I was like, who is this? No, number 3. I was like, I think it's number 3. I don't know. Well, anyway, the one that wears earmuffs. I was like, this girl, who does she look like? But I looked her up, and she hadn't really been in anything. And then I looked in like her bio. It's Carrie Fisher's daughter. And she looks, but then when I put it together, she looks exactly like her. She's super talented. Cool. I really like her. She's very good. And Scream Queens is great. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Oh, I'm behind.
You gotta catch up, dude.
I'm not too behind. I'm like 2 episodes or
went
something.
Down, man. It's intense. This season has been freaking great.
Yeah.
It's freaking awesome. Oh my gosh, did you watch the Civil War trailer yet?
No, I still haven't.
What the hell are you doing, man? There was a new Marvel movie trailer that's been out for several days, and freaking Black Panther's in it. What are you doing?
I haven't had a moment.
Like I already told you, there's a moment. Black Panther's fighting Winter Soldier. Winter Soldier and Captain America are fighting Iron Man. It's crazy. Scarlet Witch. Oh, dude.
I'll be watching it. Don't worry.
And then Spider-Man's gonna be in that movie. They're probably Doctor Strange. When Doctor Strange gonna show up sometime soon. Yeah. Like I don't know what's gonna happen because I just watched I had forgotten how awesome Captain America Winter Soldier was because it is like awesome.
Oh yeah.
And they showed it. It was on like the one movie channel we got in Laughlin was Encore, and but they were having some cool movies. So they show Winter Soldier. So I watched all of it. And there's a part where because they're like listing off all the because it's targeting all the special and they list off like Stephen Strange. I'm like,
yeah. That's one of those ones where I'm in the movie theater like, let's talk to I just like, shut up. I don't care. It was great. That's why when you and I saw Avengers together, like Ultron, and when they went to Wakanda, we're like, Wakanda!
and nobody could tell us to stop freaking out. But yeah, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. has been great. I am totally caught up with Goldberg. Like season 3, I just watched the Thanksgiving episode. So like they're on new episodes, and he's like, they've embraced the fact, like I think this was planned, that he hit puberty. So now he's like puberty guy, and they've incorporated into the storylines. It's amazing. It's really good. How far are you? Have you gotten to the Princess Bride episode?
No.
You are gonna flip out.
Oh my gosh.
You can't even guess.
Don't tell me.
Don't tell me. Come on. No, it's so good because it's ripped from your life.
Don't tell me. You can't tell me.
It's ripped from your life.
I will watch it.
Oh, you're gonna flip out.
I will tell you. Well, here's one we should talk about. Ferris Bueller's Day Off episode.
That episode is amazing.
And they actually had Charlie Sheen be the Charlie Sheen role.
Because at first I'm like, who are the? Because they'd had people trade, like people had filled in for all the like characters, and I was like, oh, who's gonna be Charlie Sheen? Is it gonna be like one of the crew, like one of Barry's friends or something? And then like it was actually Charlie Sheen, and he even said, he's like, I feel like I've been here for 30 years, and like that was really funny. And Charlie Sheen's usually such a mess, but he was like great.
That was the part, and so it worked.
I can't believe he did that, and it's awesome, and it was great. But you are gonna lose your mind. You have to watch it.
I'm gonna. I'm almost there.
You're gonna freak out. You are going to freak out.
I will.
You're gonna freak out. The name of the episode is As You Wish. But you're gonna freak out. Like this show is so. They've done everything.
It's great, right?
They've done everything.
How did we not know this was happening all along?
I knew it was, but I just wasn't really into the pilot, so I wrote the show off.
I know, we missed out.
Well, now we're on top of it.
Thank goodness for all our streaming services.
And Denver for pushing.
That's right.
He pushed it multiple times.
TLD.
And every time I'm like, yeah, I should probably give another chance. Yeah. And then I did, and now I'm like, holy crap. It's so good. The Halloween episode in season 3, I had heard about it, and then I actually watched it. So his girlfriend comes back because I can't tell.
Don't tell me, you can't tell.
Well, anyway, so Dana, it's him and Dana, and they want to do because normally him and the mom do couples costumes, and he's over it. So him and Dana, he's Ripley and she's Ripley and he's the alien. But then the mom, Beverly, is a predator, and so it's really great. Awesome. And all the costumes are amazing, and it's really funny. And I don't know, it's just they cover like everything, like every little thing from our youth, and this is it. It's great that there is TV like specific, like for us. This is us. This is our show.
Yep.
And I love it. And you have to watch the freaking.
I will. I promise.
Oh my God, you're gonna freak out. I want it to. Oh gosh. Oh.
I won't freak out if you tell me. So
you're gonna freak out. You're gonna freak out.
I will.
So it's so good. I hope you got to watch it like tomorrow, like tonight or tomorrow or something.
Okay.
South Park's been great. SNL's been great.
There's a rerun this weekend.
There was, but I didn't watch. We hadn't watched the McConaughey episode.
I still haven't watched that one. So
it's probably one of the best episodes of the season. Really good.
Better than the Trump one.
Definitely better than the Trump one. But it's really good. It's a really great episode. McConaughey was great. Everybody's great.
Nice.
Those are great sketches. There's great little things.
They do the Lincoln one again?
No.
Okay. I guess they kind of covered that.
I think that's kind of over.
But still, I thought that was really great.
But it's really funny. Last Man on Earth.
I haven't watched Last Night.
There wasn't a Last Night's.
Oh, okay. We watched the one from the week before. There wasn't one last night?
No.
So then I think we're caught up. So the most recent one is The Bull.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So we're caught up then. Spoiler alert if you haven't watched it yet. Okay. Fair warning. Oh my gosh, they killed the bull.
That was amazing.
Oh, that was so rad.
They all shoot. Hey guys,
this is too much? Too much tranquilizer? Oh no, but there's so much good stuff in this episode though. Do you think that Todd is gonna get what's her name? What's Mary Steenburgen's name? Do you think he's gonna get her pregnant? Maybe she can't. I mean, I think she's probably old. She might be too old. There? I feel like she's too old. But they're definitely like together.
Oh yeah.
The drama there.
Yeah.
What's gonna happen there?
I don't know.
Also, the dude that plays Todd is like stoked. Like, how many women has he gotten to make out with in the show? Like, he's just hopping around. Like, yeah, it's Todd. He probably read it like, yes, please cast me in this.
It's like, wait, I get to make out with January Jones? Okay, yes, thank you. All right, so Last Night on Earth's been great, and then I added a bunch of like just random stuff to Amazon because Amazon Prime has like just so much random stuff.
Yeah.
And so I found a Beach Boys live in concert for the 50th anniversary, and it's weird.
Okay.
Because like half of it, like, so it's it's for their 50th, like, so their new album when they had the reunion,
right?
And it's so it's obviously like it's the Wilson brothers are dead, so right. It's Brian. And then they have Al, like it's the oldest, like some of the close. So it's Al Jardine, and then Mike Love, and then David and Marks, and then the other guy that they got to fill in like in the 60s, 70s. Like when Brian left the band, it's those guys.
Right.
So it's not like total randos. But then, because like in like I think they said it was like in the 70s when they started with the huge band.
Yeah.
So it's that.
Okay.
And it's, I don't know, it just feels different because they're playing with this giant band. And like, I'm like, how much are the guys really playing? If there are seriously like, there's a right behind right behind Al, there's like two other guys playing the guitar. There's like two bass players. There's, and the really sad part, like, I mean, it's great. They play a lot of great songs, but you can like they got Brian at this piano, and like you could tell, like, I don't know how into it he's in. Like he is, like, it's like, and Mike Love just, I don't like Mike Love. Like I don't like him.
Yeah.
And especially now, he just seems like a tool. And and like it's like the Mike Love show, and you could tell, like, I just feel like Brian just sitting there going like, like
gotta do this.
But like, cause one, like, I don't know, I'd heard rumors about this, and then watching videos, so I feel like sometimes he does and sometimes he doesn't. But in this show, he doesn't do any falsetto, and he doesn't do any of his high harmonies.
Huh. But they have like a huge like backing, like,
well, so no, there's a guy that does all of it.
Okay.
That does Brian's parts. So Brian does his normal like stuff, and then then they have like a Brian, like, so they go in sections. So they start off by playing some of the really old stuff. Well, actually, they start off by playing some of the new stuff.
Right.
Then they play some really old stuff. Then they play a whole section of car songs, which is okay. And then they have like a Brian Wilson section where they basically
solo
like
stuff?
Well, no, they do like Heroes and Villains, which is the best, by far the best. Then they do like some of the Pet Sounds Smile, so it's like Pet Sound Smile stuff.
Okay.
And it's basically highlight. Then Brian sings lead on all those.
Huh.
And then it's back to the Mike Love show. And it's just, so then Brian just goes back to doing like like he's just, and I don't even think he's playing his piano.
Right.
Like I don't even think he's playing it, because there's a guy with like 5 keyboards like right behind him, like doing all the lead keyboard parts. So I'm like, I don't even think Brian's doing anything.
Huh.
But I'm like, how much of that is Mike Love's like just dictating everything? Because you can tell like this is Mike Love's show.
Huh.
And then at the very end, they bring Brian up to play guitar with everybody. Like at the very end,
it's just kind of it's almost like how they used to parade him around. Like
it feels, it's almost like that, but not as sad.
It
just seems like he's not really into it.
Yeah.
And then, because compare that to like his solo stuff, like he's just so much more animated, and he's playing. Like I swear I've seen newer solo stuff where he is singing the high harmonies and he is singing the falsettos parts, but on this it's all the other guy. Huh. And then they have this huge backing band, which is cool because they've always, like, I mean, it fits with some of the stuff, but then I'm like, how much are they, like, I swear, like, Hardine's not even playing. Like, I don't even know what he's doing. And it kind of, but you're like, and then like, you're just kind of like, it makes you realize like it's just not the same, but it's good. I mean, it's still good. And the new songs, they do play the brand new songs. Like they play That's Why the God Made the Radio and like that stuff. But there's parts of it that are so good. And then there's other parts where you're just like, Mike Love, shut up. And like, I don't know. He's just, I don't know. I don't like him. but he's an essential part of the
He
band.
is. He's part of it. He's part of that history.
And he's got the voice.
He's the villains of the heroes and villains.
But like, I don't know. It's just weird. So it's weird watching it. I'd be curious. It's only an hour.
Yeah.
And I watched it before you got here. I'd be curious what your thoughts are watching it, because you probably would know, because I'm not as like keen on like the live performance, because you played in bands and you've done I've done enough shows where now watching it is kind of cool, having been on the other side, watching live performance. You can tell like, oh, they're really playing that, or this is what's going on here, or you can see. And so like seeing, like, most people might not catch this stuff, but especially being as obsessed with the Beach Boys and knowing what I know about like live performance, but you would probably have a whole other level of
I'm curious to watch it now.
Because this was like in 2012, and I don't know. I just feel like they got Brian on the Steinway, and I feel like he's just sitting up there. And it also looks like I can't tell. This is really sad, but I think on his music stand he has a teleprompter on his music stand.
Like he's just reading the lyrics off of it.
I feel like that's what's happening. But I can't tell. But it just bummed me out that, like, I mean, I knew that, because I even saw a thing where he said like he can't, like, most of the time he can't do the high harmonies and especially the falsetto,
right?
Just because his voice and aging, and also he did a lot of drugs and stuff. And
that's hard. I mean, I couldn't do that. I never could have.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's like it's like when you talk about you and your dad saying you're gonna do Beach Boys karaoke.
Let's do karaoke.
Oh, we can't sing.
That's a terrible idea. Do not, if you can't do that, do not do a Beach Boys karaoke.
But the guy it's like, because they have a guy that does Brian's parts,
right? Like
the highs, but Brian does like the chorus stuff and all this other stuff. He's doing it. But like when he does the falsetto, like especially on Get Around and like some of the older stuff, and like Brian is just sitting there going like la la la, and like this guy, but the guy's good. I don't know who that guy is. And like David Marks can play guitar still like really well, but I don't think Al's doing anything. And like, and then and also like, I don't know, like it makes you like, you could like, it's like it is missing something without like Carl and Dennis were part of that band, and like they're gone, and that's sad. And
the one we did was California Girls, and it's deceitful because it starts out with like, well, East Coast girls are hip.
Well, you got the Mike Love. Yeah. As soon as Brian comes in with that falsetto, it's over.
I wish I could be California. I can't even like come
as
close.
Soon as you get the falsetto, like, even Mike Love's falsetto, he can still do it a little bit, and he still does. He probably has, him and Al probably they still got their voices more so than Brian. But they do have a lot of help with the harmonies.
Well, yeah.
Like, and that's kind of, I don't know. I'm just like, I don't know. But like you can tell people are into it, and it's cool. I would have loved to have gone. Right? But I mean, it's the closest. That's way better than now if you go see the Beach Boys with Mike Love and whoever.
Yeah.
I want to go see Brian Wilson like so bad. I saw some new videos from this like current tour. It's still awesome.
So great.
And he plays some of the solo songs, like he plays Love and Mercy and stuff. Like they didn't play Love, but they did play. I was excited that they had a whole little Smile section.
That's cool.
And Good Vibrations was great.
Of course.
Like the Pet Sounds and Smile, those were by far, because also Brian was into it, and the rest of it, Brian did not seem that into it. And they let him solo on like they did Sloop John B and like that stuff. And again, like that part, it was very like Brian came to life and was like, all right, now it's my turn. But the rest of it, sometimes you even forgot he was there. And I'm just like, and it's a very noticeable. Because especially when you watch like the 60s, 70s performances where it's more even and he's there. And I feel like, I know like he's more capable now than he was like in the 80s and like early 90s. But I feel like, I don't know. I feel like Mike Love is calling the shots.
Well, I definitely. And he says he doesn't want to work with them anymore. So that's probably why.
And Mike Love seems like a giant tool. And he's always wearing that hat. I don't know.
The hat.
And also, like, it's really not. Now that I know that Dennis was the only one of them that surfed, when they sing those surf songs. I'm like, you're a bunch of phonies.
Yeah,
Especially
but they knew
Mike.
that. Like,
But that's just, I don't know. It's kind of funny.
I mean, that's kind of like a known
It
thing.
is goofy, though.
But
It's
it is
goofy. But also that Mike Love was the one that was pushing them to keep singing. Because Brian wanted to merge away from all that. But Mike Love, like, I mean, he was like, what? It's like, no, cars and surfing. Cars and surfing.
That's where the money is.
And the dad, especially when like, I don't know. I just feel so bad for Brian. Just
that scene in the movie when he's doing God Only Knows.
Yeah.
It's like devastating.
Can you imagine?
And incredible.
Well, especially for Paul Dano. I mean, that's the Oscar. That's the Oscar clip right there.
They show right there.
But like, and that happened. Like, that's what's crazy. Like, if your dad did that to you, like, I don't know how I would survive after that.
I don't know.
You'd never play music again. I would never. I would just be like, all right, I guess I'm not doing this anymore. This is horrible. And that's like one of the greatest songs ever made.
Yeah.
Almost didn't get made because the dad crapped on it. All over it.
Yeah. In like the harshest way possible.
Oh, that movie's so good.
Yeah,
I keep reading all the Oscar buzz articles and nobody's mentioning
why. It was amazing.
And so I feel like it's getting, because it didn't come out during Oscar season. I don't know. It's so good. People need to give that another look, man.
Yeah, Love and Mercy.
I know they're pushing it, but I feel like that's an uphill battle. If it didn't come out like November or later, it's hard.
Yeah. People have short attention spans and memories.
Like, I feel like they both, Paul Dano at least. I mean, like, I don't know which one was better, but I feel like,
I don't know. That's tough.
I know Cusack's like seems to be a hard sell these days. So at least Paul Dano.
Yeah.
But like, even like, I mean, like Giamatti, Elizabeth Banks, like they're like,
fantastic.
Like, I don't know. If anything, I could see Giamatti getting a supporting, like, if anything out of all that. Like, I could feel like that seems most likely because they love throwing noms at him.
Well, that's true. Elizabeth Banks
has he ever won?
Too. I don't think so. Maybe.
Did he win for American Splendor?
Don't know.
I don't think so. I don't know. I'd have to look. Sideways, maybe.
Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
British. All right.
All
right. What else we got here?
Oh man. Oh, and then Jim Wildbillig posted in the Radio BrendoMan group that he found a wrestling video on Amazon Prime Instant Watch called Best of the 80s, Volume 1, Southwest Championship Wrestling. And this reminded me of watching wrestling in my grandparents'.
Yeah.
Because it's like old school Texas wrestling, like jobber matches with like a good, it's like a real guy and then like guy you never heard of. Most of the matches. And they're pretty good. It's got like these weird intros from this wrestler, it was like present day. They filmed these like intros. It's this guy, Ox Baker, who died like last year, but he's like this super old school guy. And he's like telling all these ridiculous stories. It's pretty ridiculous. But it's entertaining. It's got like really young Shawn Michaels and some other stuff. It's good. It's cool thing to watch. It's on Amazon Prime. It's free.
Sweet.
What about you?
All right. Well, while we were on vacation, we did get a red box of Adult Beginners.
What's that?
It is. It's got Kroll.
Okay.
Nick Kroll.
I don't think I've heard of this.
And I'm trying to think of who the other. Okay, well, it basically he winds up. It's I can't think of his name. He's in The Station Agent. He's an Ant-Man. He's like the stepdad in Ant-Man. He's awesome in everything. Italian dude.
Oh, that guy.
I can't think of his name.
The Italian guy.
Yeah, he's good. Great. He's always great in everything.
Yeah.
Anyway, he's in this too. Gosh, what is his name?
Now I gotta find out.
You know who I'm talking about.
He's also in Boardwalk Empire. Yeah,
he's in like
awesome.
Everything. He's in tons of stuff.
Yeah, he's freaking awesome.
Anyway, but basically Nick Kroll, he has like a big startup company that fails, so he winds up having to move back in with his sister and her husband, and he watches their kid, and he's like a loser.
Bobby Cannavale.
There you go. So anyway, he's in it. He was great, and so it was really fun. It just kind of a unique.
And he is in everything.
Oh yeah, tons of stuff.
He's in 3 movies in 2015.
Yeah.
4. This is a bunch.
Adult Beginners. There you go. That's the one I watched.
Oh, 2014. He's in Spy. He's in like multiple movies every year.
Yeah,
He's a very prolific guy.
that's just like the top
Plus, he's
one.
in TV stuff.
So he's really good, and it was a fun movie. And then this was kind of an epic thing. We watched for the first time. I brought a DVD along.
Yeah.
For the first time ever, watched The Princess Bride with the kids.
Yeah.
This is my favorite movie of all time.
They like it?
They did. Audrey fell asleep about halfway through, not because she didn't like it.
But Luke got very upset.
Yes, because he knew. Like, I told him this is my favorite movie.
You hyped it up big.
And he was like, Audrey, don't fall asleep. This is Daddy's favorite movie. And I was like, it's okay, Luke.
Were they into it?
They were totally into it.
Freaked out?
It's funny, not of the stuff you would think. Luke wasn't afraid of anything. You know, he's like, ugh. Like, even the torture part, I'm like, okay, you should cover your eyes. Luke, he's like, I don't want to. And I'm like, it might be scary. He's like, I want to watch it. I'm like, all right. You know, and he's like, fine with it. The only part that, well, I did, like, when he stabs Count Rugen at the end, I had him cover his eyes. I don't know if that would be, like, traumatizing, you know. Just briefly had him cover his eyes for that. And then, but that was it. But Audrey, like, decided, and I don't know if this was just her that night, but she decided that, like, someone getting clonked on the head and, like, getting knocked out, that, like, freaks her out. I'm like, okay. That happens like 50 times in that movie. Yeah. So every time Fezzik knocks someone out or whatever, every time that happens, she'd be like, Daddy, that's so scary. So I finally like start, okay, Fezzik's going to knock out the guy. Okay, cover your eyes now. Okay, this is the part where so-and-so faints. Cover your eyes now. And it literally happens like 10 times in that movie.
Oh.
So, but she wasn't scared by like the shrieking eels or whatever. Like that stuff.
Then you tried to push it.
Yeah.
Show them Labyrinth.
Then just showing them the DVD cover, and they're like, no, I don't think we're ready for this. There's too many monsters. It looks freaky. Even Luke was like, I don't know if I'm ready for that yet. The best part of the Princess
I watched
Bride,
Labyrinth when I was 5. I think they'll be fine.
I think they will.
I think during the day.
Maybe a daytime watch. In a familiar setting, not like in a,
like at home.
Yeah, at home. But one of my favorite parts of watching The Princess Bride is right at the beginning, and he starts, it tells the love story, and they're like kissing and stuff. And I swear to you, Luke was like, he's like, why is all this kissing? I don't like all this kissing. And then the grandfather stops in the movie, and Fred Savage is like, is this a kissing book? And I swear he did it like exactly the same.
That was really funny.
He did. He loved it. And then he was like hooked from that point, because I'm like, you're just like the kid in the movie. And then he was just sold. It was just awesome. And Audrey thought it was hilarious. She loved, of course, the princess stuff as well. So it was great. It's a great movie. Watching it again, and I've watched it many, many times. If you've never watched it, watch it.
It's so good.
It's beautiful. It's the greatest movie ever. It's fantastic.
You are going to flip out.
I can't wait.
When Goldberg's Princess
I can't
Bride.
wait.
You're going to flip out.
I can't wait.
Because it is you. It's like your life.
I can't wait.
Story.
A storybook story.
I love that song
more
than anything.
That soundtrack.
It's a really I shouldn't like that song.
It's super cheesy.
But it's so good. With that song, like I have to.
But the thing that's genius about it is it fits the tone of the movie, because it is cheesy but also awesome. It's supposed to be. It's the perfect blend.
I remember we tried to find that soundtrack for years.
It took me forever. I finally, of course, got it.
Yeah.
But this was before it was just easy.
But back
Amazon.
In the day of
every time I went to a record store, I would always tell you guys, find Princess Bride soundtrack.
We'd look through the tapes.
Yeah.
We'd look through everything.
Because I had a copy of it on tape from when I was a kid, and I burned that thing out. The tape machine ate it eventually.
We couldn't find it. We would look everywhere.
Could not find it.
I remember going to Lou's thinking this is it. We're going to find it here.
Not there.
We're going to find it on record or something. Yep. And it's frustrating.
But Luke actually has one of his rotations out of Princess Bride. Out of when he's not listening to Zelda for nighttime music is Princess Bride. He likes falling asleep, and Audrey too. So they know the soundtrack really well. So as soon as and the kids are oh we know this song. Oh, we know it. So that helped too.
It has a great score.
It's fantastic
soundtrack. It's great. It's a great movie. Great cast. Great everything.
Did I post that AV Club article about The Princess Bride? A guy does an in-depth analysis of the adaptation from book to movie.
No, I don't think
it's great. And it once again reminded me what a great movie and a great book and just a perfect
book's awesome, which we recently talked about.
Yes. It's wonderful.
All right, on the Netflix side, I think last week I had one episode left or 2 episodes of Jessica Jones. Finish those. Holy crap, dude. This might be the best Marvel thing.
Yeah.
Like it's way David, as somebody brought up in the Radio BrendoMan group, David Tennant might be the best live action Marvel villain.
Yeah, I saw.
I still think Sam Rockwell in Iron Man 2 is like my favorite because he's so great. And there's a lot of things that I love Sam Rockwell and he's so great in that. I like Iron Man 2 a lot. And but there's so many, but like this is way up there. Like, dude, he's terrifying. Up until the very dude, he's freaking nuts.
Okay.
So good.
The mention of Sam Rockwell makes me think of a story I have to tell you real quick about my mother-in-law. Just totally random.
Always got great mother-in-law stories.
So Janelle called her mom, like, for Thanksgiving on her drive home. Actually, talked to her for a long time on the drive home. And somehow she was talking about like VHS tapes, and somehow they got on the subject that she doesn't have a VCR anymore because her VCR ate a tape. And Janelle's like, "Oh, what tape?" And Janelle's mom's like, "Oh, it's that movie, that monster movie with." And then I'm like listening to the other end, and Janelle's like, "Which one?" She's like, "The one with Fred Savage." I'm like, "Oh, Little Monster." She's like, "No, it's not that. It's not that. It's the one with Al Borland." She's like, "Monster movie with Al Borland?" I'm like, "What? No, what? What are you talking about?" And then we're trying to figure out. And then she's like, "Well, maybe it was Tim the Toolman Taylor." I'm like, "Okay, a monster movie with Tim Allen." I'm trying to figure out. She's like, that monster one.
About a Halloween episode of Home Improvement?
No, that monster movie. She's like, with the aliens. I'm like, Galaxy Quest? Yeah, Galaxy Quest.
Wow.
The monster movie with Al Borland. Galaxy Quest.
Nice.
There you go. So just a little, but it made me think of it because Sam Rockwell is really funny as a guy in that. So there you go.
Which that's coming back too.
I know. Very
but
cool.
Jessica Jones is freaking incredible. I already want to watch it again. And holy crap, Luke Cage, and holy crap, everything in it. And it's so good.
That'll be the next thing I watch.
Everybody needs to watch it immediately. And it's awesome. And now I want to loop back around and watch Daredevil again. And I want to watch everything. I want to have like an ultra Marvel, like a super ultra Marvel marathon.
Week long.
No, it would be more than, because you'd have to watch Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., Agent Carter, just like a super, like how would you even be able to keep track of the order?
Oh, you would.
Like what's
like episodes here.
Oh yeah, you'd be jumping all. You'd have to create an ultimate. I guarantee you somebody.
Already been done.
But like an ultimate timeline, like with the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. episodes, with the movies, with these. Oh my gosh, this is everything we've ever dreamed of, and then some, times with infinity. You all need to stop complaining because
times infinity gauntlet.
Because this is so awesome, and it's happening, and everybody shut up.
No one's arguing. No one's complaining.
They are. They're out there. They're out there. So then, Benson I had it on the top of my list, but then Benson talked about it when we went to Lucha Underground. So I went home and watched, after I was done with Jessica Jones, I watched all of Master of None in like a day.
Pretty good.
It's so good. It's so funny.
Aziz Ansari
it's Aziz Ansari, Eric Warheim. It's got H. John Benjamin. It's so good.
It sounds good.
It's really funny. It's really good. It's very it's all kinds of stuff. After you watch it, you're like, that was great. How has that never been addressed before in that way, like on a show? And like, it's just really clever and funny, and I like it a lot. Really like it.
All right,
it's really good, and I'm already done with that. And then I went back to the Goldbergs, and then I watched all the Goldbergs, and now I'm watching random things on Amazon because I don't know if I'm ready to just start some huge thing. Like I want to watch that Man in the High Castle.
Yeah, I've heard.
But
interesting things.
I just don't know if I'm. I don't know. I need some kind of. Well, no. I'm not. I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Well, now I got that World Tag League on New Japan, so we'll see. See where it all fits in. We'll see what happens tomorrow. I got to go to the library and return that stupid book, and then
we'll go get another charge for that.
And we'll go from there.
Speaking of stupid books, wait.
Nope.
Is there anything else?
We
what
got
video
games.
Oh, video games. So yeah.
I found a new incremental game that I'm obsessed with.
Gosh, okay.
So I was on Steam the other day, because there was a Steam sale, and I was just trying to not buy anything.
Right.
And so I was looking around through suggested games, and this game came up called Adventure Capitalists.
Okay.
Like Adventure Capitalists.
Right.
And it's like Clicker Heroes, except with you start a business. We start with a lemonade stand, and then you end up like becoming a conglomerate, and you build your way up. And there's all kinds of little achievements and meters, and I
love stuff like that.
Oh, it's so great, and it's free, and I love it. I'm obsessed with it now.
You know how much I love those lemonade stand games.
Well, it's not as hands-on as Lemonade Stand, but
okay,
it's like Clicker Heroes meets Lemonade Stand. Are you belching?
Yeah, that was a Fast Five belch right there.
So it's like Clicker Heroes meets Lemonade Stand.
All right.
And I'm obsessed with it now. I literally, once I installed it, I sat here for like 2 hours because now I can alternate between Clicker Heroes. I have them both up. So when one of them I have nothing to do, I just switch to the other one. And then I'm like doing stuff in there. And then by the time I'm doing that, and I was listening to music, and it was great times. And then I realized I just spent 2 hours doing nothing. Absolutely nothing. What am I doing?
You could have had a webcam on you.
Whatever. It was awesome. And it's called Adventure Capitalists. And today I played a whole bunch of Stone Cold Steve Austin mode in 2K16. Actually, you called me. You're like, "Are you at an interview?" Like, I hear people talking.
I thought maybe I was interviewing or like interrupting an interview.
I had the wrestling game on. Well, because it was in the middle of a cinematic and I couldn't pause it, so I just answered the phone. And
I just didn't want to like get you in trouble at a job interview if you were like doing that. But it was just wrestlers.
Yeah. So I was playing that. And then Street Pass, and did a lot of Street Pass.
A lot of Street Pass in Laughlin.
Yeah, especially between all of us.
Yeah.
And then there was other people. And
a few others.
Got some out of town. Got a lot of those fishing tickets.
Yeah.
And there's some new puzzles. So finally I have new puzzles. It's going to take me a while.
Yeah.
I'm going to be obsessed. Pokemon.
I have an advantage now because Janelle has like gotten like way more obsessed with the Street Pass.
Get her sucked in.
So on the drive home, we stopped at 2 different McDonald's. She grabbed our DSs and ran inside just to get the tags, and then came back out to the car at her behest.
You got her hooked.
I got her hooked. This was not me saying, "Will you please do this?" This was, "Oh, there's another McDonald's. Pull in. I want more tags."
Once you got her into it.
Yep. You have to let her get into it when she wants to.
Yeah, you can't force it on.
But she said now she's back to work, Janelle, so I can't count on that always happening. But she's hooked, so that's good.
What do you got?
Well, I just played. There's a couple other, like Janelle had bought these. I think like in the discount, like on a sale somewhere a while ago. I never got around to playing them for 3DS.
Nintendo games that you had that you didn't.
Yeah, I brought some on the.
What the heck?
I brought some on the thing. So
I forgot I had these.
These are ones that she got.
You have so many games that you're just like,
Yeah, I hadn't played it yet. So the first one is called Cubic Ninja. This was like one of the launch games of 3DS, I think, or pretty close to it. I didn't get it that far back, but it's cool. Like it's this one where you don't push any buttons even. It's all tilt.
Oh yeah.
But it's like all around. So it's like
one of those marble games.
It's like that, but you're just like a little cube dude.
Okay.
Cubic Ninja. And you have to go through all these mazes and stuff. You have to hit buttons, but there's like a 3D room. So you like lean it forward and you go to the back of the room, and then you go and there's tunnels all around, and it's cool. I mean, it's a fun little like puzzle, maze thing. And then Shifting World is a real simple like platform, type of thing, but it's all black and white, and it's cool because like let's say you're in a white background standing on a black square, and you switch, so just hit one of the triggers, and it flips the world upside down, and the white background is now the ground, and the black is the background, and you can run on that. So you have to like keep switching.
So it's like a cool like one of those like like. What was that? VVVV?
Yeah, something like that.
Or Fez or like something.
Right.
Where you have to
in
manipulate the whole environment.
I think this was on other platforms before. I don't think it started on 3DS. I'm not 100% sure, but
all right.
But it's really cool too.
Nice.
So that's what I've been playing.
Yeah.
Now we ready?
I just realized that Benson and I went to a wrestling thing this last weekend,
yeah.
but we can't talk about it. So
true. But you can talk about wrestling in general.
I guess.
That's what your show is about.
I don't know. We're busy. We haven't even done a popsicles in like over a month because Benson's so busy.
Is he walking those dogs?
He is.
Does he like Marmaduke?
I haven't asked him.
We should see what his opinion is.
Brian Walton posted a thing today in the radio BrendoMan group about there's this movie podcast that he watches.
Okay.
Like they do like bad movies, and they did one
on Marmaduke?
Marmaduke movie, and he said it was like great.
Oh, I'd like to see that.
Yeah.
I'd hear that.
See it.
All right, here we go.
This is a visual.
Marmaduke. It's almost all visual here. So Marmaduke is he's got his dog bowl. He says whack, and he smacks the dog bowl away with his paw. Crash, and the dog bowl smashes into the wall, and the dog food goes flying everywhere. And that wakes up Phil and his wife. They're like jumping out of bed. He's all freaked out. Phil's hair's all messed up, and he's walking down the hallway with a flashlight. And he finds the dog bowl all spilled over in the kitchen. He scratches his head, doesn't understand what happened. So he goes back up to the bed in the dark and finds Marmaduke in his bed.
Oh my gosh.
In his spot where he was.
So Marmaduke thinks he's people. Yep. And he tricks Phil into getting out of bed so he can take his spot in bed.
Is that his tongue hanging out there? What is that?
Give me this.
Is that a tongue? Looks like Phil's got like a really long tongue or something.
No, that's his chin drooping.
Oh.
No. Yeah. Because see, there's his long chin. He's got a really long chin.
So that's just like a frown.
He's got like a butt chin.
Like a really long one, though.
That just seems like real sloppy artwork. Real sloppy.
That was it, by the way. I finished the strip. That was the joke. Marmaduke's in bed now.
He took his bed spot because he thinks he's people.
Because he tricked them.
It's disturbing.
Yeah. All right. That's Marmaduke.
Oh, Marmaduke.
We're getting some good mileage out of this present, though, I want to point out.
Yeah, thanks, Mom.
I mean, you know.
Thanks,
that was
Momo.
the whole idea here. Is you got to use it for something.
Yeah, we got a whole other book.
Yeah.
And then I looked online. There are so many Marmaduke
books.
This
forever.
There's so many freaking Marmaduke books. There's like a gajillion.
All the listeners are like,
yeah.
Whatever. They like it.
I feel like if we read a real comic strip, it'd actually be entertaining. So
Maybe.
we can't.
Yeah. That's
I feel like we could do Family Circus, but then I would just get angry.
No, that's
like really angry.
Because this one is just, it's just nothing. Like there's no, the dog wants to lay in the bed. But again, I wouldn't be surprised if like dog lovers are like, oh, that's great. That happens to my dog all the time.
Didn't somebody say that somebody liked Marmaduke and they're a huge dog lover and that's why?
That's all it takes.
Really?
Because it's, oh, that happens.
I don't see. This is where people with pets, because then all of a sudden, like, then they just become like these sad people, and like they love everything about it, and you can get them anything, and I'm like, so you become this weird sheep to like anything that has a pet, like a cat or a dog on it.
Hang in their poster.
No, thank you. Then you're gonna have all this cat dog crap.
Oh, what were we just watching?
I guess it makes people very easy to shop for.
There was like this dumb late at night show. This is like sort of a sidetrack, but not really. In the hotel room, it was like The Soup, but it was like an off-brand.
Oh, there's so many of those now.
One of those kind of things.
Oh,
but they did a clip from my weird obsession. No, my weird addiction. And it was a lady who's addicted to eating cat hair.
Oh, I saw that one.
Oh my gosh! Ugh, and it showed her like
that show is crazy. I mean, that's the one where like this girl was eating chalk.
But cat, she would sit there and groom her cat by licking it, and then she grabbed the wads of like hair off of her tongue and eat it. It's sick.
I mean, I told you the one where
the like gum.
My favorite, the most disgusting one of that was the lady that made Oreos with tartar sauce.
Oh gosh, that's like
just like a giant thing of it. And she's like, ah. No, the worst prank that I saw. So there was one on Facebook, and I was like, if anybody ever did this to me, I would murder them. This is horrible.
Okay.
You take a freaking pitcher, you fill it with water.
Okay.
And then they take the cheese powder from the Kraft macaroni and cheese and fill it in the water and stir it. And it looks exactly like orange juice. Can you imagine taking a big
cheese powder orange juice?
Cheese water?
Oh, God.
I would be so
just retch it all out.
But it looks exactly like orange juice. when you mix that cheese powder in the water.
So another thing we were watching in Laughlin, and I think this is on the same channel.
Oh, dude, there was some awesome Laughlin TV.
Yeah,
there was a
freaking.
Like there was a Judge Judy marathon.
Oh yeah, we watched.
And then I watched well, then I got obsessed. There was a Lockup marathon. Yeah. I watched so much Lockup. I don't know. It made me kind of like I'm like I think I could handle life in prison if I was in the solitary, but not the scary solitary, just the one in my cell by myself. But I still got to have stuff because the solitary that seems like heinous. They literally take your mattress out of your bed, out of your cell for so at 5 a.m. they wake them up, take the mattress out of their cell, and then they just have to sit there for the rest of the day, and they don't get anything. They get nothing, and they're just sitting in there, and then they put their mattress back in, and then the loaf. Have you heard about the loaf?
No, I don't want to.
So in solitary, they feed them, it's like the minimum nutritional requirements, and it's all vegetable protein, and they mash it into a loaf. And I'm like, how is that legal? How is any of this legal? It's messed up, man. The gross. Loaf. Anyways, so I was really obsessed with that.
That's where they get the expression, pinch a loaf.
I think so. Maybe. I don't know. It looked adorable. But then there was all this weird local TV.
Okay, so they had this this off-brand soap or soup, but then they also had, I think it was on the same channel, this off-brand America's Funniest Home Videos.
Yeah.
But all it was it doesn't have a host. It's just a guy
talking over videos.
So we watched a bunch of those, just had those on in the background. And there was one. This is what I think of when he said prank. Is there's just one where a brother and sister were fighting, so one of them does a prank to the other, and it was really scary. I forget what it was. One of them dressed like a werewolf or something, and our kids were watching it. And Janelle, I was in the bathroom, and she said that.
Did you see the April Fool's Goldbergs?
No.
Oh, dude, no. That one's awesome because Adam does a prank to Barry, but Barry doesn't realize it's a prank, so it sets off just this crazy escalating where they're just doing horrific things to each other. It's really good. And then there's also, I think it was season 3. Maybe it's, I don't know. There is a Troop Beverly Hills episode, which I was just like, this show is reading our brains.
That's awesome. Well, so the kids saw them doing this prank.
I can't stop talking about the Goldbergs.
It is fantastic. I'm glad that you got into it because I was for a while you gotta watch this. So they saw these kids doing a prank on the show, and they made a pact. I promise I'll never do pranks to you. I promise I'll never do pranks. Even when we get older, we'll never do pranks to each other. So they have that pact now. So it's okay.
I don't know. I think your kids are going to be prank geniuses.
I don't know. They made a pact. I don't know.
They're siblings.
They're very smart.
And they're super intelligent.
Yes.
You better watch.
And they watch a lot of America's Funniest Home
Videos. Did you see that video?
Yeah.
What happens when your kids figure out how to prank you?
Yeah, that's trouble.
You're gonna be in trouble. Because some of the ones where they're like, "Hey, Dad," bah!
Yeah, at least some of them are actual pranks, not just sucker punching you.
But Audrey realizes that she can get American Funniest Home Videos by punching you in the face.
She wants it. She's very disappointed. By the way, we watched some of the new hosts.
Yeah.
What's his name?
Alfonso Ribeiro.
And he's fine. Whatever. He's a host of.
But for them,
but the kids, Audrey keeps. I miss Tom Bergeron. I wish he would come back.
He's when Tom Bergeron took over, we missed.
Yeah, we missed. Exactly, that's it. Because I'm they're telling the same stupid jokes. It doesn't really matter. What's funny is the kid getting hit in the nuts or whatever. But they're I miss Tom Bergeron.
Did you watch have you gotten to the America's Funniest Home Videos episode?
No.
Oh, dude.
Oh, they have everything good on it.
Oh my gosh, it's pretty great because. Barry gets obsessed with American Gladiators, so he makes an America's Gladiators tryout video, but then Adam sends it to America's Funniest Home Videos because it's just Adam throwing tennis balls at Barry and smashing him with things. It's really funny. Awesome. And then it made me want to watch old American Gladiators, so I looked up some, and that show is insane.
It was. It's so dumb.
And it's so I can't believe I don't even think because I remember trying a lot of that stuff.
Oh yeah.
And
everybody watched that too. Yes. And if you look at how dumb they were dressed in those weird red, white, and blue leotards or whatever they wore.
We would do a lot of stupid things.
But everyone watched that show.
Because there was
water cooler talk the next day.
I wanted to go on the Eliminator like so bad, or like the Atmosphere.
And we would have been out in like seconds. Think about it.
I wouldn't even have made it up. So like on the Eliminator, you have to go up that like ramp. Like I wouldn't even have made it up that ramp.
Okay.
Like, or the Atmosphere. Like I wouldn't be able to move that around.
I'm gonna reveal something embarrassing, and I think Janelle will be okay with this. But we have a game we play when we take the kids to the playground and they have jungle gyms. I call it the cliffhanger game. We see how long we would survive if we were like in a cliffhanger situation where you fall over and hold on to the edge of the cliff. So the whole game is we just hold on and see you can hang long.
Can you hang that long?
Let me tell you, I would be dead pretty quick, but not quite as quick as Janelle. But yeah, definitely need to work on some upper body strength there.
I have 0. Because like the presidential test when he does the one pull-up.
Oh my gosh, that episode is
I
so
couldn't
great.
do a pull-up, but I remember that brought it all back.
Oh
like,
yeah, because that was me too. I no chance at it, and I remember like my PE coach, or my PE teacher.
What was the girl version that he kept being like threatening?
It was just like the hang. They just had to hang there. But I remember like my teacher, who I eventually became my fencing coach.
Yeah.
Like, and he was cool. It was the first like PE teacher that was really cool to me and like actually like tried to help me to like get better instead of just like yelling at me for not being good at sports and stuff. And he like helped me do my first pull up on the presidential fitness test, and I was like so excited. It was a big deal. Mr. Phipps. And his class was called Mr. Phipps Pretzel Chips. That was like our class name. Remember this?
I remember those,
but
yeah. I don't see how that's the name for a class.
Well, his name was Mr. Phipps. So our class name was Mr. Phipps Pretzel Chips.
You can't even say
that. I'm so tired. All right. Are we ready?
We did the Marmaduke.
Save the pickle bag.
Those jerks.
Save the pickle bag.
One of these days, I'm going to convince myself.
Try a pickle bag.
I'm going to go to therapy.
Talk out your pickle bag.
Like, I really want to eat a pickle in a bag. What if they're disgusting?
They might be. No, they're delicious. I love pickles. They gotta be.
But those big giant mutant pickles?
But do they like drink?
They have all
they
kinds
were like
of
drinking
flavors.
the juice too.
I would never do that.
I would drink the juice. But I think I remember as a kid I used to drink pickle juice though.
I feel like I did before. I don't think I've been able to drink pickle juice since that incident either, because I feel like I did.
I haven't been able to drink pickle juice since my jalapeno juice incident, which is very similar. And ever since it
was really funny. Benson, like, we were talking about stuff like that, and Benson was like, yeah, Phil used to tell the story in small group that somebody paid him to drink jalapenos. I'm like, that was me. And he's like, whoa, it all tied together.
Yeah, this is what I talked about.
You told that story. So then I was able to give him the behind the scenes, and he was very captivated because I'm like, oh yeah,
this is real. So now he knows I wasn't just making it up.
And then like the whole like, I'm just checking on something here.
Just checking it out. Oh, and I slept sitting up against the wall, like curled over. Oh.
And we played Rush 2 all night.
I couldn't even move enough to play it.
And you were exploding.
Oh gosh.
And then, but then I love the fact that every couple of years you still manage to do something in that genre, but you still do it.
Most recently, I think it was eating all the red peppers and the leftovers from fortune cookie.
Well, then you also didn't you kind of food poison yourself a little bit by eating the old tacos?
Oh yeah, well there was the old tacos recently. That's true.
Well, I just was telling stories. I just thought it was so funny that like you eat all this old food or stuff you're not supposed to eat, and then you food poison yourself. And then you're allergic to garlic and onions.
And I eat it like crazy. I had onion pizza tonight. That's why I've been belching gross burps over here.
Oh my gosh.
But I love it so much. I do. I'm the kind of person, if I was lactose intolerant, I'd have milk every day.
That's my mom.
I couldn't do it.
That's my mom all the time. She's like, I don't care.
I don't. I have nasty burps and get like gross poops, but it's worth it.
My mom would be like keeled over in pain, and I'm like, why? She's like, I wanted ice cream.
Think about garlic. When you see a nice garlic bread, you're gonna pass that up.
I really miss. They had this pasta bar. I keep thinking about the cafeteria.
Just go back to the cafe.
That would be so weird if I just walked in.
Hey, this pasta.
Because they had this pasta bar and they had like this like make your like you picked what you wanted and they had the whole garlic cloves, like the roasted garlic and just the chunks.
I love it, but it's so
like,
bad.
And I'd be like, more pile it on there, and like, nom, nom, nom.
I would like kill people with my breath if I ate that much.
It's so good.
But every once in a while, when we went through Gilroy, I had a whole entire head of garlic roasted, and I couldn't like talk to people for 2 days.
Gilroy is awesome.
It is.
Benson didn't. That was another Benson because we drove by there, and I'm like, all right, get ready because it's gonna smell like garlic. He's like, what? And I'm like, it's Gilroy. And it did. They had a Sonic there, but like while I was eating the burger, I could smell the garlic, so it's just like a good darn. It just messed with like.
Yeah, you have to really like garlic to want and. It's all garlicky.
Gilroy,
Garlic Festival.
Well, then I think about where did we go? Oh, the Blaze that had the whole garlic.
Yeah.
On the.
That was good, and then I was like,
garlic.
Janelle, the worst one for Janelle, she always says when I do like the air release, so I go like. She's like, stop it! She says those are the stinkiest ones, like a loud brat, like that's like that's just.
Well,
like,
it's like the
soda.
SBD,
yeah,
burp form.
So we're driving along. I'll go. She's like, stop it, and I'm just like, stop it, stop burping. Pull down the window. I can't take it anymore.
Oh, another revelation. So. On the Goldbergs.
No.
So the girl that plays Lainey actually got she's a series regular now.
Okay.
So her name is in the opening credits. And I'm like, I know that name. And I never noticed it before. But we were always talking about like, because I remember I even said to you, like the girl that plays Lainey has a really good voice. And I'm pretty sure she can actually play the guitar. It's freaking AJ from Allie and AJ.
Really?
AJ Michalk, yeah.
Huh.
Did you ever see them at Disney World, Disneyland? They played at Disneyland like all the time.
I know the name though.
But anyways, yeah. So AJ is Lainey, and I should have known that because I'd seen them play live. But I mean, Allie got huge because she was in Easy A and she was in that Wildcat show and or stuff. But AJ, and that's why when she's playing the guitar, she's playing the guitar because she still does music. And I didn't know that. It's good for her. And Goldberg is awesome.
This is episode 196. We're almost to 200.
4 more episodes, you guys.
4 more years. So everyone should definitely sign up on the gift exchange.
Gift exchange.
Please do that.
RadioBrendo.com.
I want this to be the largest gift exchange
the gift
ever.
exchange link.
So it'd be like, what, 5, 6 people?
I don't know. We had like 8 people last year.
So we have to get 9. You guys can do it.
We can't have an odd number.
Why not? Just everyone gets one down the line.
Oh.
We can like do it back and forth, right?
It's not like a pairs thing.
You like made me stop for a minute though. I'm like, wait, does that really not work?
Doesn't it? I thought it had to be. No,
no,
you're right.
You just go in the circle.
Derp.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
It's like doing prayer requests. I just did that for you because I knew you knew what I was talking about. So sign up for the gift exchange. Definitely do that. Send us in your letters.
It's getting cold again. I gotta turn the heat back on in here.
Yeah.
Why is it so cold? Why do we live in the foothills?
I love it. It's better than hot.
You're mountain man.
Oh yeah, it's good. This is my wheelhouse.
There's this guy at Esri who like grew up in Lake Arrowhead and his wife didn't want to live there, so he basically like his consolation because he wouldn't go total flatland. He like refused. So they live in Cal Mesa because he's like, it's in the foothills.
All right, yeah.
He's like, but she wouldn't live in the mountains. So he's like, well, we're not living in like, so I was like, but he's always complaining. He's like,
I understand. Mountains
he was
are
just
nice.
always complaining.
I like the foothills though. I feel like we get the best of both worlds.
Yeah, I guess.
It's cold.
It's too cold for me. And it still snows here.
Sometimes.
I guarantee you, while you guys are on that freaking cruise, there's going to be like a blizzard or something. And I'm just going to be miserable and buried in snow.
It does seem to happen to you.
Last time you guys were gone,
you're
snow.
like a blizzard attractor.
It snowed for like 4 days.
You made it snow in Angeles Oaks in May.
And I made it snow here.
Yeah.
and accumulate here,
Yeah.
which you were like, it doesn't
Yeah, it never
accumulate.
does till you came
And
here.
then I'm like, Phil, there's piles of snow outside. Then you got here like, there's piles of snow. Look at that.
hey, never happened before.
Ugh. What's going on? I mean, is this have they determined is this El Nino real?
I don't know.
We still don't
It doesn't
know.
seem like I've realized anything yet. Seems more like a.
I don't want to say anything because then we're gonna get like dumped on or something. They say it's coming,
Yeah.
but they've been saying that for like the last month.
I mean, we've gotten a little more moisture than like is average, but not a lot.
Well, as long as it doesn't snow next weekend, so I'm not getting stuck in Big Bear.
That's right. No snow.
I don't want to die on the
for Blue
mountain.
Christmas.
I'm really scared about driving up the mountain.
It's not bad. My parents said right now there's no ice on the road.
Maybe I should have Anthony give me a ride.
Just ride up with Anthony.
Yeah.
That's good. Carpool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got a Mustang.
Yeah.
Anthony, if you're listening to this, I want to ride with you, please.
You might want to have a more like definite way of
Nope.
talking to
This
him.
is how.
If it doesn't work out, then now you know.
What if, I don't even know if he listens to the show.
If he did, like, even if he listened to the first 3 hours and 20 minutes of the show,
he
still
turned
wouldn't
off.
have heard
He
it.
turned off at 3:30.
Yeah, he still wouldn't have heard what you said.
Dang it!
I was like 3.5 hours. That's it
I
for me.
told you I needed a ride.
Why didn't you listen at 3:32?
I'll text him.
All right,
Anthony, look out for that text.
coming at you.
Coming at you. BrendoMan, text message.
Coming at you.
Coming at you.
That should be your text message like notification.
Every time.
Coming at you.
Coming at you.
Ooh, that's a good one, Matt. Grab that for you. Get him a clean one.
Now you're telling Matt drops. What are we
Good.
like? That's what
Good.
Jensen does on his show.
It helps him.
Jensen on Get Up on This like gives drops to people. He's like, here you go. Coming at you. Is that good?
That's good. That's good. That's clean. All right.
Clean drop.
Yep. That's nice.
I gave him some goals in this episode.
Yeah. I think this will, because he already has most of them. So I think this will be enough to finish it off. We'll send it out. We'll send that out before Christmas that way. It's good.
We'll see what happens.
Sure.
Those orchard maps go out.
They're there. I have them. I'm sending them out. I'm not like, I got to combine shipping is the thing. If I send each thing out, then it like majorly ups our shipping. So I got to do like a few combined shipments.
I'm gonna fall asleep.
All right, well, let's wrap it up. Thank you guys for listening.
Thanks for listening, everybody. Make sure you go to radiobrendo.com for all your Radio BrendoMan stuff. BrendoMan@gmail.com is our email address. Or again, go to radiobrendo.com, use the handy contact form. Make sure you sign up for the gift exchange. That's what we were talking about 15 minutes ago. And go to BenviewNetwork.com for all the Benview Network shows. Listen to that stuff. Actually, Josh did reveal the Podbean site. It's taskbarbarian.podbean.com for all the PillageCast episodes.
Yes, I think he posted a link.
It's on the Radio Brendo group, but it's taskbarbarian.podbean.com.
And that's where you can get all the PillageCast archives.
If you want to listen to Phil's facts
and this and a lot of other silly.
Good old Gates.
Oh, I miss Gates.
Yeah, get him come up here again.
Yeah,
because that was a while ago, and you weren't here.
I wasn't even here.
And we're not going to be here next Friday, so our next episode will be recording on Monday.
Yes, the following Monday. So look for that.
And if you're in the area, come to Blue Christmas.
Definitely. We'll give you free stuff.
Yeah, we already said that, right?
Yeah. Free CDs, stickers, you name it.
No, not you name it.
I'll name it.
Say I want free everything.
Well, I'll name it.
I want that amplifier.
You name it. Brendan name it, but not you, the listener.
I want that whole big box of CDs. I want your cash box. I want your square reader.
Probably not a lot of money in the cash box.
I want your square reader.
Those are free.
And
see, I'm not that worried about it.
It's not even out because now they have the new ones that do the chip.
Oh yeah,
gotta get that.
Get that. Finally figured out how to do the old one.
Oh my gosh. So that's radiobrendo.com. Anything else that I'm forgetting? At BrendoMan on Twitter and Instagram. And
thanks for listening. Those are awesome.
So for Radio BrendoMan, I'm Brendan Creecy.
And I'm Phil Vecchio.
Have a good one, everybody. How did we still go like 3 out?
This should not surprise you at this point.
Oh, it's like, oh, you got here at 8:30. We're gonna be.
Yeah. Well, it's a good thing you don't have to get up
Oh, that would be
tomorrow
horrible.
morning.
I would punch kids.
I'm glad that worked out.
I'm glad I can help. I did it for you
I
because.
know. Well, let me tell you.
Well, not just for you. I did it for Janelle, but I just know that the wrath of Janelle that would fall on everybody.
Well, she wasn't like mad at me, but she was just panicking. She's like, I don't know what to do. Got an emergency, and she like was trying to figure out how I could do it, but without keeping the kids out of school.
Well, that's where I was like, maybe you could do it and I could, but then I'm like, this sounds easier for me to do this.
Well, then you gotta like do the back
shuttling
and
your
forth
kids
stuff.
around.
You gotta like hang out at the school.
I'm not doing
all the time,
any of that.
Moms.
I'm not talking to moms.
I'm telling you, I mean, I'm not saying like it's hard, but it's
Did I say 196?
196 is what you said.
All right.
We right?
Yeah, we're right. All right, we're out. There's no more people. It says there's one viewer on the YouTube.
Oh, well, thanks for viewing.
Thanks.
We're out.
Later, everybody. Go Bayside. I'm wearing my Bayside shirt.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
It's from that show you like.
it is.